Hello, everybody. We are live. Just waiting on us to go live across platforms here, and hopefully we'll be doing well. Just gonna wait here for us to get going. We're live on Twitch. Let's just open Discord real quick. Ping the Discord channel. Just tell everybody we're live, even though we're late. And we did tell everybody we'd be late, so hopefully everyone will forgive us for being late. What's up, Purgative Way? How you doing? I hope you are well. You know what I need to do, Purgative Way? You're the only one here, so I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna just talk to you. I need to set up a like a macro. You just having your coffee? You're still sick, dude. I'm waiting for more people to get here, but I'm probably going into push-up that tonight because I'm not like sick. I'm just tired, and also my legs are killing me. I have tendinopathy in my right Achilles right now, so it's swollen and it's like inflamed. And I have shin splints in both my shins, so yeah. Yo, so that is what's up with me. Hey, let's go. Too many push-ups caused this? No, so you know what caused it, guys? Is I have gotten a job. I got the job with the College of St. Joseph to work. I started with them, kind of really more got that going more this week. And frankly, what caused the shin splints and stuff is the riding up and down the hill as much as I did with like zero exercise in the winter it was a bad idea. I didn't exercise enough in the winter, and so now that I'm like really, really active in the summer, like I am every single summer, it's just biting me in the ass. So that's what I get, right? You know, I didn't stay active in the winter. It's biting me in the ass as I get my summer activity gets going. So there's that. One of the worst pains I've dealt with because this chronic thing, shin splints is the worst. Well, they're in both my shins. I don't know if it's shin splints or what it qualifies as, but like it's more in the muscle in my shins, and they just both hurt. Just kind of terribly, honestly. And the bigger problem I'm having, the one I'm more concerned about, frankly, is the tendinopathy in my Achilles, because I really don't want that to get worse, because I can walk through shin splints. Like, that's fine, right? Like, shin splints, you can get through that, it's whatever. But the tendinopathy, if you don't actually do the right thing and take care of that, it gets really, really bad. So I think if somebody redeems push-ups tonight, they will have to be paid off at another point in time, because there's just no way I'm going to be able to do... Like, I'll try and we'll see how it feels. I'll try the first set whenever somebody does it, but I really don't think we'll be getting through all of them. It seems unlikely to me, to be honest. We out here on our deathbeds, unironically, dude, So, I'm so tired. Danny, what's up? How's everybody doing tonight? I need to... So I have a problem. I use a gin and tonic, but the medicine would disagree with this. Yeah, you should not take a gin and tonic. Everybody say prayer for leg ache, by the way, as RSV. I need to figure out how we're going to do the 250, because I know you guys made a Google sheet, and don't take this the wrong way. I just don't want to give you guys my email. It's not you guys. I just don't want to attach my personal Google account to a publicly available Google Doc. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Create a generic Sanity Revolt email. All right, let's go to Google. Let's just go to Gmail. It's true, I could do that real quick. I'm surprised you only have one account. Well, I have Proton mails, but I just don't. You guys used Google, not Proton, which is fine. Like, you guys set it up, so I'm not going to argue with it. I only have the one. One unattached with your personal emails? Yeah. Well. I have those, but they're not, they're not great for that. There we go. I need to get my muscle. I need to practice my muscle memory with this keyboard. The arrow keys are in a place I'm not used to. Google's like making me scan a QR code to verify I'm not a bot. So tired. Dude, that music is loud, is it not? No, it's not. It's just loud for me. I just need to turn my headphones down. Dude, the AI encyclical is gonna be like nearly 200 pages long. The AI encyclical is gonna be 200 pages long, dude. What are we doing? No, that's not good. Whenever the Pope is like, don't do something, the encyclical is like 10 pages. It's so short. The longer it is, the more like hedging there is. The longer there is, the more hedging there is. What if 200 pages of this use case is bad? That's kind of the problem I'm getting at, though. Like, you understand the problem I'm getting at here is that specifically, can somebody, Mysterion, go into the Google Doc with the 250 in it and share it to steubenThursday@gmail.com. Like my old Twitter handle, STEUBENThursday BEN Thursday at gmail.com. The Sanity Revolt was taken, so I just went to the old handle. But if it's the problem will be it's like this use case is bad, this use case is bad, this use case is bad. If it's that instead of like general like 50 pages of just don't do this, then like people who are like, oh, I'm the exception because I meet this, this, and this. Like I'm not actually that use case. There it is. Mysterion's so fast, dude. What a fucking shad. Mysterion, can you tell me what this D column is with the red in it? Just let me know what that is, okay? Okay, red is for not done. We'll change them to green when they're done. Okay. Sweet. That's what I figured. I just wanted to confirm. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do... Where's the button? 200. Yeah. Okay. I can be swayed that it's possible, but I don't sense a clean declaratory solution. Yeah, I don't know. Adeuste, hello. I think that might be... Adeuste, first time chatter, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you watching. Is this for the 250 days of prayer? So we're not doing 250 days, but let's finish... because I wanted to just like briefly talk about the encyclical with you guys, so I can tell you guys what the plan's going to be. I'm not going to be reading this whole thing on stream. I will be reading it. I will be taking notes. We'll be reviewing my notes on stream. That will probably be, depending on how much it's a black screen on Twitch. Is it a black screen on Twitch? Yeah, Twitch says offline already. I think I got banned on Twitch, dude. Fully think I got banned on Twitch. Video downloads canceled. I fully think I got banned on Twitch, dude. I think I'm like either banned or shadow banned on Twitch. I didn't get any notifications or emails about it, but like it's not worked, and I know it's not the network tonight, unlike last time, because it is working on YouTube. So go to kick.com/thesanityrevolt. Go there. Yeah, I fully got banned on Twitch. Twitch is not working. Let me type a link in here so I can tell people who go to the Twitch chat to go to Kick. So I will be, I'll be reading it. It will be, well, if it's Wednesday, here's the thing. I work Wednesday, I work evenings, right? So it's not going to be Wednesday or Thursday night. And I'm going to be working during the day. So next week will be a lot of the encyclical. So if you guys want to be participating in that actively, please take some time and read it ahead of time. I will not be sharing my notes with any of you before because I think it'll probably take me till Saturday to get them finished. And I don't want to share notes that I've got halfway through, so I won't be sharing them with all of you guys. The mods. Oh, by the way, I should mod Legate on Kick. Mod Legate Unga. There we go. Enter. Okay. So I will probably be sharing it with the mods, with Legate and Mysterion, so that they can, one, because for 2 reasons, and I'll just tell everybody what these reasons are. Legate and Nuga hear about a lot of stuff ahead of time, and the reason Legate hears about it is because he's smarter than me and he can catch me on things that I'm wrong about. The reason Mysterion hears about it ahead of time is because he's not as smart as me and he can catch me on things that I'm explaining poorly. And I assume neither of them have a problem with that explanation. So... Yes. Anyway, 10 out of 10's no notes. Yeah. I'm like, that's why they hear about things ahead of time. T-shirts. So true. All right. All right. Let me cut a clean intro for this so I can post it as a YouTube video tomorrow or tonight. Okay. So, ooh, I need to mute the music. No, I don't, because I've got the music on a separate track because I'm smart. Drink water. Oh, shit. I didn't get water. Okay, hold on. I gotta get water. Sorry, guys. Blame Legate. Okay. H2O for the health. Water. Drink. Okay. So, chat. Okay, hold on. Retake this. Actually take this. I need to actually cut this promo right so I don't look like an idiot when this goes out. I ought to pay more attention to politics. I almost live under a rock. Jacob Wiseman. You're good. I mean... Probably, but we'll be talking about it later, actually, with one of our regular viewers, Connor, and I will be talking about paying attention to politics, and we'll just be having a freewheeling chat about that later tonight, almost kind of podcast style. And I think some of you guys have talked to Connor in the Discord before, and he's really chill, and I think you guys will like that. So if you want to talk about participation in politics and where it's appropriate and how to participate appropriately, I'd encourage you to stick around for that. So, anyway. So, America's 250th anniversary is coming up. It's, I think, 40-some days away. And to celebrate that... Oh, I burped. Now I have to restart it. Crap. So, America's 250th anniversary is coming up. To celebrate that and to encourage you all to participate in the life of the church and in the life of your nation, of our nation. I'm going to be doing a big movement, not movement, but a prayer exercise with the stream, with the community here. And if you're a part of the stream, if you're a part of the community, if you've never watched before and you want to participate, I encourage you to participate. There's a Discord link that you can participate through. But what we'll be doing is we'll be doing 250 holy hours for the 250th anniversary of America. And every one of those holy hours we are going to list an intention for. And so when you go to do your holy hour, you'll take that specific intention to your holy hour. You'll pray your holy hour like you would normally pray, but you'll pray your holy hour as you normally would with the thing in mind that you are going to be doing. You're going to be doing it with the presence of mind that you're doing it either in thanksgiving, in petition, or in penance for something that America has done in its 250 years. And so we are going to, live on stream here, the community's already kind of started this, but we're going to go through and we're going to create 250 things that you can pray in petition for, in repentance for, or in thanksgiving for. And yeah, so let's go ahead and get started here. So This one is Thanksgiving. So this is creating the polio vaccine. And we'll be praying this one in Thanksgiving, obviously. So I'm going to insert one column left. Thanksgiving. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's a Thanksgiving. And so we can list things multiple times, right? So we could actually, let's insert a row. Let's insert a row below actually here. Let's do one for the Thanksgiving that we have of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let's do another here as a petition for the continuation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For inventing chemotherapy, that's in Thanksgiving. For the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that's a penance. I can spell. I think that's how you spell penance. I'm so tired. Is that how you spell penance? Chat. How do you spell penance? I'm so tired. Yeah, I spelled it right. Okay. Okay, I spelled it right. For closed captioning. Okay, that's right. I got it right. For closed captioning, we'll pray that in Thanksgiving. Defeating the Barbary pirates, we'll pray that in Thanksgiving. Mass killings of the buffalo, that's a penance. In reparations, so that's a penance. For the soul of Norman McCarthy, that's a petition. Helping save Domino's Pizza. Somebody else is going to have to answer what that is for me, but I'm not going to say that one's dumb because we're doing 250 of these guys, so these are going to get probably a little sillier than you think they are. So I don't want anyone to think that like your idea is too trivial because we're going to be listing 250. So there's going to be some pretty trivial stuff in here. And the whole idea is that we are being intentional about our prayer, not that we're praying for things that we think are important. For the Boy Scouts of America, let's do that one in Thanksgiving because it's a great organization. But let's also do another one here. Let's do another one here and let's do another one here in petition because they've kind of lost their way recently. Yeah. For preserving her natural beauty, that's Thanksgiving. And let's also do that one. Let's do to continue preserving natural beauty. And let's do that as a petition. For destroying her natural beauty, that's a penance. Oops, penance. Hello. For making the most free society, that is Thanksgiving. For not fighting for freedom's virtue, that's penance. For being a city on a hill, that's Thanksgiving. For pursuing peace at the cost of endless war, that's penance. For all the souls of past presidents, that's a petition. Petition. For being a sanctuary for the victims of the Irish famine, that's Thanksgiving. For creating the Continental Railroad, Thanksgiving. For creating the Intercontinental Missile, that's penance. For the nations we liberated, Thanksgiving. Nation we destroyed, penance. For the Revolutionary War veterans, that's petition. Civil War, petition. 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 For fast food. Now this is interesting because if it was fast food in the 50s, I would say we should do this one in Thanksgiving, but let's do it both actually. Thanksgiving, and let's do penance for both. Let's do that, huh? For motion pictures, Thanksgiving. Mass information, ability, and speed, Thanksgiving. The airplane, Thanksgiving. I didn't capitalize the T. Fast food is penance. I think it should be Thanksgiving and penance. Because it's an essential part of our culture, and whether or not it's like good now, I think we should give thanks that we have something unique of our culture. The Panama Canal, Thanksgiving. Policing international waters. I have no idea. Somebody answer that one for me. I can't tell you what to do with that one. Interstate highways, Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. Made peaceful transfers powered the norm, Thanksgiving. Making education massive available, Thanksgiving. Lowering the standards, penance. Making food available from every place and season. Hold on, just real quick. Hold on, just real quick. Do you see that, Mysterion? I just sent you a message. Or I just typed something into the document. Move off of it. I'm off. Didn't work. Okay, well, we'll just be careful. We'll just be careful. Don't say anything about that. We'll just be careful, huh? Making food available from every place and everything, Thanksgiving. Going to the moon, deep space satellites, Thanksgiving. The greatest support of those with special needs and human mystery, Thanksgiving. Abortion, that's obviously a penance. Chattel Savior, that's obviously a penance. For ending chattel slavery, Thanksgiving. Okay, now here we go, chat. Now we need to make more, right? So we got 200 to go. Policing international waters. What's up, Happy? For penance for offshoring labor, enabling modern slavery. There we go, that's a good one. Let's see. For becoming the evil empire we sort of destroy. I'm just going to type for becoming a force for global vice. Right, Happy says Domino's is Thanksgiving. For the American church's evangelization efforts. Okay. I'll go back and format all this post-stream too. Okay, then I don't need to worry about it. That's helpful. For Dr. Han, yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's take the great American Catholics. Let's just list the great American Catholics and go ahead and just type them all into Thanksgiving. Scott Hahn. Danny, remember the monuments thing, but let's do our great American Catholics. Father Mike Schmitz. Say Mother Cabrini. That's what I was about to do. I was about to say Mother Cabrini, and then we need Kateri Tekakwitha, Mother Angelica, Flannery O'Connor, in this one right here, can you type Kateri Tekakwitha or something? Kateri. Can you type in her last name right there, Mysterion, where I put the dashes? Kateri Father Ripperger. Father Ripperger. The North American Martyrs. Let's list them. Let's do, what were the names of the North American Martyrs? Somebody look up the different names so we can list them all. St. Elizabeth Ann Seton. Oh, you know what we have to list? Pope Leo XIV. That's a great thing. We've provided the world with a pope. Not every nation has gotten to do that. That is an amazing thing for providing the church. Pope Leo XIV. Not every nation has gotten to do that, and we need to be thankful for that. We need to be so thankful for that. I'm not typing that one in, Jacob. We're not gonna get any controversial ones in here. Like one of 10 countries ever to do that. It's incredible. We need to be so thankful for that. What were the names of the North American martyrs? Names of the North American martyrs. Yeah, can you just add them? Go ahead and add in a line for each one. Go ahead and add a line for each one. And starting where that blank line is, just go ahead and just pop them in. Yeah, put them all in right there. Just keep adding rows below that. Oh, okay, we'll just put them here. It's fine. We'll organize it later. We just need to make sure we don't skip any lines because we need to know that when we get to 250, we're at 250. You have the same Monster Energy drinks? Dude, White Monster is... Did America invent White Monster? Bro. For inventing White Monster energy drinks. That one's mine, by the way. Nobody gets to take that, all right? I'm claiming this right here. All right? I claim this. Who's pasting? I claim this, okay? I'm coloring this one right here. I'm coloring these cells. No, that is, I get to do that one, all right? I'm coloring it purple. Nobody gets to take mine. Fulton Sheen. All right, what is going on here? Are we putting all the martyrs in down here? So I got to put something else in here. Stanley Cup dominance. All right, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. We're putting in everything, chat. For baseball, dude, for bourbon. Yep. Bourbon. For baseball. For football. We're putting in for Fernando Mendoza, dude. If you don't understand why we need to give thanks to God for Fernando Mendoza, you should stop watching the stream right now. I don't want you watching. Go away. If you don't get it, go away. All right? Go away if you don't get it, okay? Unironically. For Harrison Butker, yep. I don't know who Father James Coyle is. Do you want all the martyrs in one cell? No. I want them separately. I want them separately. I want to give thanks to all of them. Because this is my last stream, I don't get sports. Did you get why we need to give thanks to God that he gave us somebody as charismatic and as fun as Fernando? All right, hold on. Hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. All right, this is getting confusing. There's Walker Percy. Oh yeah, Walker Percy. Okay. Okay. Can you guys start? Okay. I don't know who else is in here, but can you guys, if you've got all the North American martyrs in, can you move down so that I can work here without knowing I'm not gonna run you guys over? We should pray and petition for Tom Brady to return to the faith. That's what we should do. All North American martyrs are in. Sweet. All right, cool. We should pray for him to return to the faith. For Troy Polamalu. We should give thanks for Troy Polamalu. He was a great witness while he was around. I don't know how you spell that name. Troy. There it is, right there. Polamalu. 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 Palamalu. Dude, I got a new keyboard. All right, my muscle memory's off. And his hair. And his hair. So true. We're gonna be like little children and give thanks to God. All right. Okay, chat. I don't know who else is in this document. We're gonna hold on. Yeah. Bishop Barron. For Bishop Barron. Yeah. Okay, here's what the other thing we need to do. Okay, so we were doing saints because we got sidetracked, but we need to actually, we need to put, a Thanksgiving and a petition in for all of these people because none of them are perfect, and we need to give thanks that they are in ministry, and then we need to pray for their ministry. All right, so we need to go back here and we need to do both of these, all right? And this is not an insult to any one of them. It's just that none of these people are perfect. Any of the people who are alive right now. We need to pray for both. We need to thank God for them, and we also need to pray for their continued ministry. So Von Sheen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Everybody else who's in the document, move down to like row 150 or something, so that I don't lose my place here, because I'm having to look at chat and type, and I don't want to run you guys over or want you guys running me over while I'm multitasking here. All right. For Robert Frost, Thanksgiving. For airplanes, Thanksgiving. Petition for the soul of Dale Earnhardt Sr. This is not This is not a list about America if Dale is not on here. All right. I think that's how you spell Earnhardt. There's a D. I always get that wrong. Okay. Father Pine for Father Gregory Pine. Yep. Yep. Type it again. Thanksgiving. Petition. Norman Rockwell. Oh, the work of the life and work so true, chat. So true. I'm gonna pee real quick, chat. How are you going to run us over? You aren't driving a car. Well, I'm just okay. Hold on. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna go full cam. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay. Mother Natalia. Oh, we can add Mother Natalia. Okay, Mother Natalia's added. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. What's everyone's favorite thing that is American? Go. Yeah. Favorite thing that is American? For the founders, yeah. Good question. That's what I'm saying. I added White Monster. All right. Chicago pizza. Great thing to give thanks for. Chicago style pizza. Cardinal Sanders. Are you saying Colonel Sanders? The Pioneer Spirit. Great one. Did you mean Colonel Sanders, not Cardinal Sanders? Fried chicken. Fried chicken is great. We should give thanks for fried chicken. We'll roll Colonel Sanders into the. We'll roll Colonel Sanders in here, huh? The American Robin. Okay. Dude, this keyboard is a joy to type on. I cannot tell you guys. Oh, Virginia tobacco. Homegrown tobacco, yeah. Tobacco is a native to America, isn't it? Is tobacco in general, is the plant tobacco native to the it's native, right? Like it's wow, I cannot read that. There we go. Standard. Generally, history. Yeah, it's native. It's native to. We'll claim it. All right. For tobacco in general. Let's give God glory for that, huh? For our farmers, we should give thanks and petition for our farmers, actually. Pray for their continued health and success, but we should also give thanks for them. Yeah. For penance for... What's the word I'm looking for? Exploitative agricultural practices. Petition. The end of petition. The immigration crisis. Penance for replacing our native population. Hart-Celler. I'm typing penance for the Hart-Celler Act. And you can't stop me. For our families? Yeah, for every American family that watches the stream, yeah. Let's do petition for that, huh? Let's do a petition and a Thanksgiving for that. Thomas Edison? We didn't put Thomas Edison. Let's do Thanksgiving for Thomas Edison yet. The reason we're doing this, actually, the reason it's great we're doing this in Sheets is because if you start typing something and it's like already there, it's gonna find it. Isn't Edison the bad one? Should we prefer Tesla? We can give thanks for both of them. What's up, Alias? How you doing? Tobacco was what Mali and Congolese slaves were imported for? Okay. We did put penance for chattel slavery in already. Let's see. Are there any other American Catholics that we're forgetting? We should... Like, who's some people we're forgetting? Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. I'm trying to think of... I want to try to focus on... I think Twitch has a shadow band alias. I think that's what it is. Oh, you know who we've... Dude, this is embarrassing. Don't send this clip to Matt. John Wayne. Thanksgiving for John Wayne, yeah. Oh, you know what we need to do? Petition for all the Supreme Court justices. So, Chief Justice John Roberts. Petition. Justice Clarence Thomas, Justice Samuel Alito, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, Justice Neil Gorsuch. The conversion of Ben Shapiro isn't really like an American connected thing. I don't think he's like a big American figure. Oh yeah, we forgot Pam Buchanan. Hold on, let me finish the Supreme Court justices. I lost my place. Justice Elena Kagan, Justice playing in the 150 cells. Okay. Justice don't tell me. Sonia Sotomayor. Justice Kintagini Brown Jackson. I already put immigration in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. All right. And we want to give thanks for specifically Clarence Thomas and Justice Alito for being just the best. We love them. And we need to, oh, you know what we need to do? We need to add in a petition for the soul of Nino. For, dude, why can't, oh no, this is bad. I can't think of his name. For the soul of Justice. Japanese internment. Yeah, we need to put that in. Hold on. Justice Antonin Scalia. Yeah, we should put that in. And we should give thanks for the life for Justice Scalia too, because he was a great man. We need to do penance for Japanese internment. We're not going to put in penance for the Las Vegas Golden Knights. That's your opinion. Why is my music not working? Oh, there it is. What? Hold on. Is the music working? Omo Womany, thank you so much for following. The music is showing me that it is. The music is working. Okay, because it's showing me. Hold on. Omo Womany, thank you so much for following. The music is showing me that it is. The music is working. Okay, because it's. Okay, sorry. The music was showing on my. Streamlabs is having this glitch where the music, like the monitor for the music only shows up when I talk. Like it looks like it's mimicking my voice. Penance for forced integration. Yeah, we can do that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, we should give thanks for Judge Lawrence Van Dyke. And for Judge Eric Tung. Okay. Mother Natalia. Okay, yep. Okay. Thanksgiving for Teddy Roosevelt. For Richard Milhouse Nixon. Is it one or two L's? I always forget. One L. Patrick Buchanan. And we should pray petition for him because he's still alive. So we should do it twice. In Thanksgiving and in petition. I will put, no, I'm not going to put Joe Ford in. He's not like a significant great band figure. Who are great American authors? That's the one we need to think about. Frank Herbert for Dune. We need to give thanks for that. I don't know who Joyce Kilmer is. Oh, yeah. Thanksgiving for Charlie Kirk. And we also need to say a petition for the soul of Charlie Kirk. I don't know who Joyce Kilmer is. Walter Miller Jr. for Mark Twain, so true. William Longfellow, so true. Oh, for Shane, yep, we need to think. Both get 2 for Shane there. Oh, Lord of the World and Robert Hugh Benson. So true, we gotta do that one. I didn't know he was American. For some reason, it was in my head that he's English. I literally thought of that one. He's British. Okay. I was like, I literally thought of that one and thought he was British. So, I'm not insane. Oh, Cormac McCarthy. He is British. I didn't know we were still doing Americans. Well, we're not listing anybody who's not American. It's not just a general list. We're doing a list of things that we're thankful for and praying for or doing penance for about America for the 250th anniversary of America. Chap pushed my suggestion up. Trent Lorehorn. Oh yeah, Thanksgiving. Danny wants Spider-Man, and I will give him Spider-Man. He said it several times. I didn't know if it was a joke at first, but he keeps repeating it, so I know he's serious about it. So we'll give him Spider-Man. Oh, I got here late. All good. I'm quite he's already done. Fulton Sheen is on the list. I put petition for both of them. Oh, now we're down to here. We've got some good stuff in here. My taxes, space. I think, did we not do space exploration already? Hold on. Going to the moon, deep space satellites. All right, those are separate enough. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna tell whoever's here to move down again, please. Move down to 200 now, please. Who is this? We're not gonna list every bishop. Who is this person specifically? We're just not gonna list every bishop. I think there's too many dioceses for that. Alright, hold on. Mysterion, can you click the share button and make me the owner of this document? There's too much going on in here. I can't. There's too much going on. Braga is venerable? Okay. Well then we'll put venerable in front of him, but I'm gonna, while we're live, I'm gonna revoke everybody's access here. Cause I got too much going on. There's 4 people in here now. I'll let you keep yours, but you need to text me your Gmail, okay? I'm gonna keep you and Mysterion in it, but yeah, Mel Gibson should be Thanksgiving for Mel Gibson, yeah. Gonna revoke everybody's access for a second here. Accept ownership. Accept. Okay. Anyone with the link is a viewer. That's what we're doing. Okay. Now, I'm gonna have to get. It will show your name if I share it. If I share it to you by email, it will show your name. And I can't share it to you by link because it's anyone with link. So, Dorothy Day. Yeah, we should put Dorothy Day. See suggestion box. Okay, hold on. Let me open Discord. Yes, Legate, it will show your name. I'm not gonna share. No. Okay. I'm not going to share it to other people right now. Everybody can be a viewer, but I'm just going to be the only one typing it in. It will show people's name. Oh my gosh. It will show people's name if I share it to them directly. Belladonna. I was actually trying to think of Belladonna earlier, so let's do that. Okay. Malachi Martin. That's a penance. If we're putting Malachi Martin in, we're putting him in as a penance because he has caused a lot of problems. If we put him in, it's a penance. Yeah. Probably shouldn't be handing out emails. Nope. Not going to be handing out emails. So, our intelligence capability is all 3. Our military is all 3. Okay, yeah. So, I'm going to say something, and I know there are more things to give thanks for. There are more things to give thanks for, but we have a lot of thanks in here, and we've done a lot of bad things. So I would like to, unfortunately, list some more things we need to do penance for, because I don't think we have enough penances in here. After I put in the ones I've already said I'm going to put in. So I said... our military here. I put in mass immigration. I did put mass immigration in. Killing of strikers. Oh, is that the Cold War? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about the Cold War? Not just the Cold Wars. There's a lot of instances of it. Okay, that's fine. We'll just list it in general then. Oppressing the worker. Burning down churches. Is that a thing that happens a lot? If it's like happened once or twice, that's one thing. But if it's happened a lot. Okay, I said there were some other things I would put in. So I'm going to put those in while you guys think. One of them was Bella Dodd. And Dorothy Day. Yeah, it happens a lot in France, but this is our American list. There we go. It's happened enough? Okay. Alright, it's happened enough. That's fine with me. Alright. Planned Parenthood v. Casey. Obergefell. I don't know how to spell Obergefell. Obergefell v. Hodges. I got it right. Congrats to me. Let's pray. We're not going to pray penance for school shootings because those are not the fault of America in general, but we will petition for an end to school shootings. We can list for the babies. We've listed it in different ways, but honestly, we just can't list it enough. Sorry, I didn't see it. Did you put overthrowing governments for corporations? Oh, yeah. We did do that a few times. Kind of neat that we can, very bad that we did. There's a lot of things like that. For Nintendo America, yes, it is different, and we're okay. I appreciate it, Purgative, but we're trying to focus on penance because I can just look through here, and this is mostly Thanksgiving, and I want to be thankful for America, but I also want to make sure that we do put some effort into at least thinking about what we did wrong. Hollowing out of small towns. It's okay that it's silly. We should be thankful for silly things, but I want to make sure that we give equal thought to things that we need to do penance for. Yeah, for covering up. Really, crimes. For sure. Oh yeah, penance for muckraking in the American media. Penance for feminism, yep. Penance for gay race communism, I'm putting that in. Somebody's having a fire, dude. Oh, somebody's having a fire and I can smell it. Oh, penance for, yeah. Industrialized surrogacy. Maybe we can just say for ditto torture's fake and cringe and doesn't work. Torturing, yeah. Penance for the victims of American. We'll just put that and just throw them all in there. Penance for the KKK, yep. Oh, penance for the burning of the South. What's the thing I'm thinking of? There's a name for it. Somebody's march. It starts with an SH, I want to say. Crap. Sherman's March, yep. Yep, thank you for that. Sherman's March. Yeah, penance. Yep, for sure, for the blood of the Civil War. Trying to think of other Supreme Court cases that I know we need to do penance for, because I know there are a lot of them. I'm gonna do a dumb thing. Yeah, we put Roe in for sure. Miranda. Are we really defining Miranda as like a liberal win? That's so dumb. Okay. Climate alarmism? Yeah, we could put that in. That's kind of on us for sure. Yeah, we put Hiroshima and Nagasaki in. Oh man, my earbuds are wigging out. I need to get new earbuds. I've been kind of avoiding it for a while, but I think I should probably actually bite the bullet and buy, since I use these earbuds on stream every week, I think I should probably bite the bullet and buy some like actually studio monitor earbuds, to buy the Shure SE 215s. It's the ones. Hello, Zach. Penance for the bombing of Monte Cassino. Did we do that, or did the British do that? We were somewhat complicit. Okay, I didn't know that. What's up, boys? Sorry I missed the start of the stream. Got a hike this morning instead. That's fun. Let's put in petition for... Well, we put in petition for the souls of... for an end to mass shootings. For an end to school shootings. Let's put in a petition for the souls of victims of mass shootings. Let's put a petition in for the victims of 9/11. I don't think 9/11's in here. I don't know how we got this far and didn't put 9/11 in. And we should put a petition in for the souls of the victims of the Oklahoma City bombing. Petition for those who hate America. Yep. The Boston bombing. Yep. Petition for the souls of the victims of the Boston bombing. The fireman at Butler. Oh yeah, Corey Comparator. FBI, CIA, ATF. Hold on. John Newman and St. John Henry Newman, are they... Is he American? No, John Henry Newman was American. Was English, not American. So, yeah, St. John Newman, though. John Henry Newman lived in America? Did he really? I think you're thinking of John Newman, who's a different guy than John Henry Newman. Oh, returned to England. I don't think he ever lived in America. Yeah, you're thinking of John Newman, not John Henry Newman. Spelled differently. Oh, penance for James Martin? Yeah. On the James Martin. Let's see. All right, petitions, things to pray for here. Let's do some petitions. Nobody put in, I assumed you guys had already put it in before I got here, but nobody put in an end to abortion. What just happened? There we go. Justice. I'll just put in justice for abortion. Everybody can figure out what I mean by that. It's probably in Discord, not Sheets. That's probably what happened. Probably got put in there. Let's pray for the souls of everyone who has every enemy combatant let's pray for that. Did I type it wrong? Oh, I did. It's a new keyboard. I keep saying this. It's a new keyboard. My muscle memory is off. Petitions. Things we need to pray for. Brand new keyboard, yeah. Dude, this keyboard rocks though, guys. This is the Keychron K4. So it's a 96%, so it has a numpad, but the arrow keys here are shoved all the way over. The arrow keys are shoved all the way over, so the 0 is a regular key size. So I get my numpad, but I get a compact keyboard, full travel, brown switches, full size, not low profile, full profile, brown switches. It's a great keyboard. I've wanted it for a really long time, and because I got to publish my first op-ed this week, I thought I would get myself this keyboard I've wanted. That's a more pleasant typing experience. So yeah, since I'm going to be writing and typing more, I figured I would get myself that. So. Maybe it becomes a tax deduction in 2077. Hopefully. I'm making that into a little dude right now. It's the Keychron. Hold on, I'll read you the exact model so you can do it. K4. Keychron K4 96% happy. If you go to their website, you'll see it. Keychron K4 96%. Okay, there we go. Okay. How high do I want this? Okay, there we go. Petitions. Petitions, 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 petitions. Petitions, petitions, petitions. For Washington, D.C. For New York City. What's up, G Snickle? Yeah, balanced American budget. We should put that in. Philly. St. Louis. Hold on. Chicago. San Fran. LA. Cincinnati. Oh, actually, unironically, yeah, we should put in obesity. Pittsburgh. Steubenville. I'm putting Steubenville in. Try to stop me. Indianapolis. Okay. About to sell it to Israel and go buy G shekel. It's pretty funny. Obesity. The obesity epidemic. Penance for the obesity epidemic. Dallas Fort Worth. For the USCCB. Penance for the Latinization of Eastern Catholic Church in America. What? See Bishop of Ireland. Penance for the role. There you go. You want Delaware? We'll put in Delaware. We'll put in Delaware for you. Penance for Theodore McCarrick, yeah. Penance for factory farming, and a petition for the end of factory farming. We already put in we put in penance for exploitative agricultural practices, but I want to specifically call out an end to factory farming. Yeah, penance. Petition. I don't know. Oh, gosh. Microplastics is such a weird one. I'm going to type it in and let you guys argue over it in the Discord, and whatever you decide is what it is, okay? I know it's a P. It's a P. You guys figure it out in the Discord, and then Mysterion will put it in later, okay? This is for the plants and... yeah. Also, just so you guys know, and Mysterion, so you know, I'm going to change everybody but Mysterion's access to this to commenter, so you can suggest edits. So when you come in here to mark this green to say, like, I did this holy hour, that way you can only change, like, you can't change anything without it being approved by one of us. Fluoride also just gets a P, and you guys argue over that, all right? You guys argue over whether or not we, like, how conscious it was. Do a poll right here? No, I want you guys to argue it over it. I want you guys to actually think about it. Salud. I'm gonna pee again, sorry. Not really, I'm not gonna apologize for having to pee. That's a weird thing to apologize for. I don't have to apologize for having to pee. Stop making me feel like I have to apologize for that. You don't have to apologize for your device dying. Cardinal Toddley, kind of a weirdo, isn't he? He's not American. Toddley is Filipino. It's American. We're making a list of things about America. Petition and penance for microplastics? You guys have to argue over it. I'm not letting anyone put it in until I see argument over it. Until I see actual debate happening, I'm not letting anybody change it. I want there to be actual debate to think about it. Because it's actually a legitimate question. Oh, I spelled it flower-eyed. It's a legitimate question whether it was... No, that was just me being stupid. Okay. All right, we have only like 20 some to go. Okay, I don't know what is happening here. We are making a list of 250 things about America, or that are American, that we're either going to do, that we want to pray in penance for, pray in petition for, or give thanks for. And we are, as a community, going to do a holy hour for everything on this list before July 4th to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America. 250 holy hours for the 250th anniversary. Penance for pollution. All right, we got 50 left. All right, we got like 20 some left. We need to be sure, chat. We gotta think here, okay? We gotta start thinking. Like, we need to make sure we're not missing anything significant. All right. We need to make sure we're not missing anything significant. All right, so let's take a timeout. Petition for the end of IVF. That's one we missed. That's one we missed. Father James Edwin Coyle, who was murdered in Birmingham, Alabama by the Ku Klux Klan. We'll pray for his soul. I don't know who that is. Okay. 1920s Art Deco. That's a thing we missed. That's a uniquely American style that we should give thanks to God that existed. Art Deco. For sure. Great shot. Great things. Did we miss anything? Did we miss anything? Ted Nugent. Penance for contraception. There we go. Petition for the end. Penance for SSRIs. Yes. Now we're going, chat. This is stuff I'm talking about. Not just, they're okay. Normalization. Or penance for the mass use. For the for the abuse of SSRIs. That's what we'll go. In parentheses, as a society. We put surrogacy down. We did put surrogacy down. Let's do petition. The taking children from the home thing, I think that falls under surrogacy, but let's do a petition for all orphans in America. Let's do a petition for all the orphans. For sure, we want to do that. Did we not put any food things in? Hold on. Fast food. Those are the only things we have. We don't have barbecue in here. We don't have barbecue in here. No, we don't have barbecue in. No, we need to put barbecue in for sure. We need to give thanks for barbecue. We did put fast food in, yeah. We put fast food in. Penance for marijuana culture and normalization. Oh yeah, penance for let's do a petition for that. And let's do petition for the end of sanctuary cities. Yeah. It's a good one. There we go. That's a good one. That's a good one. Do we have any music in here at all? Any music? Guys, we have no music of any kind in here. We need to give Thanksgiving for... I'm not putting Bob Dylan in. Or Michael Jackson. I mean... Thanksgiving for, like... I'll put penance for Taylor Swift in. Dang near. Penance for rap culture. You guys all know what I mean by this. Thanksgiving for... I'll put in Thanksgiving for Frank Sinatra. Now that's what we're talking about, all right? Frank Sinatra, that guy deserves his own line. Thanksgiving for John Philip Sousa. Thanksgiving for Dean Martin. Born and raised in Steubenville. I'm going to make this the Rat Pack, though, because we're running out of lines. Penance for American evangelicalism? Yeah. Penance for Mormonism? Dude, yeah, we need to do, yeah, that. For sure. Yeah, for Mormonism. Yep. Don't know how we missed that, but we did. Penance for Scientology. Yep. I don't want to give James White his own line. I don't want to give James White his own line. Penance for new atheism. Yep. I'm gonna put it in quotes because it's like it's its own movement, and I think that it should be in quotes so it's clear what we're talking about here. Thanksgiving for Tom Cruise movies. If we have space, but I really don't think we have space because we have 5 left here. Were we the birthplace of the new atheism? I feel like we were. Let's do Thanksgiving and penance for Hollywood. We already put movies in, actually. So let's go back and find that one. Yeah, Thanksgiving for motion pictures / Hollywood. Wage slavery is... I don't think that's uniquely American enough for me, to be frank, to put it on the list. Let's do 5 Thanksgivings for the last 5. Let's try to keep it split up here, huh? We already did airplanes. I think somebody already put taxes in. Somebody already put taxes in. Cowboys, we put the pioneer spirit in. Cars, we don't have cars yet. Penance for cars. Penance? Yeah, penance for automobiles, destroying all over the world. Yes. Automobiles have been a net negative on society. Unquestionably. It's not, it's objective. Automobiles have been a net negative for society. Objectively. Automobiles have been a net negative for society. No, objectively they have been. There are good things about them, but automobiles have been a net negative on society. We did not invent trains. Britain invented trains. Like, this is a philosophy thing that's kind of an aside, but like, oh, penance for John Brown. Yeah, penance for John Brown. This is a philosophy thing that's kind of an aside. I thought you'd say penance for car seeing is how you know Mark Barnes. Well, also, I don't drive. I ride my bike everywhere. I'm not doing a poser bit. Like, I actually hate cars. The faster travel gets, that's more like when you have an individual mode of transportation that's so fast, like it actually forces, like it causes communities to become less centralized and destroys them slowly over time because they're atomized from each other. Paradoxically, by speeding up by increasing the speed of possible connection, you actually paradoxically destroy the things which can be connected because they're spread out and further from each other. And so the physical distance, while it may not be noticeable at first as a problem, it spreads out until eventually you have an atomized, distant thing which ought to have been close in human scale. Instead, it's the scale of the machine instead of the scale of the humans which it's supposed to be serving. I mean, and like that just doesn't happen without cars. That's obviously a net negative on society that is immeasurably and incalculably terrible. Like, John Brown and John Browning are different guys. I'll give you Thanksgiving for John Browning. John Brown is a different guy. You should look up John Brown. What about motorcycles? It's an automobile with 2 wheels. I mean, seriously. I already got Pope Leo in. I got him. What's the line? What do you mean, what's the line? I said John Browning originally. Oh, I may have seen it and just read John Browning. I hope one day you can escape from society to a plot of land or so, 5 or so acres, that day you will say, thank God for cars. I don't think you've read the history on what the cars did to those plots of land that were 5 acres and away from the city. They actually ended up atomizing the farmer from his land and from the people in the city. Nobody knows who Mary Pickford is. I appreciate the suggestion, Happy, but nobody knows who that is. We got 5 left. We got 2 left here because I already filled in 250. So there's 2 left here. We're not gonna, yeah. I know you grew up on a farm, but you didn't grow up on a farm before automobiles. There's extensive research on this and extensive historiography on it that shows that the automobile and like the automated tractor caused the farms to be worse. Thanksgiving for the bald eagle. There we go. That's a big one we missed. We already put space exploration in. Ah. Now, Legate has listed one that we need. Legate has listed one that we need. Cecil Calvert, Lord Baltimore, founder of the only Catholic colony. Yes. Did we do the flag? No. Here's the problem. No. We're done. And the last one is Thanksgiving for you guys. Because I don't exist without America. And you guys don't exist. And can't be here to have fun and learn to and get to be together. All of us doing a cool thing here. So, yeah. We are done. I'm coloring this one purple as well. I have also reserved this one. Okay. Purgative sneaks in at the end. Huh? He can join? What's going on? I don't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. Recap. How does this work? Okay. So, you guys, there is a wouldn't this segment be a fun video release on July 4th? We'll do a recap on July 4th when we finished it, but this segment is going up before July 4th, so hopefully people will pray. Okay, guys. We're finished with this. When you do one of the holy hours, all right? So let's say you come in and you do the holy hour, okay? You're going to come over here. And you're going to go how do I get into commenting mode? Insert comment. Okay. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to insert a comment, and I'm going to say done / done dash. And then you're going to put the date right here. Okay? And when you do that, Mysterion or I will mark this green, and everybody will know that that is done. All right? That's what you're going to do. Everybody has commenting access. You do not have editing access. Since I was late, please tell me there's Thanksgiving for God. It's not just for cool things. It's for things that are American or are only exist because of America. All right? That's we're doing only the point of the list is things that are American or only exist because of America, and we're doing penance, petition, or Thanksgiving for them. So, do not add something to the list. All right? I know that you guys will have, some of you will have things that you will like, this isn't on the list, I want to pray for this. That's great. You can do that. Pray for that thing. Don't put it in here. We're not going to mark it off. We'll delete the comment, okay? We need to, for the sake of organization, use these 250. Otherwise, we're going to get lost, okay? So, if you got something else, that's great. You should pray for that thing that God put on your heart, okay? But don't pray for something else and then add it to the list and be like, oh, I'm contributing, we're going to replace it. Because we're not, and we're also not going to go past 250. Are we going to do this for the 300 anniversary? You know, when I'm 77, if I'm still around and still kicking, then probably. But here you go. All right, so you're going to come in here. You have commenting access. You'll click the thing. You'll put done and the date you did it, and you'll move on. And then that's all you're going to do, and we will edit it. The goal here is to pray 1 holy hour for all of these things. All right, you go to adoration for an hour and pray for this thing. Right? Let's say you go. I'm going to go to adoration, and I'm going to sit for an hour, and pray in Thanksgiving for St. Lawrence Seaway. All right, I'm going to sit for an hour and pray with the intention of praying for penance for high taxes. All right, if you want to pray in Thanksgiving for automobiles, God puts that on your heart, you should do that, but don't add it to this document. All right, if only 10 of us do 1 holy hour a day, we will be finished in plenty of time. This shouldn't be hard, okay? This will be very easy. All right? Any questions? There are 44 days to July 4th. Yeah, we should be able to finish it in plenty of time. 5.6 holy hours a day. Easy clap, chat. All right? Only 5 of us. If 6 of us mark 1 off a day, we'll be done. Who reserved Thanksgiving for White Monster? That was me. I did that. The 2 reserved ones are mine. I'm praying those. Okay? It's summer vacation for me, bros. Easy. Well, you're also not allowed to leave the house right now, so that'll be less easy for you than you think. Maybe easy in a week or 2, but yeah. All right. Questions, comments, concerns. Things you feel the need to shout into the ether. Okay, Legate has said a thing that is true. If you can't leave your house, you should pray in your house. Please don't go to adoration. Mark it. If you're going to mark something off, we're doing holy hours, all right? In adoration, an hour of adoration. It's an honor system, so I'm going to believe you guys. But please, if you're marking it off, what you're saying is I went to adoration. I sat in, I know not everybody has access to adoration, but I sat in a church with the physical, like, even if you're just praying to the tabernacle, that's fine, okay? Even if you can't get to adoration, that's fine. Just I sat in a church where Jesus is physically present, all right? Shots fired outside the White House. Again? White House on lockdown.
Only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Yep.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Yep. Oh my gosh, I'm never going to get through a stream on Saturday nights because somebody keeps trying to kill the president.
Only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Why did it take her that long to react? That's insane.
President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two.
Wait, hold on. Count the shots until she reacts, unironically.
That President Trump has said a deal is close,
One,
only for
two,
the
three.
two.
Hold on.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
She got there's like 8 or 9 gunshots before she was like, oh, what? It was like 8 or 9 shots. That's insane. It would take me that long? Okay, well, I'm in Steubenville. It takes me 1 pop to go. It literally takes me 1 pop to be like, pulling it, getting ready to go. You know what I mean? I don't deal with gun violence. Slow mode viewer. Slow mode view. This is America. That's a normal sound. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like fireworks in America, I guess. All right.
As you could see, a little bit blurry, but as you could see, these are various people, I assume news agencies, reporters, producers that are essentially running after hearing those gunfire. Shortly after that, you see various Secret Service agents storm and push people out to safety. Chris, give us a sense of what that moment was like, hearing that possible gunfire and then moving towards the direction that Secret Service was pushing you towards.
Right. So as Alex, as soon as we heard the gunshots, everyone kind of just froze like, wait a minute, are those gunshots? And then immediately we just ran for it, and the Secret Service simultaneously cleared everybody. And because it's a Saturday night, it's not as busy as it would be on a
mods. Make him listen to Thick of It.
With all the network reporters and photographers. So it wasn't as busy. Maybe there's 24 of us right now in the press briefing room. But
a little bit blurry, but as you
The keyboard dude is in Discord. I'll look at it when we finish here.
Is weakening. Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Bro, stop worrying about the wire. Dive. What are we doing worrying about the headphones? Hit the ground. Hit the ground, dude. The IRGC had detailed plans of Ivanka's house. Yeah, of course they are. They aren't trying to kill journos, though. I mean, yeah, but they're not exactly great at they're probably not great marksmen. $20 to 30 shots. What was the name of the guy who tried to assassinate? I don't remember. Already don't remember. Secret Service snipers are now reportedly visible on the White House roof. All right. Why is my algorithm not giving me the White House shooting? What the fuck are you doing, Twitter? Per Fox, Gudman is down. Okay. Pop me that link in a DM. Pop me the link. White House on lockdown after apparent shots fired near Executive Mansion. White House is on lockdown after as many as 30 shots were reportedly fired Saturday near Executive Mansion. Correspondents heard multiple shots fired near the Eisenhower, near the EOB. The U.S. Secret Service was heard telling reporters to get down before the press were ushered into the press briefing room in the West Wing. Secret Service agents were seen on the grounds with their weapons drawn. Hours before the alleged gunfire rang out, President Donald Trump announced his administration was close to finalizing a deal to end the war with Iran, noting he was in the White House Oval Office. Okay, well, that's not super helpful. Didn't J.D. Vance leave for Ohio earlier this week? Yes, but then he was rushed back, actually. J.D. was rushing back, like speeding. This is 6 hours ago, but this is 6 hours ago. This is unrelated. I want to be clear. He was planning to go back to Cincinnati, but that was his motorcade returning to D.C. earlier today. Yeah, there's supposed to be some huge deal with the Middle East that they were going to announce tonight. BB's apparently pissed because he's being excluded. What do you mean? I was told that he's controlled. Dude, I don't want to see this. Dude, the Twitter algorithm is fucked. White House shooting. Critical foreign policy decisions need all hands on deck, including the VP. So true. That's incredibly true. Especially when the VP is actually your domestic policy expert, which is the case with JD. You need to know how it's going to sell to the American people and that wing of your base, which is true. The X marks the confusion. Yeah, unironically, X's algorithm sucks. I get on X, I immediately search White House shooting, and then I refresh my feed and I see 0 posts about the White House shooting. You would think maybe I might be interested in the White House shooting right now, and it would show me some posts about that maybe, but it can't, like, it won't do that. It sucks. It's terrible. Instead, I was getting like the Alpha Fox account that I thought I had blocked, but
it also sounded like 1.2 guns going at the same time, though again the details are fluid and are unconfirmed, and we have heard from initial
House. Moments ago, several shots were heard at the property. Details are few, but CBS's Aaron Navarro is there and was outside at our live shot location when all of this happened. Aaron, what do you know? And we obviously saw that you were there being told to get down immediately.
Jerika, from where I was in the press tents outside the White House, you could hear about 20 to 30 gunshots.
Per Mike Davis, per law enforcement, you can just... Okay, yeah. Give me that link, Mysterion.
What seemed like outside the White House grounds. It also sounded like 1.2 guns going at the same time, though, again, the details are fluid and are unconfirmed. And we have heard from initial law enforcement reports that it happened at the 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue intersection.
Just tuned in. Any news? Yeah, there was a shooting at the White House.
Which is right beyond.
I have one account here. I'm going to work to confirm that in a second.
The building for staffers at the West Wing, known as the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. We could not see the shooters as we ducked down, but we did start to see Secret Service roam the north lawn of the White House as they yelled at us to get to the press wing and get inside. Currently, the White House is under lockdown. There is a Secret Service agent right outside the doors to the press briefing room, and you can see some of them start to roam the north lawn of the White House today. But this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
That's right, Aaron. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, there have been a number of attempts, obviously, on the president's life. I know there's been a...
All right, we don't need more of that. I don't care. That's just not new information. You're just filling time. Okay, Nick Sodor. Let's look at this real quick. A gunman fired at the White House multiple times with a firearm, causing U.S. Secret Service to affirm fired gunmen. Taking out shots. Fox reports yet another gunman trying to get the president. I don't... So this is the EEOB. This is the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. Okay. Wait, why did that last shot cut off? That last shot is the most interesting one. Is this guy not carrying a gun and flashing a badge? Is this not like a plainclothes officer patrolling with a badge and a gun? Why are we showing that for 2 seconds, for literally 1 second? That's... What's going on there? That's... I mean, I would like to see more of that shot. That seems like the most interesting shot in the video. Why is it the one that takes the least amount of time? All right, we've got this report. I don't know if this is true or not, but we've got this report. Secret Service shoots 2 men outside the White House, 17th. It's 2 men, so we'll see if it's 2. 2 men is interesting. What was even the shooter's plan? It doesn't look like it was close to President all. People shoot at the White House sometimes. You know, they're insane. They just say like, "Oh, I'm going to shoot in the general direction of the White House and hope I kill someone because I hate them all." They just want to kill you, chat. They just want to kill you. Just it's not complicated. They want you dead. Hey, look, that's my boss. Looking good, Tony. I don't know if you're going to see this or not, but you look good. Chances Cameron didn't find last angle relevant. I mean, he probably didn't, but it's crazy to not find that relevant. Corner of 17th and Northwest. Yeah, so they're up here. Secret Service taking down gunman on west side of White House after he fired multiple shots. So the Secret Service says he's down.
Something like this, I always start to check in on the security situation at the White House. But this is what happened around 6 o'clock this evening. I'm told that a gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House.
All right, time to pull up maps. Make sure I don't flash my personal information here. New York. All right, west side. Where is he saying it is?
Came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17.
There's a planned air attack on Kiev per intelligence. Not sure what happened to their forecast. No flashing bat. Huh? I don't know. How is the Kiev attack relevant? Do we have a name? No.
Kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House.
Kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House? 14th Street is east of the White House. What? 14th Street is east of the White House. So he must mean 17th. This is the Oval. I mean, gate 17 would have to be like here. Is there a West 14th Street? This is 14th Street Northwest. The numbered streets go up in this direction. Nah, this is, yeah. I mean, the closest you could get would be like here. Like, this is probably the closest you could get. I mean, if you're trying to shoot at the Oval Office, like, and they were west of the White House. They're shooting at the Oval Office west of the White House. I mean, yeah, you would have to, like, I mean, or if you were shooting in the direction of the West Wing, you could be like here, right? Because here's the EEOB, and then like the White House is all the way up here. right? This is the EOB. You'd have to be shooting like in that direction past the EOB, or maybe you're like up here. I guess you could be like over here. He could be like up here. I'm just trying to figure out where he was. Doesn't make any sense.
And came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was, but he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off. And they apparently took the gunman down. Now, sometime in this gunfire exchange, a civilian on the street was struck by this gunfire, and we do not know the condition of that person right now. But the important thing to know is that the gunman who came up with the pistol and was taken down by the Secret Service, and we don't know his condition right now, but he never got inside the perimeter of the White House. And this is according to a senior administration official with direct knowledge of what went down at the White House this afternoon. This was right around 6 o'clock Eastern time.
So, Chad, so if I'm hearing what you said correctly, this was somebody who was just firing in the direction.
Dude, why would... Yeah, so it's just some like crazed person
of the White House?
It was something that the Secret Service obviously perceived as a threat. Obviously, we're told that gunfire.
Somebody shooting within sight of the White House. They perceived it as a threat. Wow, breaking news. Thanks. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Somebody shot a gun off within sight of the White House, and the Secret Service decided to shoot back at him. Breaking news.
Apparently,
I'm ordering KFC. Breaking news. I'm ordering fried chicken for dinner. I mean, it's not as bad as Caitlin Collin asking that question, because Tommy Laren's just trying to figure out if the guy, like, what if there was a possible way to know the motivation based on the guy's actions, and the answer is like, no, there's not. He's just fucking insane. But it is pretty odd to just like, the phrasing is just like, you know. The phrasing is second screen viewing news people, right? Where it's like, oh, you're probably second screening this, so I'm gonna say the thing again, just to repeat it, which is pretty common, but yeah.
Was directed toward the White House. If you get toward the west side of the White House, and we're trying to figure out precisely where this was, you have the old executive office building, now called the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is kind of a big complex if you're working from west to east toward the White House. So we know that he was firing in the direction of the White House, and this is the preliminary report from someone who's very senior and would have direct knowledge of this information. Again, a lot of people in town. There was one source.
So he's just shooting in the direction of the White House. Is the stream black on anyone else's screen? Did I get popped? No, you're good? Okay. Okay, refresh. It looks good on the dashboard side. I would refresh. I'm not thinking we do it as a cultural thing. I think only government officials should be armed in D.C. It pleases your tolerance for civilian weapons and crime. They actually tried that, and that's a landmark gun case that got struck down. It's not a good idea. You don't want to do that, because what you're in, the implication of that politically is that guns are a danger to all people, and that you only care enough about DC to make that a law. It's an open door you don't want to have passed. The real solution is that you just start arresting every liberal in the country, because they're all violent. They all use violent rhetoric and call for people to kill the president. Like the solution to this isn't a gun problem. It's fucking leftists need to go to jail. Like I'll say what I said after Charlie Kirk got shot. I'll say what I said after, every Trump assassination. Every leftist in this country who has ever said, "Oh, it's a good like I'm sad he missed," or like anybody who's ever been like, "We have to get rid of the president," or called him a Nazi and then said that we have to, use force to get rid of Nazis, just send them to fucking prison. I don't give a shit. Just get rid of them. No one should live in DC. It should be an office park only. No, people should be able to live in DC. We should be able to have a peaceful, beautiful national capital. We should just arrest fucking leftists so we don't have to live with them because they're terrible people who deserve nothing.
The question to me earlier, even before we had this information, there's a lot of motorcyclists in town for the Memorial Day events. They always come for this time, and people thought it might have been, motorcycles backfiring or something like that. There's quite a cacophony of that, but this is clearly some.
Oh, there was a bunch of motorcycles around, so that's why they all took so long to react. They thought it was motorcycles. That checks out.
Someone who came up and was firing at the direction of the White House, and the president, of course, is at the White House today.
Bro, White House lockdowns are no joke. Nobody's even allowed to give you guys a description of a White House lockdown. Everyone in that building cannot leave the room they were in when the lockdown started. All right? The White House isn't locked down as in nobody in or out. It's like, oh, you happen to be like in somebody's office to say hi to them. I hope you have fun talking to them for the next 4 hours because you're not allowed to leave that room. Oh, you happen to be in the hallway? Where's the nearest door? You're going in that room, and you don't get to leave for 4 hours. What if the room has a window? All the windows are bulletproof. There is not a single piece of glass on the White House, especially in the West Wing, that is not like somebody would have to get a 50 BMG rifle with a line of sight to the White House to have a chance at breaking that glass, and then it wouldn't break. It wouldn't. Like it's the most bulletproof glass. Yeah, you're in the bathroom. Hope you really had to go. You're in the bathroom for 4 fucking hours, dude. Are the windows microwave proof? Yes, they are. What's up, Lou? Lou Blanc, hello. Yeah. Oh, the best place to be when the White House gets locked down is unironically wherever the president is, because at least then you get to move around, because wherever they move him to, you're coming with him. So at least you get some scenery, right? That's the best place to be. If they decide to move the president to the bunker and you happen to be in the Oval Office, you're going with him. Build the Three Gorges Dam out of the windows of the White House. It would be more secure than what it's built out of right now. Yeah, if you're in the Oval Office, right, and you're with the president, they can't. The people who would be the Secret Service agents and the personnel who would be normally assigned to guard the Oval Office need to move with the president. All right, which means that you now would not be safe there because they're going to move all the personnel who would normally be assigned to whatever room the president was in with the president. So you would be unsafe there and also unsupervised. And the purpose of a lockdown is to have eyes on and protection on every person in the building. So you're going wherever he goes. Swap over to Kick since the video stream on Twitch was broken. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. Can't figure it out, honestly. Like, wherever, if you're with Donald Trump, wherever he's going, you're going, right? Considering the speed of evacuation of people at the recent attempts, I'd argue being with the VP is better. Well, it's just because the VP's personal detail, like the VP and the president both have personal details, and like the president's is much larger, and so they move slower naturally. I mean, that's just an operational like accident of having a bigger detail for the president instead of the, you know, and the VP having a smaller personal detail. Like they react quicker. They also have less resources, so like they don't have the time to make a decision on whether or not to keep him. Like the only decision is to move him. So also they probably have different standard operating procedures. That's the thing, because Trump is so like chill, and arguably a little too chill about how often people try to kill him, that I would guarantee you that the Trump's personal detail has different standard operating procedures, because Trump is probably a more difficult protectee than Vance is. Yeah, Trump is also 40 plus years older, so the idea of moving him quickly is a way different, like it's a different exercise. Yeah. Like Vance is literally a Marine vet. Yeah, Vance is literally a Marine. Okay? JD Vance is a Marine. The idea that the guy they're protecting, who is literally a Marine in his like 40 years younger than the other guy, is going to move quicker. I saw people being conspiratorial about that. And I was like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, one of them's a Marine in his mid 40s, and one of them's a real estate mogul in his 80s. I'm supposed to like act shocked that the Marine in his 40s was able to move quicker. The Marine in his 40s with a smaller, more lean detail moved quicker. Bro, kill yourself. You're retarded. None of you guys. I just mean the people acting like it was some like conspiracy theory they needed to uncover. Like, what are you doing? Get over yourself. Get over yourself. You guys are being idiot. Like, get in the rocket-powered wheelchair, Mr. President. It's that. It's the scene from the second Johnny English movie, where he's in the wheelchair with the 3 speeds on it. The jowls on Vance make the former Marine required. He's not as out of shape as people seem to think he is. He's lost a significant amount of weight since 2016, when the pictures they like to throw around. I'm retarded? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You might be. We're all a little retarded. I'm kind of retarded. Oh, U.S. Secret Service Office of Communications. Here we go. We're aware of reports shot fired on 17th Street in Pennsylvania. Okay, it's shots fired. It's 17th in Pennsylvania. Where did I say it was? Where did I put it? 17th in Pennsylvania. Where did I say it was? 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Okay, I was pretty close. It's right here. So the guy was shooting to that direction. So he probably came up here and shot in this direction. Yeah, I would bet you he's shooting in this direction. Yeah, 17th was what I thought. All right, 17th and Northwest. Okay. We're working to corroborate the information with personnel on the ground. Additional information will be provided as it becomes available. All right, I need to open their account in a new tab. That's what we need to do. Okay. Yeah. There is a... Say what we will about anything, I'm a sucker for the Secret Service being able to completely shut the White House down in 30 seconds. Yeah, it's awesome. Why are all these people trying to assassinate the president, acting like, I mean, isn't he particularly small target, but all his attempts to miss somehow? The only one who's ever had a clean shot is the guy in Butler. That's why it's a miracle. None of these other guys have even gotten within, like, gotten a line of sight on him. Like, one person has had line of sight. Otherwise it's just a bunch of dummies. It's just a bunch of like mentally insane people who are trying something they shouldn't be and were never had a chance to in the first place. Like, it's just delusion, to be honest. Like the one retard who just ran into the diner and got shot. Yeah, that guy. I mean, there's a bunch of them. They're not particularly bright. They're not particularly bright. They're not bright. Bethel Park Butler kid at one time, an idea where he lived. Yeah. I mean, they're just like, none of these people are bright. They're just like idiots making, like thinking, oh, I might have a shot. And maybe if I shoot in the general direction of the White House, I'll get lucky and the president will be outside. Like, that's literally what's going through these people's heads. They're not bright. They're really dumb. Oh, here we go. I got another video. Yep, okay, that's the one I wanted to see. Why did you stop filming? Okay, well, they did have plainclothes officers out patrolling that immediately were like out on the street flashing badges and getting everybody to move, which is interesting. What about all the time travelers I keep hearing about trying to assassinate him? Bro, if it's time travelers... Yeah, okay. If it's time travelers trying to assassinate Trump and not Adolf Hitler, Trump's going to do something really crazy that none of us see coming. I once had the American military point rifles on me because I filmed an embassy, lol. Yeah. But don't. Were you filming an embassy with an actual camera? Because that's what it is. Actual cameras are security risks. They won't even let you take them to presidential rallies. They're not sending their best. IMO, like a tenth of people in DC should be playing clothes. I mean, you should probably have a lot of them. I mean, you should have like 5 on Pennsylvania Avenue at any given time. You can't say it's not a possibility. Yeah. I mean, I can. I don't think time travel is possible. Like, theologically. I don't even mean physics. I just don't think it's theologically possible that time travel is real. My face when nose so congested I can't smell my strongest fragrance. Haha, get wrecked. Hey. It was with the phone. I was walking on FaceTime. A friend by the FIA headquarters around the corner was the American Embassy, and they pointed a rifle at me and wagged their fingers. So I showed them a middle finger and put the camera down, lol. You should not antagonize the American military. We do things, all right? We have done things. Monkey to man evolution is also not real. I don't believe in that either. No, I don't think it's anthropologically possible. In fairness, the U.S. generally doesn't shoot snarky moniscas. Yeah, we normally don't do that. But just as a rule of thumb, don't antagonize the United States military. As a rule of thumb, don't antagonize the United States military. It'd be the funniest way I could die? No, the funniest way you could die was slipping on a banana peel and hitting your head. That's the funniest way you can die. Looney Tunes style, bitches. I took a funny photo at the White House. That's interesting. Funny how? Funny like I'm a joke to you? Bro, Levi making new noises over there. I heard a guard on the microphone tell me to stop being an idiot. Yeah. Bonk effect dot wave. Yeah. Biden's. I'm trying to find. I did want to die via banana peel or die via running into a pane of glass. Is so true. Or you step on a rake so fast and so hard that you like hit your own head so hard it just. I've had funny interactions with the Italian cops. I mean, yeah, but they're Italian cops, right? Like, I'm talking about the American military, guys. Yeah, the Italian cops. What are they going to do? Oh, I'm on my 5-hour lunch break. Are you asking me to arrest someone? Nah. Like, bro, I'm not scared of Italian police officers. Anvil falling from a high place and you become an accordion. That's a pretty good one, too. I mean, that's a funny one as well. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a funny one as well. Italian military, I'd be concerned, but Italian police officers, who gives a shit, dude? What? Cope about it. Did you guys know there's a place in Poland you can go as an Airbnb that's on the land of a CIA black site where they tortured innocent people? Dude. Flashbang. Fun fact, flashbang. Ah! I got flashbang by a fun fact. Whoa. All right, my food's about to pull up, I think. I personally wouldn't risk booking that one. No. Mods retreat win. I'm not leaving Steubenville, Ohio. I don't want to travel. I don't want to go anywhere. People should stop asking me to go places. If I can't get there on my bicycle, I probably don't want to go. All right, my food's here. I'll be right back. Thursday's not a world walker. Yeah, no, that's kind of an understatement. I'm not a walker. That's the end of the sentence, honestly. Thursday, do some push-ups before you eat. Dude, please, no. All right, I'll try it. But I'm probably going into push-up debt tonight, dude. I got tendinopathy and shin splints, so we'll find out. We might have to move most of these. Any more push-ups tonight after this 10 is getting moved. Ugh. No, go away. No, you can't have any. Okay, I got through 10. I did get through 10. There's no more in the tank. Anybody else redeems push-ups tonight, I'm going into push-up debt. You're getting it next week. Anybody else redeems push-ups tonight, you're getting it next week. No. Back up. No more in the tendons. There's no more in anything, honestly. My body is shot. I rode up and down Sunset Boulevard like 5 or 6 times this week. Five or six times in the last like 4 or 5 days, honestly. In the last 4 days, yeah. Yeah. I bet some car would do you some good. A car would mean I was contributing to the breakdown of the community. Lou Blanchett redeemed drink water. All right. Here's the water. Cars are modern woke transportation. So true. Cars are woke. Do you bike to Pitt? No, I don't leave Steubenville, Ohio. I don't leave. I don't leave. I don't want to leave. Nothing in your city is cool enough for me to go there. Nothing I don't want to go anywhere. Everywhere you think you need to go that's like further than you can get on a bike or walking from your house is either should be within biking or walking distance of your house, and therefore you are like living in a state that proves that cars have moved things too far from you, or you don't need to go there. It's always one of those two categories. Stop. No. Go away. Have you seen the Tyler Oliveira videos and messing with and calling out pickpockets? No. Haven't seen that. Going to the UK made me a lot more live on public transportation. The problem with public transportation is that the public is on it. The public, all right?
Some people think God...
Public transportation is changing consumer habits. All right? That's the problem with public transportation. The problem with public transportation is changing consumer habits. What about a pickup truck for carrying tools? That's a specialty tool. That's a specialty case. An exception makes bad law. If you have to go to an exceptional case to come up with a reason why a thing is like good for everyone, you're proving that it's not good for everyone and that it should be used in specialty cases. My entire country's walkable in 3 hours to get wrecked on walk maxing. Yeah, it's based. True. Fact check true. Fact check true. Bro, did he do a Rosa Parks episode? No.
When you challenge
the Matt Walsh Rosa Parks episode,
what have become the most sacred myths in American history, the myths that provide the foundation and rationalization for leftist ideology, particularly the myths of the civil rights era, people are going to come after you. And I knew we were going to be attacked in dishonest and personal terms the moment we launched my Real History series. What I didn't quite expect, but probably should have expected, is that the most aggressive attacks, many of them, would come not from Antifa types, although we got plenty of that, but from people who think of themselves as natural enemies of the left, these self-described free thinkers, conservatives, libertarians. It turns out that when you tell the truth about American history, you make a lot of enemies very quickly. And today, as comprehensively as I can, I'm going to respond to these people. Now, this is not merely an academic historical debate. This is a battle that we simply need to win, unless we want to see another 60 years of anti-white racial discrimination and violence in this country. It's a battle we need to win unless we want another 60 years in which white men are punished for the alleged sins of their ancestors, leading to mass opioid deaths, suicides, bridge collapses, airplane crashes, substandard medical care, and the general decline of every aspect of daily life. This has to end. And it has to end right now. In order for it to end, we have to start with the truth. So on that note, here's a clip that has now received millions of views and tens of thousands of replies on social media. It's a short segment from one of our shows last week that was posted to X by an account called Wall Street Apes. And here it is. Watch. The Rosa Parks story you were taught in school was fake, too. This was not just some woman on her way home from work. Civil rights leaders thought Parks would make a sympathetic face for their lawsuit and then told her, a longtime NAACP volunteer, to create a situation where she'd be arrested. This gets sold to the public as totally organic when actually it's play acting to create ideal conditions for a court case or scandal. The iconic photo of Parks on the bus was staged months after the incident as part of a press campaign. The white man sitting behind her in the bus photo was a journalist, which you probably didn't know. Now that is 30 seconds. It's not the entirety of what I have to say about the subject. I did an hour-long monologue last Monday about the myths surrounding the civil rights movement, plus an hour-long history special, which itself is only part one of two. And the point about Rosa Parks, which I flesh out in more detail in our...
Thank you for going and praying a holy hour. That's awesome. I wonder if they've always been treating them according to the content.
Our last Real History episode is part of a larger point about the civil rights movement. The point is that you have been fed a lot of lies about the movement itself and the people who led it and how they led it. You've also been fed lies about the ultimate impact of the Civil Rights Act and its legacy. My goal is to correct the record and tell you the truth for no other reason than the very simple reason that the truth matters, period. Now, the point about Rosa Parks is not the most important point. I never claimed it was. It is my critics, of course, who've decided to glom on to this 30-second bit and pretend that it's the entirety of my case because they're too afraid or too dishonest or too stupid to engage with the whole argument. Now, all that said, I have no intention of back.
Maybe I'm retarded, but does it really matter why she did it? The whole point was to protest against segregation. I didn't really assume it was organic or whatever. It does matter because the majority of Americans assume it was organic. And if because truth matters. If the story if you feel the need to lie about the story in not in like opinion or like but in actual history books, like when they teach this in American history classes, they tell students it was organic. They fully just straight up lie about it. So are we going to go over Massie, Burchett, and your first op-ed? Yeah, we'll go over it. We'll go over it. But after I finish eating, I'm eating. I can't do them both. I can't do it while I eat. We did the 250, and then and then Trump got shot, so we had to back stuff up. And now I'm eating. Yeah. Yeah, even and Legate is a teacher, and he says that even conservative curriculum, they fully lie about it, and they say it was organic. They just lie. And so if you say, hey, this is an organic thing, it's kind of based to just wake up and be like, ah, yes, I can melt down the justice system by sitting on a bus. If your entire lawsuit would be won by sitting on a bus, no, because like the idea, because if it's staged, then, and it didn't happen first, like she had to wait for, like she had to try it several times. I'm sure he'll get into this, but she had to do it for days before she got asked to move. Like, she had to do it for days before she got asked to move. So the whole thing is like, wasn't that big of a problem. And instead of like saying, oh, this happened one time in a few days, they phrased it as if it was the first time that she had ever done it. And it was a totally organic thing. That's a complete lie. It's substantively different. And if the reaction from liberals in America to telling the truth about it is you're a racist for telling the truth about this, then they are proving that they are not concerned with truth and history and therefore should not be trusted in anything at all.
Backtracking, certainly no intention of apologizing for what you heard in that clip. As a factual matter, everything I said was true. You can pull up a typical history textbook, including textbooks and resources published by the largest textbook publishers in the country, and you will not be told the full story about Rosa Parks. We'll cycle through some images from these books on the screen right now. Every single one of these history textbooks fails to mention that Rosa Parks was a longtime activist. One of them simply describes her as a seamstress. That is indeed the whole story that millions of school children have been taught for generations and which have been immortalized by Hollywood and the media. The story is that Parks was an unassuming seamstress who sat herself down in the whites-only section of the bus one day, tired after a long shift at work. She was arrested, and suddenly this meek and mild woman became the organic spark that set off a movement that changed the world. It is just a fact that this is the story taught by our mainstream institutions. It's also a fact that that story isn't entirely true. It fails to mention that she got arrested on purpose as part of a larger movement of which she was a formal participant to galvanize public support and change the law. It fails to mention that the iconic photograph of her on an empty bus was staged. It fails to mention that she was a radical who was a regular attendee at Communist Party meetings for years. It fails to mention that she attended the Highlander Folk School in Newmarket, Tennessee, which was a school set up by a major labor union to train agitators. And it fails to mention that, in fact, months before the Rosa Parks incident, another woman, Claudette Colvin, was arrested in Montgomery when she refused to give up her seat for a white passenger, but her story was not used as the same kind of rallying cry because she had an out-of-wedlock child and was judged to be less sympathetic as a result. Now, these are all facts about Rosa Parks. Do they mean that she was an evil person or that segregation was good? Do they mean that the tactics were unjustified in this case? Do they mean that Rosa Parks ought to have just sat in the back of the bus without complaint? No, obviously not. And if you interpret my statements that way, then you are willfully obtuse or unwillfully obtuse, but certainly obtuse in either case. And whatever the reason for your obtuseness, you are not suited to be involved in adult conversations. The point about the facts is, first of all, that they are facts. And they are facts that have been deliberately withheld from millions of Americans. Now, sure, the facts are available to anyone who wants to go find them. It's not like I had to go searching in an ancient tomb in the jungle somewhere like Indiana Jones to uncover these hidden secrets of history. The facts are out there for anyone to discover at any time, but they are not a part of the story that the school system generally tells, and they are not a part of our popular conversation about Rosa Parks or the civil rights movement generally. I do want to mention one thing, somewhat as an aside. Although I am obviously not demonizing Rosa Parks, as I've been accused of doing, or attacking her, denigrating her at all, really, it's interesting to notice that the very idea of someone allegedly attacking her is so repulsive and offensive to so many people. Meanwhile, some of the greatest heroes in the history of mankind are regularly.
So he's correct about this. If your reaction to someone saying she's a liar and a communist who staged this is you're attacking her and therefore are a racist bad person, like, then you are you have, like, why does she matter, right? You're just a leftist. If that's your reaction to that, you're a leftist, whether or not you call yourself a conservative. Like, it doesn't fucking matter if you say, I'm a conservative, I vote for low taxes. Like, nobody gives a shit. Shut up. Like, if your reaction to, ooh, here's the truth about Rosa Parks is, you're a racist and a bad person. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Get off. Like, are you high right now? Go away. You're not getting any food. Surely if segregation is bad, then her being actively fighting against it and winning is good. Define segregation and then define private or public segregation. How's dinner? Pretty good. I'm finished. I'm going to watch a couple more minutes of this video before we move on. But yeah, no, like, I'm saying more from a theoretical view, not any policy, that if we just assume it's wrong, then she did better. Yeah, I don't think you can assume that it's wrong, because you would have to, her action, like, the means can't like the ends can't justify the means, right? So because the thing we view as the kind of Jim Crow segregation that was wrong was ended kind of by her tipping the first domino, doesn't mean her action was good. Because her action, she didn't want to just end segregation. She wanted to start a, like, racial class warfare to overthrow, like, to have, she was a communist trained agitator. Her ultimate goal was to make America more communist. And that's bad. So her action was bad. Like, if I say, like, hey, I want to, like, what I want to do is, like, end women having agency in society and make them all slaves. Like, my end goal is actually The Handmaid's Tale. And then I do something which happens to cause the end of abortion. Like, the action I've taken is not good because my intention was to do an evil thing. This feels classic American history where any actual action could change things is tip X'd out. It just happened accidentally, as if the ruling class would let change things nicely by asking. Well, I mean, the civil rights movement was not asking, and it wasn't peaceful. It was violent, and there were riots. I mean, the same way there were in 2020. And the fact that the media is already trying to rewrite 2020 is all the proof you need that happened. So, but yeah, like Rosa Parks, just because her action caused a good thing to happen doesn't mean the action was good. That's consequentialism, right? Like, I'm not a consequentialist, so I say that whatever her intention was defines her action. If Rosa Parks' intention was to make America like a race communist society, where black people rise up and kill white people, or I don't know if she was black people rise up and kill white people, but if she's a communist and she took that action with the goal of furthering communism, then the action is evil. Like this is not this shouldn't be controversial at all. Like if you are a communist and you take an action specifically so that communism is furthered, then what you have done is evil. It doesn't matter if there are consequences that you didn't foresee happening that end up being good. You did an evil action. Like, it doesn't matter that segregation ended up ending in Jim Crow and certain things that were bad about segregation and Jim Crow ended up ending, and that was good. What matters is that Rosa Parks' intention was to further the communist agenda, and that's evil. Therefore, she did an evil action. Also, it matters that she intended to lie to cause these ends. She intended to lie, right? The left don't care if she's a communist. Well, I agree with you. Or why she did it. I agree with you. That's why I'm saying I don't think we should let them have political agency. Yeah, I fully agree with you. I know they don't care. So I'm fine with saying that those people don't deserve political agency because they're unconcerned with truth or with just action. They're only concerned with winning whatever they want, right? And the only reason I'm like, my politics is defined by winning. I want to be clear about this. My politics in 2026 America is defined by winning. The best thing that can happen is that I can win and my friends can win. I'm be real clear about that. The only reason I feel that way is because I've been forced to feel that way by my enemies who have decided they want to kill me, and their win condition is me and mine dying. Like their win condition is the president dying, right? I don't think it's good to define, like, it's an objectively good state. It's an objective good for your only win condition. Like, the only condition for what you decide to do is to be winning. But when you're faced with an enemy who acts that way, you really don't have another choice. And pretending that you do is just the same thing as laying down on the ground in front of tank treads. Nothing ever changed from peaceful protest. I mean, yeah, that's objectively true. Yeah. I'm not. Who does it benefit to pretend that peaceful protest works? The masses who are too stupid to realize that violence is necessary sometimes. I'm not advocating violence. I'm just saying that violence is necessary for certain things in society to happen. Like, it's a precondition. I'm not saying it should be. I'm not saying it is, like, you should do it. I'm just saying that historically, it's a precondition most of the time. It isn't the left who really benefit from that. Yeah, it is. Because the left has convinced the right, especially in the West, that they can win through peaceful protest while they don't engage in peaceful protest. And the media, which is owned by the left, the media, which is owned by the left, lies about it and pretends that it was peaceful. So the left has a monopoly on violence to further their ends while they've convinced the right that if they yell long enough or talk long enough, that, like, it'll just happen naturally and peacefully. The left want more radical change to the left, which never happens. That's objectively incorrect. Every major cultural and political movement move in motion in the last 150 years has been leftward, except for the fall of the Soviet Union. In every other case, it's been leftward. Every single one. Nothing has happened like on a major scale in any country in the last 150 years that hasn't been left. I'm trying to say there's a radical, dare I say, centrist view that benefits. No, the centrists don't benefit because the centrists want nothing to change. The centrists are the ones who want to like go back a little bit to the 90s. Like the only people who benefit from the pretending that the civil rights movement was some peaceful thing which accomplished good ends and nobody had any bad intentions is the leftists. And the reason they benefit from it is because the media lies about it and says that it was peaceful. Franco in Spain was arguably not so left. Okay, Franco, but like the opening of economies under Deng Xiaoping in China was a rightwards lean. No, I don't think it was. Like that's a leftward economic lean. Economic liberalism is a more free economy. They're more control. That's like a controlled economy is a right of center accident of communism, which is necessary. Like that's still liberalism. Like laissez-faire Lockean liberalism, like that's still liberalism. And just because like the control of the economy shifts from being the state to like the market, like that's a lateral move. It doesn't move it in any left. Like it doesn't move conservative. It's just like within the left.
Demonized, denigrated, slandered, defamed, their monuments defaced, torn down, in some cases set on fire. So Rosa Parks may not be even mildly critiqued. Her myth must not be questioned to the slightest degree at all. And that is according to the very people who at the exact same time are pissing on the ashes of the men who literally built Western civilization. And that should tell you something. Now, anyway, back to the textbooks. One of the textbooks calls Parks an NAACP member, which is obviously underselling her role in the organization. In truth, she was elected secretary of the Montgomery branch of the NAACP. Edie Nixon, president of the Montgomery NAACP branch, had told her to contact him if she was ever arrested for refusing to comply with the bus's segregation rules.
Bro, come on. What are we doing? Like, this is so obviously. That's so obviously, like... Okay. Anyway. All right. We'll do the actual things on the schedule now while I keep an eye on Trump assassination stuff. But first, Levi is dancing, so I'm going to take him outside. He's doing the potty dance, so... For what it's worth, Lou, I don't think there's a single right-of-center regime in the world. I think there are right-of-center leaders, but the regime and the regime types are all left-of-center. In the developed world. In the developed world, there's not a single regime or regime type which is right-of-center. Levi, you can go outside? Levi. Do you need to go potty? Can you go potty? I think also the Iran war is over, by the way. The shooter's dead. Yeah, I saw that. I think the Iran war is over. By the way, I've seen some stuff today that suggests that it was they've negotiated and are just finalizing. I went to confession today, guys. It was great. You should go to confession if you haven't been. Go to confession. It's good for you. You'll feel good. Take your medicine. You feel better after. It's not always fun to do it. Really? Yeah, I do think it, like, the president missed Don Jr.'s wedding today to negotiate. Quote from Trump's Truth Social. I am in the Oval Office at the White House, where we just had a very good call with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman. Yeah, okay, whatever. Star Wars name, 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 Star Wars name. Concerning the Islamic Republic of Iran and all things related to a memorandum of understanding pertaining to peace. An agreement has largely been negotiated subject to finalization between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and the various other countries as listed. Separately, I had called with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, which likewise went very well. Final aspects of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, this and the fact that J.D. Vance got rushed back to the White House today makes me think that they might have actually done it this time. Also, the fact that it seems like Benjamin Netanyahu was on a separate call and not involved probably means that it went a little smoother. So, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't there to ruin the negotiation by being a total dipshit. And also, Stephen Chung is calling... Stephen Chung is calling the former Secretary of State a dumbass on the main timeline. Like, Mike Pompeo is saying, the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes' playbook. Pay the RAGC to build a WMD program and terrorize the world. Not even remotely America first. It's straightforward. Open the dam straight. Deny Iran access to money. Take out enough Iranian capabilities so it cannot threaten our allies in the region again. Overdue. Let's go. And then Stephen Chung, who is the assistant, like a senior assistant to the president. He's director of communications, which if you don't know what director of communications is, he's the guy who's the boss of the press secretary. So this is Carolyn Levitt's boss. All right. So he's the guy in charge of messaging for the White House. He's out here on his silver checkmark Twitter. And Mike Pompeo, for those of you who don't remember, is the former Secretary of State. Okay. So Mike Pompeo has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He should shut his stupid mouth and leave the real work to the professionals. He's not read into anything that's happening, so how would he know? So it seems like something might actually be happening because the White House communications director is calling the former Secretary of State expletives, which is so funny. Yeah. So there you go. I think it might actually be over now. Anyway, let's get to what we were supposed to talk about tonight. I will keep lay Twitter open in a tab up here. I keep getting signed out of Twitter. All right. I will keep lay Twitter open up here and refresh periodically. And hopefully, if there are updates, I will see them. Yeah. Okay. So, that's not the tab I want that to open in. I am opening the links. We will be talking about Thomas Massie. Let's talk about Thomas Massie. Well, I'm missing a link, so I got to go back into my browser history real quick. Just go through this. I got to find this link. You have 1,000 points? You don't have to do it. You don't have to. I know you think you have to, but you really don't. I promise you, you don't need to do it. You have 2.4 thousand. You have 2.4 thousand points. What do you even get for 2,500? You don't. There's no 2,500. You got me with that one time like 3 years ago, and you still try it. So, all right, chat. So Thomas Massie lost his primary. He lost his primary. And the question is, did Thomas Massie lose his primary because Israel and AIPAC said, make sure Thomas Massie loses his primary? That's the question. That's the question. Now, here's the thing. If you're going to say yes, you have to come up with a reason why he has been smoking people in the primary up until now. Because AIPAC has been donating against him in his primaries for a long time. He said this on Tucker well before he even got in a fight with Trump. Years ago now, or over a year ago now. He said that AIPAC spends a bunch of money against him and always spends it on his primary opponent. So why did he not lose then, right? Here's the other question. Here's another important question. Where did his money come from? Thomas Massie didn't get money from AIPAC, so where did he get all his money from to run this campaign? Well, let's start with that one, because that's really easy. So, according to the Kentucky Lantern, and this is December 9th of 2025, there was a super PAC supporting Rep. Thomas Massie has won crucial backing from the Republican mega donors. A man has the wherewithal to offset millions of dollars of that Republican President Donald Trump is trying to raise to beat Massie in the spring primary election. Jeff Yass, who recently indirectly gave $1 million to a PAC. All right. So this $1 million is not the only thing. He gave more since this article was written. Okay. Jeff Yass gave lots more than that. So let's look up Jeff Yass. Let's see. Jeff Yass. This is Jeff Yass. Now, Jeff Yass was born in Queens, New York City, and grew up in a middle-class Jewish family. So here's the thing. Now, here's the thing for Rep. Massie and all of you Massie supporters. If it was the Jews trying to stop him from being elected, why was his biggest donor, the Jews and money that came from outside Kentucky? Oh no, which for the record, I do oppose outside money, especially outside from states and in party primaries for congressional districts. I do oppose that. But here's the thing. If it's bad for those guys, you're going to have to come up with a reason why it was okay for your guy to get money from a Jewish guy named Jeff Yass. Now, here's the thing. Yass supports Rand Paul. That's interesting. Jeff Yass supports pro-Israel causes. Billionaire trader Israel Englender sponsored Yass to get a seat on the Philadelphia Stock Exchange. He's a foreign contributor to the Colette Policy Forum. That's interesting. Yass was indirect rather than personally approving. That's not how it works in America. The money has to go indirectly because there's a personal limit cap. A personal donation is you write a check to that person. Jeff Yass wrote a check to the PAC, which was specifically supporting Massie's primary against Ed Gallerin, Trump's candidate. Okay, well, he got a bunch of money from a Jewish guy who happens to be a Zionist. But AIPAC's been donating to Massie's primary opponents for years. Okay? Here's the one I want to talk about, all right? 2020. All right? 2020. Here's the 2020 Kentucky 4 primary results. Thomas Massie wins 81% of the vote. AIPAC gave a bunch of money to this race against Thomas Massie. Here's another thing that happened. You might not recall. In 2020, Trump attacked Massie, calling him a, quote, third-rate grandstander. Now, here's the thing. Massie, on this case, did the right thing to force them to come back for a vote on a COVID-19 package was the correct thing to do. Trump didn't like it. Trump wanted to force it through. Trump fucked up on COVID. Everybody fucked up on COVID. All right. Most people fucked up on COVID. Massie didn't. This was a good thing Massie did. This was a bad thing Trump did. Okay. Well, I can say that. I'm comfortable saying Trump made the mistake here. Massie was in the right here. But here's the thing. Trump didn't endorse him. Trump specifically was opposing him. So how did he win? Well, he was representing what his voters wanted. Now, I know this might be complicated for some people, but you generally lose elections when you stop representing what your voters want. So 81 to 19 in 2020, 75 to a spread 25 in 2022, 75 to a spread 25 in 2024, and then all of a sudden, 75 points down to 45 points. That's a 30-point swing. That's a 30-point swing. Now, should there be outside money? No. But if it's Trump's fault, he would have lost in 2020, and if it's AIPAC's fault, he would have lost any of the years he's ran in a primary before now. And he wouldn't be taking money from Jeff Yass. Seems like maybe Thomas Massie lost because he didn't represent what his voters wanted. Now, here's the thing. You can say it was Epstein, and it might have been partly Epstein. But you know what it really was? You know what it really, really was? What it really was Thomas Massie voted against the one big beautiful bill. Now, if he'd voted against it because of the things in there that he didn't like spending, he might have been okay. But the problem is, Thomas Massie specifically said when he voted against the one big beautiful bill that part of the reason he voted against it was because there was too much immigration funding in it. Too much funding for curbing immigration and immigration enforcement. In the year 2026, Thomas Massie explicitly said he cared more about balancing the budget than about immigration enforcement. You can agree or disagree with that point, but the voters of Kentucky disagree with that point. The voters of Kentucky's 4th District voted for Donald Trump to do mass deportations, and Thomas Massie made it explicitly clear on Twitter to all of those voters that he opposes that. So, was it AIPAC? Partly it was AIPAC, because Edgar Allan wouldn't have won without some AIPAC money. But if that was Thomas Massie's principle, he wouldn't have taken money from another Zionist. Was it Epstein? Probably partly was Epstein. Because I bet there were some people who gave some money because he was opposing Epstein. Yep. But you know what it primarily was? What it primarily was that Thomas Massie opposes the things his voters sent him to D.C. to do. And he refused to even have a conversation with them about it. He refused to have a conversation or to compromise at all. Nope. I'm not willing to give up anything. And that's an unreasonable way to behave in politics, especially in national coalition politics, which is what the United States operates under a lot of the time. It really just not going to be that to explain 30%? Yeah, it can. It can. Because if you go look at the polling breakdown, the only demographic Massie led in was like 18 to 29. And the 18 to 29 demographic in Kentucky, in the Kentucky Republican Party, is going to be the smallest demographic. It can be that. He opposed the things that they wanted done in the 2024 Trump second administration. That's what he opposed those things. He didn't just oppose them. He didn't just oppose them. He told them he opposed them. That's going to make up 30%. Yes, in American politics, that is going to make up 30%. Absolutely. Now, is that going to happen without AIPAC funding? No, because the AIPAC funding helps Ed Gallerin inform voters that he's opposing those things. But the reason that they did it wasn't, I'm doing it because I love AIPAC. No, the reason that people voted against him wasn't, I love AIPAC. I love foreign money in my elections. The reason they voted against him was because he stopped voting for what they wanted him to vote for. And that's his fucking job. That's his job, dude. Trump said, this guy's in my way. Those voters in Kentucky are more loyal to Trump than they are to Thomas Massie. Yeah, they spent a bunch more money. Okay. Yeah, they informed voters. They told the voters a lot more. They spent a lot more money. Yep. They spent a lot more money. I agree with you. They spent a lot more money. The voters didn't vote against him because they were like, I love AIPAC and Israel. No, they voted against him because he specifically said, I'm opposing Trump, and they like Trump more than they like him. This is not rocket science. If you want to win in the Republican Party in 2026, you have to like Trump. You can't be explicitly calling Trump a pedophile. The voters like him more than they like anybody else. The Republican voters as a collective. Okay, but why doesn't Trump like him? Because he called him a pedophile. And there's no evidence of it. Even Elon retracted it. He's been a problem for years. He never votes yes on anything he will not compromise when the Republicans want to do something. But as soon as the Democrats want to do something, if he can get one thing he wants, he's willing to compromise. He's more willing to compromise with the Democrats than he is with the Republicans. This isn't rocket science. Is it Israel? Yeah, they don't like him because he doesn't like Israel. But the main reason he lost the election, the main reason the voters voted against him was because he never votes yes on this stuff. Not 96% of the time. No, that was the 2022 thing. 71. And 96% of the time counts things like congressional, be it like a congressional, memorandum that's like, we recognize so-and-so as a nice guy, and those votes are counted as yes votes in 96% of the time. On the important things that voters sent him to DC to do, he votes no more often than he votes yes. I don't care about be it resolved that da-da-da-da-da. Who cares? Be it resolved, blah, 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 blah. But when you get on Twitter and say, I'm not voting for this bill because there's too much funding for immigration, after that's what Trump won the election on, yeah, that counts as vote. That no vote counts for 20 yes votes. That no vote literally counts for 20 yes votes when you say, I'm voting against this because it's too much money to the thing you want to spend a ton of money on. I don't care about the raw numbers. Oh, he votes yes 96% of the time. Dude, you have to be intentionally dense to that's okay, I'll use a baseball analogy, all right? The big debate about the robo-umpire in baseball is, but the umpire gets it right 80% of the time. Or the umpire gets it right 90-some% of the time. Okay, but a bunch of that counts everything that's straight down the middle. But if you only count the things on the outside where somebody actually needs to decide, is it in or is it out? MLB umpires get it right less than 50% of the less than 80% of the time. Their accuracy goes down by 20-some%. Those are the ones we care about. The ones on the outside that we need the umpire to tell us if you're getting those wrong. Those are the ones that we should be counting. We shouldn't be counting the ones that are obvious. Why are we counting the times Thomas Massie voted yes on? Be it resolved that Joe Schmo is a really good guy who did a good thing. Nobody gives a shit. Shut the fuck up about that. But when it came down to, hey, we want to spend a bunch of money to enforce immigration laws because immigration is out of control in the United States, Thomas Massie went, no, I don't want to do that. That's when the vote counts. It doesn't count when it's going to pass anyway. Nobody's denying that Israel is a big influence and that we don't want Israel in American politics. Nobody's denying that. But to pretend that he lost because the Jews did it is low IQ bullshit. When he got out and he said, hey, the most popular issue with Republican voters, I'm actually against that. You don't lose 30% on this. You're not, no offense, you're not American. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yes, you do. You do. And you know how I know you lose 30% on this? Because Trump was a nobody who everybody thought was a joke. And then he got on a debate stage and said, I'm going to deport everyone. And he won the primary. He won the primary against the people that everyone else wanted to win. He was like, Trump literally did win on, I'm going to deport everyone. He went from like 2% in the polls to like 40% in like 3 weeks in 2016 because he kept saying, I'm going to deport everyone. Yeah. Literally, yes, you do win 30% on that. How many voters would say why? Do you want to see it? Because there's actual polling on this. I have this polling. I actually have it in a tab open for another project I'm working on. I can pull this polling right now. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Here's the 2024 election. And it's split by how important percent of registered voters who say each is very important to their vote in the 2024 presidential election. Immigration is the second highest issue to Republican voters. Look, it's the economy and then immigration. In 2024, they voted for Massie. Well, after 2024, Thomas Massie said explicitly that I care more about a balanced budget than immigration. Here's another one. I'll find it. Here, I got another one. I got another poll. Where is this poll? Here it is. Thomas Massie's opposing the war in the Middle East, right? And he's all about opposing the war in Israel. I oppose those things too. But here we go. To all Americans, not just Republicans, immigration outranks those things. Immigration outranks all of those. Foreign trade and the trade deficit. This is Thomas Massie's signature issue. It got less than 5%. This is last month. This is a month ago. They do this polling every single month. This isn't April 2026. This is April 26th of 2026, right? This is December 26th of 2026. What do you think the most important problem facing the country is? Thomas Massie's quintessential issue is foreign trade and trade deficit. It got less than 5%. Less than 0.5%. Sorry. A star is less than 0.5%. Here's Thomas Massie's signature issue. The signature issue, the deficit, that he says is the reason he wouldn't vote for immigration funding. I have no degree in political science. I can tell you that if you get on Twitter and tell your voters, I care about this, not this, and don't come up with a reason beyond, trust me, bro, you're going to get fucked in the ass in an election. The policy swing doesn't track with the percentages. Yes, it does. You're not an American. You're wrong. Every single look. Okay, I got the exact same thing I was talking about for look. Top voting issues for in 2016, immigration is third, tied for third. Top voting issues in 2018. Immigration tied for third again. Top voting issues in 2020. Ranking above third again. 2022. Immigration, second in the Republican Party. 30% swing in the Republican Party in America? Yes. Yes, absolutely. 100% of the time. 100% of the time. If you say explicitly that I'm not willing to fund immigration enforcement, yeah, you're going to lose. Especially if the president says that guy's in the way of my immigration enforcement. And he's the president who's like the most anti-immigration in our lifetime, who everyone loves. 30% swing is low. Thomas Massie outperformed at 49%, frankly. Yes. You can't, in the United States of America in 2026, you cannot go, I actually oppose funding immigration enforcement in the Republican Party and expect to not get reamed. It's obvious to anyone who knows anything about American politics. Republican voters, especially the voters who are engaged in a Republican primary, dude, voters who just vote, the Republican voters who vote on the economy are the majority of the voters, but they're also the voters who are going to represent the minority of primary voters. Let's look at Kentucky for exit polling. I bet there's exit polling on this. No, there's no exit issue polling. There's just exit polling on who they voted for. But yes, no, 30% is like, I mean, yeah, obviously. Obviously. Yeah. It's just, this is expected. Like, should AIPAC have been involved? No. Were they? Yes. Was their money important? Yes. Was that the reason Thomas Massie lost? No. Now, obviously, it's not the only reason. If you come out and say, actually support the 100x funding is what informs people that he's the guy doing it. Also, I don't care if they spent 100 times the money because I got the outcome I wanted. I don't care. I don't, like, he's going to vote against immigration funding. Ed Gallerin isn't. Ed Gallerin is the guy to vote for. End of discussion. Secret Service says shortly after 6 p.m. an individual Secret Service returned fire, striking the suspect who was transported to an area hospital where he was pronounced deceased. During the shooting, one bystander was also struck by gunfires. No injuries were sustained by officers. The president was in the White House during the incident. However, no protectees or operations were impacted. This incident remains under investigation, and additional information will be released when it becomes available. That is the latest on the shooting at the White House. All right. So, if you guys don't know who Tim Burchett is a top 10 congressman, all right? I haven't made a list of congressmen, but he's in the top 10. I know that, all right? He's hilarious, though. And Tim Burchett does a thing that, frankly, every congressman should be doing. And frankly, yours truly has suggested to multiple congressmen. I have told multiple congressmen through various channels that they should do this, and then they should send them to me, and I will put captions on them, and they can pay me a very small fee, and they will be connected to their constituency. Now, I've suggested you should do the Tim Burchett thing, because Tim Burchett did this, and this is where I got this idea. But Tim Burchett just takes his phone, Burchett with a U. Tim Burchett just takes his phone out, and he goes, hey, y'all, Tim Burchett here, right? Hey, y'all, Tim Burchett here. And he's filming like this. The phone's about this close to his face, and it's always down, and it's like a terrible angle. And he's this old guy, and he's awesome. And he just rants about whatever committee he just got out of. And he explains it. This is what just happened in this committee I got out of. And it's freaking great. Now, my favorite recent Tim Burchett video, and I haven't actually seen this video. I just know it's my favorite because he posted this. Tim Burchett posts these himself. Do you know how I know Tim Burchett posts these himself after he records them himself? Because no professional would not be like, hey, hold it up here a little bit, out a little further, right? Nah, he's over here. He's off center. And he posts it sideways. This guy is doing this himself. It's just Tim Burchett going. Hey, y'all, Tim Burchett here.
Tim Burchett. Hey, everybody, Tim Burchett.
I told you, it's everybody, Tim Burchett, right?
There's Ralph Norman. Hello, young lady.
There's Ralph Norman, right? And then it's Katie Britt.
Leaving the house floor. There's Ralph Norman.
Oh, no, it's not Katie Britt. It looks like Katie Britt. And he's just like, there's Ralph Norman, right? All right. I know he's posting these himself because no professional isn't going to be like up here or out here a little more, right? No professional is not going to give him advice on how to make these look better. And also, no professional is going to post it sideways. Tim Burchett is just ripping his phone and just saying, I'm going to tell my constituents about what just happened, and then I'm going to post it. And that makes this guy awesome, okay?
Hello, young lady. Y'all stay in the shade. It's hot up here.
And he's not cutting any of this. This is awesome, okay?
Several bills. Housing Act, it reduces financial and environmental regulatory barriers to new home construction, exempts small-scale housing developments from federal environmental reviews.
So he's taking notes in his hearings, and then he gets out of the committee, he walks to his car or wherever he's going next, and he stands with his phone. All right? Chat, we love Tim Burchett, okay? We love Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett is the best. Y'all stay in the shade. It's hot out here.
Just streamlines what the banks do. It's just a bureaucrat's dream to have what we've had in the past. So hopefully we can get housing back going, and people can start buying houses again. A lot of bills, regulatory bills on the banks, reducing regulation, makes regulators analyze and streamline application
not
process.
Get me Mysterion.
Let's see.
And you can see in his glasses, look, you can literally see it in his glasses. He's just reading his notes. This is great. Every congressman should do this, all right? Every congressman should do this. And in fact, if you as a congressman want to do this, but you're afraid of looking silly because you got a pride or whatever, I'll teach you to do this well. I'll tell you what settings to use. I'll tell you where to hold your phone, and you send it to me, and I'll put captions on it. You send me a PDF of whatever bill you're talking about. I'll put that PDF on screen for you. You give me a nominal fee. We'll get it done. All right? Easy peasy stuff. Bam. I'll have it to you in an hour. You send me all those materials. I'll have it back to you in an hour. I got it. Easy money. All right? I'm a professional. I'm very good. Okay? Now, we don't need to. This bill is not important. All right? This specific video isn't important. I just wanted to make the point about how good Tim Burchett is, because I know he's doing, because of that, because the way these look, because of that, we know he's doing this himself. There's nobody sitting there going, we're going to approve this, right? There's nobody going, there's no social media person involved. He's not running it by anybody. He's just yapping. And we love that. Okay. Country accent slipped out. We know who you really are. Yeah. I grew up in a cornfield. It comes out sometimes. my number one, like, I didn't have internet or a laptop until I was like 12. The number one thing I did in the summer was pick a direction and walk in the cornfield. And I walked till I got tired, and then I walked back. My closest neighbor was over a mile away. It's good that he does it. It's good that he does it, important or not, because it proves he's doing something. Well, he just wants to know his constituents what he's being forced to do, okay? Now, the reason I bring all this up is because this is not approved by anybody. Nobody but Tim Burchett is seeing these. So this is Tim Burchett saying, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I think. I say all that because I wanted to show you guys this one. This specific video. All right? This specific video. We got rolled by our own party, had to cut a deal with the Democrats. This is why we will be in the minority. Tim Burchett is predicting we are going to lose. A phenomenal sitting congressman. All right, you want to look up the AFI score? America First Institute scorecard. America First Insight. There it is. Tim Burchett here. And this is the 119th. This is the current section. Territorial students' access to higher ed. This bill requires institutions of higher education to participate in federal student aid programs to charge no more than in-state tuition fees who are residents of the territories. In-state tuition should be reserved for students of those states, while Americans... Yeah, so he voted against this. He voted against two of them. He voted against the America First Insight guys, what they wanted on only two occasions. This one, I believe, was a party line vote. So that's probably why. This one, I don't understand what this says. I think they could be wrong about that one. But anyway, you get the point. Two important votes that he was wrong on. Tennessee 2. All right. So let's watch this video because this video is the one I really think is important. All right. And he's saying they're going to be in we will be in the minority.
Burchett just left the committee, had some amendments that were cutting regulation, things that we should as Republicans do, because of backroom deals they cut. They won't allow any amendments on the bill because the Democrats one Democrat didn't agree to it. So here we are in the majority, and we're not allowed to do that.
So he's saying there's this bill, it's cutting regulation. We're in the majority, but one Democrat objected. So the chair, were you Amish? No, I was not Amish. So the chair says, no, we can't put that amendment on, and he's upset about that. All right, that's what we're saying.
And I'll guarantee you, when the Democrats are in the majority, which they very much could be. But
now, this is the moment, right? Now he says could be, right? So it sounds like maybe it's just an accidental stumble. But the caption of this video is will be. So he really is predicting that we're going to lose these midterms, and he thinks it's because we don't act like we're in the majority.
You, when the Democrats are in the majority, which they very much could be because of this kind of garbage. If we're going to be in the majority, you all have extended us an incredible gift.
This is another thing, all right? I might disagree with some of Tim Burchett's votes, but Tim Burchett sees his job. He sees being in the majority as a gift from the voters, and he wants to reward that gift. He wants to reward that gift with gratitude by getting done what they sent him for. You know who that's notably different from? You know who that's notably different from? Uh-oh. What did I get? Drink alcohol. All right, I got a beer in the fridge. I'll go get it. 'Yes, chat. That is notably different from one Thomas Massie, who sees his job as to do what he thinks is right, not reward the voters' gift with gratitude. I did not go get a beer. Instead, I will take a straight gin. I don't know if I have a shot glass. Two ounces of gin straight up. Whoa. Whoa. Ugh. Oh, I'm awake for about 30 minutes or 20 minutes before the gin hits. And then I'll be a little sleepy probably. Oh. Whew. Oh, okay. Bro. Ugh. Oh. Oh, it's been a while since I did a shot of gin. A shot of gin is a crazy thing to do. Oh. That did not feel good. Gin is a horrid shot. It does not feel good. I tell you that. It don't feel great. I don't like it. I don't like it. So Tim Burchett, whether or not I agree with him on a lot of things or when he votes against me, all right, Tim Burchett sees his position as a gift from his voters who he wants to reward, and he's pissed off because he's not being allowed to reward it because the Republican majority leadership isn't behaving like the majority. And he thinks that that means they're going to lose, and he is mad about it. That's a good congressman. All right, this is a good congressman.
We're going to blow it because we're not acting like we're in the majority. We got opportunity. It's not sexy. Deals with bridges and things. Anyway, the amendment did, and we allow the Democrats to tell us what to do. It's just unbelievable. At some point, we're going to have to get some guts. This town is crooked as a dog's leg, and I'm disgusted. So, thank y'all for sending me here. I really am glad you sent me here. This kind of stuff I want to fight, and I'll let them have it. Anyway, thank y'all.
That's awesome. All right. It's sad because he thinks we're going to lose. And to be honest, Chad, I think we're going to lose the midterms. I think it's more likely than not that we're going to lose. All right. I'm smiling because the gin is hitting as I'm talking. And also, this town is crooked as a dog's leg. This town's crooked as a dog's leg. And he's pissed because he wants to help. He wants to do his job. He wants to do his job in gratitude to his voters. And that's a good man. That's a good congressman. If you're in Tennessee too, you should call Tim Burchett and tell him, I see you and thank you. Right? You should say, thank you, Tim. I appreciate you. Weren't you midterm hoping? I'm hopeful, but if I had to put a number on it, it would be less likely than likely. Even with all the redistricting, you think it's an L? I think there's I think it's like close to 50-50, but if I had to put a number on it, I'd say 51 Democrat. I think it's 51-49. I think it's a 51-49 chance right now. All right, so here's another one. I'm disgusted with our own party. I was told I wasn't a team player because I wouldn't go along. That's the caption here is, I'm disgusted with our own party. I was told I wasn't a team player because I wouldn't go along.
Everybody, Tim Burchett. It's after 1 o'clock. We're leaving Transportation Committee.
After 1 o'clock a.m. All right. Now, so this is, I want to be clear about this. This says May 22nd, 1:23 a.m. All right. This is the same bill because he was saying this is roads and bridge. The gin. This is roads and bridges. Right. So 4 o'clock, he leaves and then he comes back. Right. And presumably this video that is blown up, 1 million views. Here you go.
I was here Monday and Tuesday, and we didn't do anything, and here it is. What is it, Thursday night? Friday morning? Friday morning. Monday and Tuesday, we didn't meet at all. And then we get dropped a 1,000-page bill. When did they drop it on us?
This weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday. And then Chairman Graves, who's a Republican, voted against it. It looked like a majority of the Republican amendments, and most of them died, and they were all pretty good, doing away with those crazy traffic cameras. And they're just, all they are is revenue cameras. And wouldn't vote with us on that, and of course they're in the bill, and it's just, it's got a lot in it. I'm getting another bite at the apple, I guess, on the floor, but the wheels are greased on this, and the lobbyists are all jacked up on it. So anyway, it's just what they do to you. We should know better being in the majority, but we're not. That's what happens in these committees, folks. Every time we just get rolled, and they cut the deal a long time ago before any of us have access to it. So we got a few amendments in there, but not what we really needed. Anyway, I'm disgusted with our own party. And this is what happens. Thank y'all for sending me here. Everybody.
Thank y'all for sending me here. I'm disgusted with our own party. I was not a team player because I wanted to put amendments in that I knew you guys would want because you're my voters. Thank y'all for sending me here. I'm sorry. Thank y'all for sending me here, right? All right. Let's go to Tim Burchett's account. All right. Let's go to Tim Burchett's account. Let's see how many times.
Hey, everybody. Anyway, that's it for the day, folks. Thank y'all for sending me here.
Thank y'all for sending me here.
Hey, everybody. Legislation, move it out of committee. Thank y'all for sending me here.
Thank y'all for sending me here.
Hey, everybody. Tim Burchett for sending me here.
Thank y'all for sending. Here it
Day
is.
so far. Thank y'all for sending me here.
Thank y'all for sending me here.
Hey, everybody. Working to save y'all's money. Thank y'all for sending me.
Thank y'all for sending me here.
Hey. You. Anyway, brother.
Exactly right.
Look forward to working with you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Grandchildren. So, thank y'all for sending me here.
Thank y'all for sending me here. Every single video. Thank y'all for sending me here. That's a man who likes his voters. He appreciates the opportunity he's been given. So when he says, hey, I'm in these meetings. we're getting fucked. We're getting fucked by our own party, and they aren't doing what you sent me to do, and I'm sorry. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it. Look, that's concerning. That's concerning. I'm going to say something. All these national correspondents, all these people, these national news people saying, oh, this, that, and the other thing. All these national news people saying, oh, here's the Republicans are going to do this. The Republicans are going to do this. The Republicans need to do this. Republicans need to do this. Republicans this. Republicans this. Here's how we're going to win. Here's how we're going to lose. It's like, no, why are we not talking about a guy who we all know gets it? He knows what time it is. And that guy's saying, we're going to lose. That should be national news. It should be national news that this guy says we're going to lose the election. That's the point, right? He's voted against a couple things that I think he should have voted for a couple things I think he should have voted against. But he's grateful to his voters, and he knows what he was sent to do, and he tells them about it. He keeps his voters informed. That's a good congressman. All right? I hope he runs for Senate. I hope he runs for Senate one day. Because he's a good man. That's a good man. That's a good congressman. And he deserves every ounce of praise he gets for this. Every ounce. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. Huh? All right, chat. In case you guys didn't see, I got published this week, huh? In case you guys didn't see, I got published. That's pretty awesome. I got published yesterday, Friday the 22nd. I got to my first ever opinion piece was published by a real news outlet. I know that I stream my opinion for 8 hours a week, right? But I wrote a real opinion piece that was published by a real news outlet this week. Now, in case you don't know, what I do for a day job is I work as a producer for the Tony Kinnett cast on the Daily Signal. And the Daily Signal has told me that I can write opinion for them. And so I wrote my first one. And my first piece I wrote is on something very similar to what Tim Burchett was talking about. Tim Burchett was talking about the Republican Party betraying their voters, not listening to what their voters wanted, not listening to what the voters had to say, and not doing what the voters were sent to do. And I wrote a piece on our least at the Sanity Revolt stream. All of us as a community, our least favorite piece of legislation in Congress right now, the Dignidad Act. So I got to write about it. Figured I'd read it to you. And I talk a little bit about it because I've done some more. There's more that's not in here, obviously. So here we go, chat. All right. If we agree as a country that we want 20 million people deported, I will support that decision. Rep. Marlon Stutzman, Republican from Indiana, who is co-sponsoring the Dignidad Act, told the Daily Signal's Tony Kinnett on Tuesday in an extremely awkward interview. Stutzman must have forgotten the 2024 election. Mass deportations reminiscent of President Dwight Eisenhower's were one of the marquee promises of President Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. Axios polling, published in 2024, revealed the majority of Americans supported mass deportation, including a surprisingly high 41% of Democrats. Stutzman ought to know these things, but instead he has decided to sponsor one of the worst written pieces of immigration legislation in history. From Stutzman admitting he knows farmers who are employing illegal aliens under the table to revealing the author, Representative Maria Salazar, has been lying to the American public about her desire for amnesty, the Congress Stutzman's defense of the Dignidad Act proves why it ought to be rejected. So, in this interview that was on the Tony Kinnett cast, Representative Stutzman told Tony, he told him, one, that he knows farmers who are hiring illegals. Presumably, he hasn't reported them because he said, "Oh, just so you know, you're breaking the law." That was the direct quote. He said, he told the farmers, "Just so you know, you're breaking the law. You're taking a risk." Not the direct quote, but that he did. Just so you know, they're breaking the law. I do remember he said that. Taking a risk. I don't remember if he said that. But anyway, presumably hasn't reported them based on that statement. And also, he said that the initial drafts of the Dignidad Act had citizenship in them, and he would not sponsor them. He told her he would not sponsor them. He said both of those things in this interview. Now, that's obviously a large problem because, first of all, any Republican congressman who knows about illegal immigration and isn't contributing to deportations is obviously not representing the will of the voters. Further, I think not only did he say if we as a country agree we want 20 million people deported, I will support that decision. He didn't just say that. He said something else earlier. He said something else last year. So July 21st, 2025, he was in a different interview. And he said, when asked by the host of this was a different interview with a different show. When asked by the host, he said, "How much is this going to cost taxpayers for this verification that's in the Dignidad Act?" His answer was, quote, "Let's take it to the other side. I just can't support our government going around and knocking on doors of businesses and residences and saying who's here legally and who's not. I won't support that." That's a problem. Because now he's changed his tune on it, right? If we as a country decide, yeah, I'll support it then. But originally, he was saying he wouldn't support it. Now that's a problem, because that's what the people voted for. So, anyway, so he seems to be inconsistent on that. He's inconsistent on a couple other things. I won't read this directly to you because you should go read it. I would appreciate it if you went and read it. In fact, here you go, chat. Go read the article. It's in the chat on all the platforms right now. You should go click that link, read the article. Now, another thing that we've talked about in the past on the stream is that we have said that we've talked about the 2017 MIT study that says that there are 22 million illegal immigrants in the country from 2016 and before, not the 10 million number. So that's a large problem because the party line from a lot of the Dignidad sponsors has been that it's 10 million people. There's 10 million people that came in during the Biden administration. There's 10 million people from before. We're giving legal status but not citizenship to the 10 million people from before. Well, two problems. One, right, Maria Salazar did want to give citizenship to them. And two, it's 20 million. So that's a big issue. That's a big issue. And of course, not only has it now been revealed that Maria Salazar originally put citizenship in this, but she did say in this video I've showed you guys before. I've showed you this video before. I don't know if you guys remember this. I don't know if you guys remember this video, but I showed you this video a couple weeks ago.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them path to citizenship. Right now, what we need to do is to buy peace for these people, allow them to stay, to continue working, because they are needed.
So she has not only has she said that this will
give them dignity.
We're going to eventually give them citizenship, but it's also now been revealed that the initial draft of this law did have the citizenship in it. So this law is not only specifically, in her mind, the first step. It was written as a first step. And we know that. Oh, you're welcome, Lou. Have a great day. I appreciate you being around. Now, I just wanted to bring that up. I wanted to draw your guys' attention to it. If you haven't read the article, you should. It's very good for being my first ever real journalistic thing in endeavor. But if you haven't read it before, you should read it. It's great. You should click the link and you should read it. Yeah, it's great. I'm very proud of it. And I just wanted to talk about that. 22 million is the pre-Biden number. Yes. Yes. And I can pull this study for you, actually, if you would like. Here you go. So this is the study. It's from MIT. And here is the graph from the study. So as you can see, this is the current widely accepted estimate. This is in 2017, the estimate that the conservatives were saying, and this is where MIT has actually estimated it in 2017, meaning that there were 22.1 in the country going into 2017. The results of the paragraph here under this graph is, quote, the results of our analysis are clear. The number of undocumented immigrants in the United States is estimated to be substantially larger than has been appreciated, at least in widely accepted previous estimates. Even an estimate based on what we viewed as a conservative assumptions, in some cases unrealistically so, generates an estimate of 16.7 million, well above the conventional estimate of 11.3 million. The mean for our simulations, which range over more standard but still conservative parameter values, is 22.1 million, essentially twice the current widely accepted estimate. The 95% probability interval is 16.2 to 29.5. So 22.1 is the mean. It could be, there's a 95% chance that it is somewhere between 16.2 and 29.5. So this 10 million number that is being cited right here, this 10 million number that's being cited right here by sponsors and advocates of the Dignity Act, the Dignidad Act, is so low that you'll see this chart right here represents the relative frequency. So this is how likely it is that that number is correct, that the number here is correct. So there's a 0.3% chance that a number less than 16.7 is likely. There's a 12% chance that around 22.1 is likely. And there's a 95% chance that it falls between here and about here. Okay? So this 10 million number, you'll notice the chart doesn't extend that far, which means according to MIT's model, there is a 0% chance that it is as low as 10 million. It is literally more likely that that in 2017 there were 30 million illegal immigrants in the country than it is that there were the 10 million that the advocates of the Dignidad Act are saying that there were. Now, is it very likely that there's 30? No. But it is, the point I'm making is that it is more likely to be 30 than it is to be 10. So if they were going to throw out a number, it would be more correct to say 30. So there you go. There you go. So I wrote an article about that, talked about the Dignidad Act, talked about the problem with the defenses of it, and I hope you all read it. I hope you all read my pieces in the future, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, frankly. So there we go. Well, we've got some fun stuff left for the night. We've got our longer topics left for the night, actually. Believe it or not, we've got some longer topics tonight left. We've got some longer topics left tonight. So I hope you'll all stick around. I know we've gotten through our headline topics, but I hope you'll stick around because I think we're going to have some good times. I think we're going to have some good stuff. So, I've got some topics. Do you guys want to do some discussion of a great Dave Green video I watched this week? Do you guys want to talk about Curtis Yarvin's most recent podcast appearance, which had some quotes that were just, beautiful. Long topics, but first, what gin did you have? Bombay Sapphire. I'll be sticking around. Too sick for anything else tonight. There you go. And of course, the greatest topic we're going to talk about tonight, the one that no one is going to be bored by. Everyone is definitely going to see the point in discussing. Everyone is going to see the point in this. And no one is going to be bored by this topic at all. The 2024 Democrat National Committee's autopsy report on why they lost the election. Do you have Penguin's refined taste? Do you have Penguin's refined taste in gin? I don't know. I think Bombay and London Dry are two great gins, but Bombay is a London Dry. Bombay is a vapor-infused London Dry. It's a great gin. Bombay is a beautiful gin. It's great when you're not shooting it. If you're shooting it, it's bad. Please start with the autopsy. I'm warning you guys. This is not exactly a page turner. I do not think you are going to enjoy it. I am giving you a warning. You are not going to like this. You guys are going to be bored. It is in the show notes in case I ran out of things to actually talk about. It is terrible. This is incredibly boring. You guys really want to do this? All right. Here's the rules. Here's the rules. If I see one viewer leave, I'm not kidding. I'm looking at the view numbers. I can see them. If they go down by one, I'm changing topics with no warning. No outro, no, nothing. Just immediately. You guys don't want to see this. It sucks. So here we go. You were warned. You all think you're more autistic than me. Let me tell you something. I enjoyed this. You will be bored by it. It is not good. Okay. Disclaimer, this document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions contained herein, and therefore cannot be independently verified in claims present. Title page. Build to win, build to last. Disclaimer. This document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions contained herein, and therefore cannot independently verify these claims presented. Leadership message. Oh, there's no leadership message. You know why? Because they don't agree with it, so they didn't write the leadership message for the start of this report. I'm not going to read this every time, but yes, this is on the top of every page. This is on the top of every page. All of them. Okay. Table of contents. Introduction. Executives. Table of contents. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here's the introduction. It sucks. We're not reading it. I fell asleep. It's not good. So here's the first instance of this annotation. You will see no source material or data provided. Unsourced claims cannot be independently verified. The report analyzes a range of publicly and commercially available data. Problem: the people who wrote this report and gave it to the DNC did not provide the DNC with the data. There is no bibliography. There are no sources. They are just saying shit, and the DNC cannot verify any of it. Dude, this dog. Executive summary. This section was not provided by the author. So we're on page 7, and you will notice that it is blank because the people who wrote the report did not write the executive summary. All right, let's scroll through here. 270,607 votes cast across 4 states decided the presidency. Numbers appear inaccurate, so it's just wrong. This is just wrong. So now we've got the elections going back to 2008 that they're talking about. This claim is wrong. This, they get wrong when the Speaker of the House resigned, which is incredibly impressive. I don't think I could do that if I tried. Here we go. This claim is wrong. This claim is wrong. This claim is wrong. It's the Future, Stupid is actually a title of a section. They said family leave. They meant sick leave. So that's wrong. Here's one other one that's fun. This was a blatant attempt by the Republican power base to take advantage of the name recognition. So they're talking about Herschel Walker running for Senate in 2022 in Georgia. This was a blatant attempt by the Republican power base to take advantage of name recognition and tough economic conditions to push through an unqualified candidate whose job would have been little more than rubber stamping the president's agenda. That sounds great, except this was 2022. And as you will note, if you don't remember, don't worry, the DNC is here to provide an annotation to explain this to you. Donald Trump was not the president in 2022. They forgot who was president. I will remind you, this is 192 pages. We are less than 10% through, and so far they've gotten wrong the year that a Speaker of the House resigned, over a half a dozen completely unsourced claims that were incorrect, and who the president was in 2022. This is a fun chart, though. This is the projection 2020. This is the projected 2030 census reapportionment. So the Democrats are getting fucked. If you haven't seen this chart before, if you haven't seen this map before, allow me to present to you some great news right there. Huh? That's good news. Yeah. As you will notice, not a single Republican state is losing seats, and multiple Democrat states are losing more than 2. So that's fun. Anyway, we come to 2 more sections that are completely not provided. They're just not there. This section is just not there. Here's a statement where they get wrong. They say that states had consistently and reliably voted for Democrat candidates, and then they list 3 famously swing states. These are famous swing states. These are like the most famous swing states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If I check my Snapchat real quick, does the stream lose viewers? Yes, but we've gone up. So I know what the viewer number is. I know our total viewer number that we're maintaining, and we are 2 over it currently. I know the number that if it goes below it, Trump won the election by a little more than 2 million votes. Not supported. Wrong. Forgetting about Delaware. I'm sure Mysterion's pissed about that. You're forgetting about Delaware again. Wrong. No evidence. Wrong. No evidence. 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 Wrong. No evidence. 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 No methodology provided. 6 key races in 2024. Wisconsin completely omitted. Wisconsin is omitted from key races. They provided no methodology for selecting these 6 key races and completely left out Wisconsin from the 2024 election. Unsourced. No evidence. No evidence. No evidence. No source. No evidence. Section on the House, the entire House of Representatives section is gone. It's not there. They did not provide the House of Representatives section. It's not there. How the hell did you forget to do the report on the House? The logical conclusion of vibes-based politics. Unironically, a little bit. Thank you for the $2. Sourcing not provided for many claims in this section. Now, I want to talk about this section. Unironically, this is the section we will be coming back to if you guys are still hanging on and still enjoying this for some godforsaken reason. Can't figure out why you would be, but if you're still enjoying this, we'll be coming back to this in the North Carolina section because those were the sections I actually did find interesting. Did an intern write this with AI? It seems likely, doesn't it? Yeah. So we'll be coming back to this media section. Here's a funny one where they say, by some estimates, they don't provide the estimates. Here's a part where they get campaign finance law wrong. Here's a part where they talk about presidential ad spending, don't provide the source for it. Here's the media spend by category. Once again, no sourcing. In governor's races, Democrats invested 61.6% in broadcast and cable and 36.6% in CTV and digital compared to Republicans who invested 64.8% in broadcast and cable with 33.6% in digital. This covers the election in Indiana, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Washington. Did not provide the methodology for why these states were the ones they decided to talk about. Okay. Gubernatorial media spend, no source. Some more states. Well, speaking of, earlier when I said I know what it sounds like, I've heard the sound. I have heard the sound. So, I'll be right back. Hey guys, yeah, that was the sound I was talking about earlier. It's not. I'm listening to the scanner. They're not in custody, but I'm alive, so we're all good. I'm just gonna be gone for a minute while I wait and not figure out how close it was, so I know if we're safe. So they don't. So they don't have the guy or the woman. I think it's a male victim or a male suspect. I was listening to the scanner, but sounds like it was a heat of the moment family domestic altercation. So they're not just gonna be. It's not gang related. So they're not just gonna be shooting randomly or continuing to shoot. So I feel like we're safe. But yes, there you go. So yeah, it sounds like last I heard on the scanner before I turned it off was 2 to 3 victims. Tune into Channel 9 tonight. Yeah, right. But yeah, no, there was a couple victims. So there we go. Anyway, so yeah, you'll see there's a lot of no sourcing provided. No sourcing, just no sourcing anywhere. So yeah, that's the whole thing. But I do want to go back to the North Carolina section. I want to talk about that because it is kind of funny because it seems like they're just taking shots at Tim Walz. No pun intended. So yeah, I want to go back to the North Carolina section. Okay, yeah, I mean, ambulance is up here. The ambulance is going by my house. It was about a quarter mile that way. Like 1/4 mile that direction. Yeah. So, let's talk about North Carolina. Ambulance and perhaps coroner? No, it didn't sound like... I was listening to a scanner. It didn't sound like there was any... it did not sound like, based on the scanner, that there were any life-threatening injuries. All right, so this is the North Carolina governor race, and they're comparing it to how Camila... I'll be safe. I'm all good. It's not the first time. Stubby special. The scanner report was a female who got in an altercation with her daughter and then fled. So this is a North Carolina governor race. I figured it was a dog or a food break when I logged in. No. There were shots at the White House, and I was saying, how do people hear that sound and not know what it is? Because it took so long for the journalist to react. I was like, I know what that sound is 100% of the time when I hear it. And then I literally went, oh, I hear that sound. I got to go check that. So I got the scanner out, and it was there were 10 shots fired. 2 people were shot about a quarter mile in that direction. So, yeah, not great. Yeah. Anyway, so this is the report's analysis of North Carolina, how the governor went for the Democrats versus Trump winning North Carolina. What scanner model do you have? There's a YouTube channel that streams constantly the police scanner. So I use that. I should get a real one, but I use the YouTube channel that streams it constantly. Yeah. I should get a real one. It would be good to have. Okay. So, Mark Robinson's campaign imploded, running significantly behind Trump statewide. His inflammatory statements about LGBTQ individuals, the Holocaust, and slavery made him toxic. Approximately 6.8% of North Carolina voters cast their ballots for Trump and then the Democrat Stein. Mostly college-educated suburban women over 45. So this is an interesting thing. This is a pretty odd phenomenon that we don't hear a lot about. So men won 51%. Stein didn't just win by default. He addressed the exact problems Harris did not. So they say that there are public reporting and data contradicted several claims. I haven't verified these independently, but the fact that in other places where they say claims in this section and then they point out which specific claims makes me think that like this just looked bad for them in this case. Now I could be wrong, but that's my instinct on it, and that's why you guys watch, because I say what I think. So I think that most of this is it just looks bad for them, and then there was one thing where they could find an inconsistency, because this notation you'll see says claim contradicts elsewhere in the report. So, all right. Mark Robinson's he says that Stein, the Democrat governor candidate, won 51% versus Harris's 40%. So we'll see here that Harris has this large problem that Stein did not in this case. So he has a plus 11% with men, which is just a crazy number. And the author of this report says that Stein's substantially better performance with men suggests his campaign found ways to connect with male voters. His gender gap was noticeably narrower than Harris's. The national campaign appeared to struggle with male voter engagement. Stein's results suggest a different approach is needed. Now, large problem. Her name is Olivia Juliana, you prick. That's pretty good. So, yeah. Dude, now Levi does want to go outside, and I'm not taking him outside right now, not for at least an hour. So hopefully I don't have to shampoo my carpet. Stein ran with rural voters. Stein ran 38% versus Harris's 9%. So this is a +9 gap, which is also a crazy gap to have with candidates running for the same party. Harris essentially cratered in rural North Carolina. The in-state Stein team understood the path to victory lay in limiting margins in rural North Carolina. This seemingly nonpartisan focus on Stein's record as Attorney General leveraged his record on fentanyl and consumer protection credentials as Attorney General. So, here's an interesting thing. This report in several different areas argues that Kamala underperformed in rural areas because she thought she couldn't win them. She tended to neglect them, resulting in a wider margin in rural areas than there otherwise would have been. And those wider and that marginal difference, right? So like, it's not that you're going to win the rural areas, but if you can make up 9% per se in a couple states rural areas, a couple states rural districts, then you have a better chance to not lose the state, which in this case, Stein was able to win men and make a 9% gain with rural voters, resulting in a total of a 7-point difference between Kamala and Stein. So a 7.8% difference. Now, the point here is that Kamala seemed uninterested in campaigning at all in places she couldn't win. And this is a question you hear or a lot of people misunderstand in politics, especially electoral politics. It's like, why are we campaigning in like urban areas at all? We're not going to win those areas. Why is a Democrat campaigning in the country? Ain't going to win the country, you know? Why is that Republican campaigning in the city? He's not going to win here. Well, the reason is it's about margin limiting. Because if you can make up 9% in the rural areas like Stein did over Harris, then you can overall, if you can make up 9 points in rural areas and 11 points with men, you can actually, oh my gosh, he keeps going back up and down the stairs. I'm going to have to go put the baby gate up probably. you can actually pull out a win where you might not otherwise have gotten one by doing those margin limiting exercises. That's the idea here. And that's what this report says that she didn't do that she really should have. It says it about a couple other states. Right? Here's another quote further down. Stein hit 50% with white non-college educated voters versus Harris's 43%. This is a math problem. Democrats can't lose non-college voters by a massive margin and make it up elsewhere when non-college voters are a majority of the electorate. Harris's focus on college-educated suburbs left gaps at unwinnable levels. You could argue that Trump won the popular vote because he campaigned in places like Madison Square Garden. This is exactly correct, yes. He made up margins in places where he wasn't going to win. It's not about winning New York. It's about shrinking your margin. And winning is not enough, right? You need to win convincingly, which is why what the Republicans are doing is so frustrating because we talk all the time about how they're giving up this mandate they had. Well, the mandate they're giving up because they won the popular vote. Why did they win the popular vote? Because they were very, very good about limiting margins. In North Carolina, engaged, educated voters went Trump-Stein. They rejected both Harris and Robinson, but voted for Democrats down ballot. The problem wasn't Democrat policy or party brand. It was specifically about Harris as a candidate. That's a direct quote. That is a direct quote. The national campaign appears to have assumed that Trump was so unacceptable that persuadable voters would automatically vote Democrat. Now, he says there's no evidence provided for this claim. There are several instances where something is obvious to anyone acting honestly, and the report says because there's not evidence for it, they're not going to accept it. This is one of those instances. Here's another one. The national campaign appears to have assumed irregular voters would turn out and vote Democrat at Obama-era rates. Both assumptions proved to be wrong. Now, irregular voters are these voters who don't vote often but sometimes vote. And so this statement is that the sometimes voters, the national campaign assumed they would just vote for Kamala, but the sometimes voters went for Trump. Now, here's the thing. This is the Democrat autopsy, but this is a lesson that I don't think a lot of conservatives and right-wingers have learned. Populism, America first, didn't win the election. Trump won the election. Trump is charismatic and likable to the everyday American, such that people like irregular voters come out and vote for him. He's charismatic and likable and right on certain issues, and he talks about them in a way where irregular voters will come out and vote for him. And if you want to follow up with Trump, if you want to keep the gains, if you want to use the Trump coalition for other things, you're going to have to be as charismatic and as likable as Donald Trump is. Here's a really funny line. Here's another great line. The national campaign did not effectively drive Trump's negatives, and the White House did not effectively support Vice President Harris over Vice President Harris over 3.5 years to improve her standing before the candidate switch. The retrospective job approval for Trump was too high, and the campaign and allies failed to remind voters of his incompetence. The idea that Trump's negatives were baked in is a major failure of analysis in reality, given how his favorability has cratered less than a year into his term. So, this is wrong. They did, but this proves something interesting, that they seem to have learned and not learned their lesson. They seem to have learned that you can't just rely on Trump being unlikable, but they didn't learn that they are so bad that voters who may not like him will see his job and the job of his movement as more effective and use it. Here's what I was saying earlier. Okay. Here's another one. Lessons from the state campaigns. Male voter problem was solvable. Stein won 51% of men, while Harris won 40%. That 11-point gap suggests fundamentally different approaches to male voter engagement. The Harris campaign appears to have focused heavily on women. Stein's results show some candidates can appeal strongly to women and compete effectively with men. Now, this is basically some candidates. This report is not putting it on a job of the campaigning or campaigning. This report is suggesting that Kamala and Tim Walz were candidates that were so bad that the loss was inevitable. That appears to be the suggestion here from what I can tell. Here's what I was saying earlier. Stein's strong rural performance in North Carolina shows these areas remain competitive with the right candidate and approach. And the reason I say this one here is not talking about just campaigning, but about the candidates themselves, is that this one says candidate and approach. So clearly the author of this report, though they be an idiot who couldn't figure out how to write sources or an entire House section, they do differentiate candidate from campaigning because they call this and approach. Harris wrote off rural America, assuming urban-suburban margins would compensate. That math doesn't work. You can't lose rural margins by overwhelming margins and make it up elsewhere when rural voters are a significant share of the electorate. If Democrats are to reclaim leadership in the heartland or the South, candidates must perform well in rural turf, show up, listen, and then do it again. Now, Tim Walz was supposed to be their rural whisperer. You'll remember he went hunting and he used the shotgun wrong. But there's again where they're saying he sucks. Tim Walz sucks. They say it again. The definition problem. Stein had a clear definition. Attorney General with a strong record. Voters knew what he'd done and what he would do. Harris struggled with a definition beyond not Trump and prosecutor versus felon. The truncated campaign timeline didn't help, but the campaign did not quickly resolve how to tag Trump and define Harris. Now, the problem here, they're labeling this as a campaigning issue, but I would like to propose another solution. I would like to propose that quite possibly Harris is undefinable because she doesn't stand for anything. She's an avatar of the extreme left. She's undefinable because she's an avatar of the extreme left, and tagging Trump is impossible because Trump is Trump. He's just Donald Trump. What are you going to tag Trump as? You got to tag him as Donald Trump, and people are either going to like him or they aren't. And it's not an effective strategy to pretend anything else is going to happen. Irregular voters weren't feeling it. Harris fell below 50% with new voters. Stein won 56%. The Harris campaign's re-engagement targets appear to have both not shown up and voted more for Trump than expected. This is incredibly damning. The Harris campaign, their get out the vote efforts, just in federal officer subpoena. Dude, what? Okay, you can DM me that. Yeah, you can DM me that, please. The Harris campaign's get out the vote efforts appear to have gotten out votes for Trump by their own report's estimation. Massive media investments weren't matched by equally robust organizing. Result, lower turnout and lower support for the top of the ticket. Now this, no evidence provided for these claims, is an evidence of where I'm saying they didn't learn their lesson. Massive media investments weren't matched by robust organizing. they seem to have think that they could have, if they had organized better their media investment, their monetary spend in media would have matched the Trump 2024's campaign in just use of new media. And they say this in the digital section. They appear to think that the problem was that the Trump campaign, they could have outspent if they just spent more. If they had just spent more, then the media investments would have definitely made up for Trump's use of new media. They really don't appear, whoever wrote this doesn't appear to get it. The enthusiasm gap was predictable. Ferguson's underperformance in Seattle and Craig's collapse in Manchester demonstrate anti-Trump sentiment alone was insufficient to motivate voters. No evidence provided for these claims. Well, I think anecdotally, we all know that it is true that anti-Trump sentiment alone was insufficient to motivate voters. They needed something to stand for. It's fun to read Delusion and see how they think. Yeah, well, I didn't think you guys would like this. The Harris campaign seems to have appeared to rely on Trump being unacceptable rather than building an affirmative case for Harris. Base voters need a reason to vote for Harris as well as against Trump. Without an effective contrast with a difficult and unaffordable status quo, the obvious contrast with Trump was not sufficient motivator, especially since there was not sufficient negative messaging about how horrible Trump was and still is for and to most Americans. This is insane. They're editorializing in the report. That's pathological. Okay, that's pathological. But they do get this right. The status quo was the problem. And they seem to think that going negative will work for them, and they're going to try it again. The White House shooter was a black male who thought he was Jesus Christ. Well, checks out. Anyway. The rural so they're saying they're going to compete more rurally. They're saying that they're going to have to deploy mail messengers to connect to mail voters, which is again a direct shot at an indirect shot at Tim Trump, at Tim Walz, Tim Trump. Anti-Trump sentiment has limits, so you're not going to be able to just rely on anti-Trump sentiment, which is an interesting thing. We'll see how they adjust to that when Trump isn't running. That's really odd. Irregular voters are swing voters, which is a thing everyone knows, but they seem to have couldn't figure that out. Definition is essential. You need to know who you are. You need to be able to communicate who you are. Seems pretty obvious, but they didn't figure that out. Geographic formula is non-negotiable. Strong urban, competitive suburb, limited rural losses. This is the Democrat. This one right here. This is the most important thing for you in this report if you want to understand how Democrats are going to behave going forward. They want strong turnout in the urban areas. They want to compete in the suburbs, and they want to limit their rural losses. Look for this. This will be how you see them campaigning in the future. Look for this. Demographics aren't destiny. Latino voters shifted Republican nationally, but Democrats in North Carolina with the right candidate. Context and execution matter. Now, two things about this. This is crazy. This is the most important thing because this is how they're going to campaign. This is an insane admission, okay? Who can tell me what this says? Who can translate this for me? Can anyone translate this for me? Anybody, one's in the chat if you think you can translate this for me. Oops, our mass migration didn't work? Yes. This is an explicit admission that the Democrats do believe that Kamala was just a uniquely bad candidate and that actually demographics are destiny. This is an insane sentence to find in the Democrat autopsy report. The Democratic autopsy, the DNC, the Democrat National Committee autopsy report they commissioned, which they say they disagree with, But the Democrat National Commission autopsy report that they commissioned uses the phrase demographics aren't destiny as if it's a problem. They want to make demographics destiny, which is a thing that right-wingers, us far right-wingers, have been saying forever. That's crazy. Stein's results suggest effective strategies to mitigate losses in young voters, men, and voters of color, and irregular voters. Harris's campaign, Stein's results suggest strategies to mitigate these losses. Harris's campaign appears to have not made similar adjustments. No evidence provided. Obviously, this is true. Like, why are you going on Call Her Daddy? That's not how you win men. You know how you win men? You go on Joe Rogan. Do you understand how insane it is? I don't think people understand. I think people have already forgotten about how crazy. I think people have already forgotten about how crazy 2024 was. There's going to be, like, legitimately a Joe Rogan appearance for both candidates is going to be, like, going forward. That is going to be, there's going to be debates. There's going to be debates, and there's going to be a Joe Rogan appearance for both candidates. It will not shock me at all if by the 2032 presidential election, Joe Rogan hosts a debate live on YouTube in his studio where they sit down and talk to each other. Anyway, I'm going to check Levi. I did it again. He's fine. I think the sirens and all the bang and the popping scared him. He just went down to try to go to the basement, honestly. So, anyway. He's fine. If you didn't hear me, he just tried to go to the basement is what he was trying to do. To hide from the noise. Okay. So, I want to look at this. So data contradicts several underlying assumptions. So it doesn't say that the polling is contradicted or the actual results are contradicted. Yeah, I can't blame him. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little nervous myself if you guys can't tell. I mean, like, it's like I could, if I was outside, I probably would have seen it happen, honestly. No joke. If I was, like, in my backyard where I take Levi out, I would have seen it happen. Yeah, I'm a little nervous myself. He's right to be a little nervous. Okay. So Pennsylvania, Trump 2.1, but Dave McCormick only won by 0.2 of a percentage point, which is a really interesting thing. That means Bob Casey. So a lot of this report is just Harris is a catastrophically bad candidate. Now, why am I drawing attention to the fact that Kamala Harris was a catastrophically bad candidate? Because she's polling number one right now. She's polling number one. Let me ask you guys a question. Of Newsom, Buttigieg, and Ocasio-Cortez, just the top 4 here, which of these 4 candidates are you most frightened of as a Republican? Just be honest. Okay? Just be honest. Of Kamala, Newsom, and Buttigieg, Kamala, Newsom, Buttigieg, and AOC, which of those 4 candidates are you most scared of running against as a Republican? Not who do you think's going to win. Which of those candidates would you worry about winning in a general election the most? Yeah, most of you guys are getting what I would say. Newsom is the guy that you should be frightened of. All right? Newsom will get out suburban moms because of how he looks. All right? Newsom, I'm no homo, but Newsom on stage is a good-looking man who talks normally. That is a crazy asset. That's a crazy asset. Kamala is a uniquely bad candidate, and there's data to prove it, and the Democrats know it. Sort of talks. No, I don't mean like accent. I mean like when he talks, you kind of don't think he's an insane leftist. Really, like you can kind of see what he's talking about. Like if you're an uninformed voter, an irregular voter, a swing voter, an undecided, he kind of sounds mostly normal. So, there you go, chat. That's the Democrat report. They seem to have been, they seem to have not learned their lesson in a lot of places. And it's quite shocking to me, but they seem to have learned some weird lessons that are true. I just don't think they're super important. They seem to have only learned the unimportant lessons. Thursday is a good-looking man who talks normally. Look, I will say this. I've got an expressive voice. It gets high, it gets low, right? I do actually think as far as like the attributes about me as a person that are physical, quote unquote, my vocal cords are my best one. My voice, my control of it, how I use it is really great, I think. I think God gave me a voice like this because my face looks like this. I'm an average looking guy. According to mogscan.app, I'm a high tier normie. But my voice is a great asset. I can get all the way up here. I can talk, I can talk softly and highly to get you to, in the calm voice, to have a reasonable conversation with somebody who's kind of, but then I can get way down here that it's like, hey man, I'm going to be more forceful. Like, you're an idiot. I don't think you know what you're talking about. And I can get really animated. So I don't have a voice for print. I do have a good voice. I do know that. That's one thing that I'm not like at all, even a little bit insecure about, honestly.
$.
You have the voice to teach? Oh, thank you. That's actually a very good compliment coming from you. AJK is sending me a kitten kissing me. You have virtue? Well, that's not a physical attribute. I was talking about my physical attributes. I think I'm an interesting person, actually. I think my best asset overall is that I'm an interesting person. Like, I'm a college dropout who somehow has made his life work getting to make video content, and not just like slop content, but intellectually engaging video content. Now, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about like I actually do get paid to do it in my day job. I've gotten paid to do it for several years now. And like, it's the kind of video content where the editor needs to be engaged, and the talent who does have high education needs to know that their editor is engaged and trusts them. And like, the fact that me as a person got to do that without a college education, I think is a unique thing that makes me an interesting person, you know? I don't know how to rate my voice, but c'est la vie. I mean, the only reason I know how to rate my voice is because I've made every penny I've made for the last several years, apart from some very interesting and niche cases, has been in audio video production. So I know what a good voice sounds like, and I know mine because I've heard lots of it, and I've heard mine recorded, and I've heard lots of other voices recorded, and I know mine sounds good. That's the only reason I know. Hey, couldn't sleep? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I want to talk a little bit about this new Dave Green episode. I hope Dave is okay with me doing some reaction to this. Dave, if you see this and you weren't okay with me doing reaction to it, I'll take it down. Sorry, man. I will. Like, I'll actually take it down. If you weren't okay with this being reacted to, I'll pop that right down for you. No problem. I got no problem with that. But I wanted to talk a little bit about it. I'll be lurk watching. Much love. Much love to you, man. I appreciate you watching. I want to talk a little bit about it because I really like Dave Green, by the way. If you guys don't know who Dave Green is, he's Dave. Everybody calls him, some people call him Dave the Distributist. He's at Greenman6 on Twitter. I'll post his Twitter here in the, chat. And if you're watching this pre-recorded, it will be in the description. But x.com/greenman6, green with an E. So GREENE man 6 on Twitter. And he has a podcast where he streams every 2 weeks. And I listen to most, if not all of them. I find his content incredibly engaging. I like him a lot. But he said a couple things in this specific episode that I was like, that's so good. And I wanted to show them to you guys. I wanted to talk about him, see what you guys think about him. So I hope you guys will enjoy them as much as I did. So here you go. And if you haven't followed Dave on Twitter, follow him on Twitter. If you haven't subscribed to him on YouTube, you should subscribe to him. It's just, I'll post that too, actually. Here, let me post that too. Post that link as well. And, yeah, so he's talking about, he was actually reacting to a segment from Dave Ramsey where Dave said, like, you should break up with this guy because he doesn't want to pay off your college debt. Dave was saying the problem is that you shouldn't have to pay off college debt to get married, but this guy makes enough money that he was clearly lying. He actually did have the money to, this guy who wasn't willing to pay off the debt, he made like $250,000 a year. So it was clear that this guy actually just didn't want to marry her. And so she should break up with him. But anyway.
Boy dollars and girl dollars.
So he's going to talk about boy dollars and girl dollars. Now, I had never heard this before. I don't know if Dave's come up with this on his own, but it was phenomenal. Dave was the first person I'd ever heard talk about it. And I really, really loved this concept. It was incredibly useful. I will be adding it to my mental model of the world. And I loved it. So I'm going to add it to my mental model. You guys watch this. You know, whatever couple dozen of people who watch the streams on Saturdays at some point, all watch for the reason that you enjoy my mental model. To some degree, you enjoy it, whether you enjoy listening to it to figure out why you disagree, or whether you enjoy listening to it because you enjoy the experience of it, or whether you enjoy it because you think it's good and you want to share it. Either way, I'm going to add this to my mental model. And because I can show it to you and get to contribute it with you and talk about that, why I'm going to add it, talk about what you guys think about it, I definitely should. I think it's going to be great. So, boy dollars and girl dollars.
Boy dollars and girl dollars. I remember hearing complaints about this, but it's absolutely true. And this is not something that we can ever change. I'm not saying this like we need to change how we think about money.
So, first things first, we're going to say a lot of things about boy dollars and girl dollars, okay? Rate Dave's voice. I like Dave's voice. I've listened to a lot of Dave's voice, so maybe I just like it because I've listened to a lot of it, and it but it's kind of a familiar voice to me now because I like listening to it. So first things first, chat. This is not something we can change. This is not something we're advocating for changing. We're just observing that this is a real phenomena, okay? So that's what we're doing here. We're observing this is a real phenomena. Just want to make that clear. Also, one of my chats got nuked. No idea why. I'm sorry, man. I didn't nuke it, so... this is super interesting stuff. I saw that one. I'll check it out. I saw that one. I don't know what else there was to say about that. But anyway, here we go. Boy dollars and girl dollars. And we're not going to change it. We're just observing a phenomena. So let's observe the phenomena. Let's listen to Dave observe the phenomena and see what we think about it. I want to know what you guys think about it because I really like this. I think he's probably just objectively correct about this. So
I think that the difference between girl dollars and boy dollars is baked into our psychology as Homo sapiens. This can't change.
Okay. This is baked in. This is a evolutionary psychology thing he's observing. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about observing an evolutionary psychology principle.
And what is it? I've gotten ahead of myself. What's the difference between girl dollars and boy dollars?
Thank you for this, Dave.
Well, that is this implicit assumption about who owes what anything.
I thought he was going to say homosexuals. Baked into our implicit psychology is homosexuals. You're gay. You're gay.
So women take care of the things that they need to take care of that are their explicit responsibilities. And those explicit responsibilities are, they're usually child and elderly care. But let's not be self-parodies of trads at this point, right? We don't want to self-parody the trad movement. Women did work inside and outside the home before the Industrial Revolution. They did do minor work in the fields. I don't think they did the major plowing. They did a little bit on the side.
Now, this is something I have said before, which I think, correct about, is that the woman did work outside the home, but she worked outside the home alongside the husband because they were one flesh. They worked together. They were the same unit. I think that's what Dave's observing here, is that they're the same unit. So they did work in the fields. They didn't do the plowing, right? They worked alongside the husband. So that's what he's talking about. I don't want anybody to think he's advocating for normalization of women in the mass workplace, labor shortage, whatever. But yeah, you get the point.
They certainly did the seed planting. And they worked. But how women worked was this. Women, you take care of your explicitly enumerated responsibilities to children first, then to the elderly, then to your husband, then to your chores. But once you get done with the care for all of those things, all of the excess stuff you have is for yourself in the form of self-care.
Pretty obviously true, I think. I don't think we need to talk about that too much. I think we're good there. Is everybody on board with that? You take care of everyone else, and then whatever the woman has left, she has to take care of herself, so she takes care of herself. He's calling it self-care. He's using the modern term for it, but the principle, I think, is pretty chill, right?
Self-care. Okay. But for men, it is different. Men have an equal number of responsibilities. Men have an equal number of responsibilities and an equal amount. Typically, this is the great lie of fair play feminism. Typically, and it's also the great lie of some of the MGTOW and men's rights movements. For the most part, men and women spend the same amount of time working throughout history. There's not largely been a difference in how we've divided up work. Now, there's been a big difference in how we divide up liquid capital, or AKA explicit money that can be used to buy things like Roth IRAs or 401ks or stocks.
Okay, so that's him talking about if you didn't know, if you couldn't pick it up by the title on this one on screen, that this section is about boomers, but it's not. Okay, so that's why he's talking about Roth IRAs and 401ks. He's kind of doing a bit. Yes, that's all he's talking about. Labor is unit of time, Mysterion. He's saying, all he's saying is that they did the same amount of work, right? They spent the same amount of time working. They didn't spend the same, they didn't work in the sense that they were working on a job they were paid for, but the amount of time that a man spent in the field or spent in his blacksmith shop or spent, armor smithing or spent making horseshoes or doing animal husbandry, that amount of time a woman spent cooking, cleaning, caring for the children, caring for her husband in some way, right? That it was the same amount, right? Not the same work. And that's why he says the next thing, which is, and I'll just play the audio here for it.
Or AKA explicit money, the liquid caps in how we've divided up. There's not largely been a difference in how we've divided up work. Now, there's been a big difference in how we divide up liquid capital.
So this is the difference between how we divided up work, right? Just how much work there was, and how we divided up liquid capital. A woman traditionally undertook work which was not compensated with liquid capital. That's what he's saying. So what you're saying, Mysterion, what you're worried about him saying is what he's not saying. He's actually saying what you're saying, right? And insofar as the woman, and what he said earlier about the woman working in the field, insofar as she participated in work which resulted in liquid capital, I'm going to add on to this and say that she took place in it as under the headship of the husband. All right?
Roth IRAs or 401ks or stocks or assets. That has changed, but the total amount of hours worked as divided between the sexes has remained largely in proportion to each other. Sometimes they edge each other out. On a statistical level, I'm not saying that there can't be unfair arrangements in any given marriage. There are, but for every one woman ahead, there's a man ahead, and there's no gender that's taking advantage of the other. Regardless of what the female group chats are assuring you is the case, that is very likely not actually true.
Okay. Here, I want to clarify again. I just want to make sure I've got you all on board, because he talks about politics and systems in a way that I'm sure a lot of you who are more thinking about politics in a more religious way might be a little hesitant about what he's saying here. But what he's saying is not that women should be in the workplace. What he's saying is that now that women are being compensated more with capital, money, now that women are being compensated more with money, but the same amount of work needs to take place, right? Like the same, like the children have to be cared for. We've just offloaded parts of it out of the family, and it's being taken on by other parents, by other women, right? By other men in schools or in other places. But then, like the cooking, somebody still needs to cook food, prepare food, but sometimes it's offshored to restaurants, right? But overall, the amount of work that the average woman does and that the average man does, right, as a mean, have not changed much. The fact that women work, then hire someone to clean their house and watch their kids, literally, yeah, this is a problem, right? But the amount of labor being done for a given family is not significantly different. The amount of time of labor being done, it might be more. I think it would probably be more, but it's not significantly different. There are bad things about the way we do it now, but the time spent on it isn't like hugely different.
Okay. So that being said, women get to spend all of their money after they get done with all of their time and all of their resources, after they're done taking care of their core responsibilities on themselves in the form of self-care.
So we get back to self-care. Once the women have taken care of her core responsibilities, she spends her resources on self-care.
Responsibility is to take care of yourself psychologically, cosmetically, getting rest, getting beauty sleep. You have to take care of yourself for the good of the tribe. And the society is set up so that the woman is going to have some surplus, but she's not going to have like a ton of surplus. It's not going to go into conspicuous consumption because there's not that much money for conspicuous consumption. For the man, it's a little bit more complicated. He gets done with his work and his direct responsibilities, working the same amount of time as woman. But there is one barrier between him and his leisure time, right? And the one barrier, the secret shift, if I wanted to steal a term from feminists, is his collective responsibility to ensure the security of his family and his tribe. Now, if the tribe is...
Everybody following? Because Mysterion's kind of figured it out. So the man, before he gets to his leisure, right? The woman does all her responsibilities and then she gets to go to her leisure time. The woman gets to do all her responsibilities and then she goes to her leisure time. The man does all his responsibilities and then he has to double check that there's nothing else that needs done that he has to take care of.
Secure, and everyone has enough money, and everyone has all of their needs met, which rarely happens in history, then he can go straight on to leisure time. But if there's any sense...
Did you catch that?
He can go straight on their needs met, and everyone has enough... Now, if the tribe is secure, and everyone has enough money, and everyone has all of their needs met, which rarely happens in history, then...
If the tribe is secure, and everyone has enough money, and everyone has all their needs met, then the man can go to his leisure time. But not until the tribe is secure, everyone has enough money, and everyone has all their needs met. I think we can add in also future need planning. That's another thing, right? The needs of the future. You're right.
He can go straight on to leisure time. But if there's any sense that there could be danger or uncertainty financially, he has to dedicate his time to doing as much as he reasonably can be expected to do to ensure that his collectivity, his people, have the best chance of survival in the future.
He has to do these things, because if he doesn't do these things, he's falling short before he gets to his leisure time.
This is why male hobbies piss women off.
There you go. This is why male hobbies piss women off.
People say this in red pill spaces. Male hobbies piss women off, and they kind of do. And they definitely hate to see you napping. All women hate that. Luckily, I don't ever sleep, so it's not a big problem for me. I mean, if I slept, I wouldn't have a blog, right? I'm laughing, but I'm very angry.
Women hate to see it happen. If I ever slept, I wouldn't have 2 jobs in a stream. Retweet on that one, dude. He has kids too, so I really don't know what I'm bitching about.
Yeah. Sure. In periods of uncertainty, where we're not just living like teenagers and all the big picture items are taken care of, men are expected to use most of their free time, if not all of their free time, to try to ensure the tribe's collective survival. Now, there is broad leeway on these missions. Religion ensures the tribe's collective survival. Trying to look after financial resources ensures your tribe's survival. Doing art actually does that too, in a roundabout way. Sports, and this is something that a lot of people like John Carter and James Kirkpatrick.
Okay, so there are certain things which indirectly assure the tribe's survival, and so you're evolutionarily going to have approval from them get approval from them. There will be evolutionary approval from them for women. If you're participating in sports, women will like that because you are doing something which is physically fit. It ensures the tribe's survival, right? Art, because it ensures the tribe's survival through cultural passage on and all kinds of things like that. But the point is that overall, male hobbies piss women off. And the boy dollar, girl dollar thing is that you should not be spending your money on yourself or your own enjoyment, because if you're doing so, it's an implicit statement that all of your responsibilities are met. And that burden is not on the women. Now, Mysterion's kind of picked this out, that single women have a significantly lower barrier to being able to get to the self-care level. Single women get to the self-care level much quicker because they don't have kids or a husband to care for. So they get to the self-care level. They get their basic responsibilities done, and then they do self-care. And in a real way, all of the money goes to self-care, because all the money is about I'm single and I don't have a community, and most people who are single don't have a community. I want to be very, very clear about this. Like, the state I live in and the state a lot of you guys live in who are single, where you have a community, you have friends, that is not the norm in the modern West. Okay? But specifically for women, all the money is going to like self-care in some way. And there's no really like how often have you ever heard a single woman be told, you need to be saving your money to be able to buy a house? I've never heard a single woman be told that. I get told that once a day. Now, I am not complaining about that. That is a true thing. I need to save my money to buy a house. I'm the male. I need to provide that. But that is not a difference in degree. That's a difference in kind for the way that single men and women are treated. Right? And this is part of the reason that single male hobbies piss women off. Some women save their money, but not all. Yeah. And also it kind of is, it's a lot of times it's the exception, not the norm. But this is why female hobbies a lot of times piss women off. Or single male hobbies piss women off. Because what you're saying is, I have all this free time where I don't need to protect the future. Oh, you see me as a potential mate? Well, I'm not worried about your future. But if you put that same barrier back on the woman, it's rejected. And it should be. But here's the thing. It should be to some degree. It shouldn't be as much as it is. But here's the thing. We need to at least be aware of this. We need to at least be aware of this. At the very least, we need to start with being aware that this is happening. We need to be aware that it is the case, that we just need to acknowledge, and women need to acknowledge it too, that they don't like men when men have hobbies. On average, women don't like it when men have hobbies. The idea that I have a bookshelf full of 35 millimeter film and that I would like to take a day to just go walk around and do nothing and shoot 35 millimeter film is somewhat acceptable because it's artsy and it participates in culture and it ensures the survival of future, and it means that I'm like future minded. But like, if I wanted to take a day and play Cyberpunk, I just want to relax. I just want to play Cyberpunk, which I do. Let me tell you something. Can I tell you something? Let me look right down the camera and say this. If I just played Cyberpunk all day, every day that I wanted to play Cyberpunk all day and do nothing else, I would play Cyberpunk all day, every day, for weeks at a time. All right? Dude, the Steve Franson drop is crazy. That's a poll. That's a good one. That's a poll. You're an old head, huh? But I don't, right? But if I want to take 4 hours some night, it's not that good of a game, dude. It is that good of a game. Yes, it is. I'm going to die. I will die on this hill. Cyberpunk is phenomenal. It is that good of a game. But we need to start with at least acknowledging it. We need to acknowledge that this ticks women off. It does. We just need to say that. Women should acknowledge it. Women should be told that they do. And the next thing we need to do is we need to tell women that they need to give leeway in this, because the women need to be at least forced to acknowledge the things they do that are in the place of male hobbies. Now, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by women need to be forced to acknowledge the things they do that are in the place of male hobbies? All right. I like to play video games when I have free time. I like to play video games when I have free time, right? Okay. What do single women don't like to play video games, so they think, I'm not wasting time. Yeah, but how often are you spending money on clothes that you don't need? Like, you don't need any clothes besides the one that dress you modestly. How often are you spending money on clothes you like? Or you're going out and looking for clothes, or you're just hanging out with friends and doing nothing, or you're going to the mall, and then, these are stereotypical woman things, like video games are stereotypical man things. I don't think there's a problem with that. I think that's healthy. But we need to force women to acknowledge that those things are the same societal operator as video games and male hobbies are. Camping gear is the thing for me. Yeah, I mean, tech stuff is the thing for me, dude. I've been really good about it recently, apart from the keyboard. And I will tell you, the reason I bought this keyboard is because it's because I wanted to reward myself for doing writing by making writing a more pleasurable experience. That was actually the thought in my head, was like, I should do something to celebrate that I made this accomplishment of getting published. The way I want to celebrate that is make doing it again more pleasurable. So I will buy this keyboard I've wanted that I know I will enjoy. And let me tell you something, I enjoy this keyboard a lot. But anyway, right? And I think that's worth talking about. I think we need to talk about that. Minor fragrance, clothing, and books. Books are that for me, dude. If I see a Nixon book, dude, I cannot. The amount of self-control it takes to not buy a book on Nixon the second I see it, catastrophic, honestly. Their video gaming is actually applying makeup. When women get in front of their phone and do their own makeup, they usually will feel relaxed after it or have some comfort. Tolkien books for you, right? Everybody has these things, and I'm not saying any of them are bad. I'm saying society perceives these things differently. I don't think it perceives them wrongly, but I think it's a barrier that we pretend that they're not there in dating culture. Because in dating culture, women have that natural reaction, which evolutionarily is beneficial, and in societies is beneficial, and when you're married is probably beneficial, right? Like if a man gets married and he spends just as much time playing video games as he did before he was married once he has 5 kids, that's probably a problem, okay? That's probably a problem. But to say that it's a problem when the man is single and the woman is single, I mean, really, is it? Like, a guy who spends, 6 hours on a Sunday when he has nothing else to do, the thing he likes to do that makes him relax is play video games, so he does it for 6 hours. He's had a hard day at work. He likes to play 2 hours of Cyberpunk. He doesn't want to talk to you. He wants to talk to you, but he also wants to play video games. He wants to sit and play the video game and talk to you. I mean, ladies, and no ladies are watching this, but like, dude, like, let me tell you a little secret about men, okay? If I'm playing a video game, if what I'm doing is relaxing and playing a video game after I've had a hard day, and I'm talking to you while I'm doing it, that is like an incredible compliment, and you need to know that. Because I'm playing the video game because I want to relax, and me talking to you while I'm doing it, while I'm doing this thing that I know I need to do to unwind, and me including you in that ritual, is a statement of affection that I don't think a lot of women appreciate how significant it is. All right? If a man's hobby is like sitting and reading and he wants to do it with you around, that means you relax him. That's an affirmation of affection, right? the attention you are getting in that moment is your presence in the room is the compliment being given. Okay? The fact that he's like you are present in the room and he's not trying to get away is the compliment being given. And here's the problem, right? Mysterion is saying that's the problem. Nothing else to do, but you could be doing something that they would deem as worth value. That's the thing Dave is talking about, though, right? What Dave is talking about is that that's the problem. And what I'm saying, what I think he's saying that I want to like draw out of it is like in a marriage that would be a problem, right? That's why I said if you're playing as many video games before you get married as after, probably a problem. But if you're playing like 2 hours a week, right? Like if the kids go down for a nap on Sunday and during that nap, he wants to sit with you while he plays Civ 5. Sweetheart, if he wants to play Civ 5 for 2 hours while he sits with you while the kids are asleep, that he really likes you. Like, what are we doing? So my wife and I will chat while I game, or we will read Reddit together and laugh at the chaos on it. We usually do a lot of talking every day after work on these topics. There we go, right? Like, that's the compliment, okay? That's the compliment being paid to you, all right? We need to be able to acknowledge that. We need to just own up to that, all right? Okay. Let's see if he says anything else real quick here. I don't remember what he says after this, but let's see. Let's just watch a little further.
I don't know what name
because there's another topic I wanted to talk about in this, but we'll see.
He's going by. He's the guy that I never know what name. What is it? But the tribe.
And here's another thing I'll say before I play the rest of this. Do you know how I know, ladies, that that's a compliment that men are giving you? Is because when I'm doing this stream and I see somebody say in the chat, I'm playing Subnautica and listening to you in the background. I'm playing Subnautica while I listen to you in the background. I am highly complimented by that because I know that means that I'm a part of that man's relaxation ritual. He trusts me and wants my content, wants my voice, wants my digital presence in some way. Like he finds that as a part, like something that refreshes and regenerates him. And you should take it that way too. I'm literally playing Wii Sports Tennis with you on the background. See? Literally this. That guy's 35. 32 or something. I don't know. 40. Might as well be 40. I'm playing Helldiver 2 right now. Literally what's happening right now. 34. 40 years old. Okay. Literally what's happening right now. These guys are... What I'm taking from guys telling me isn't just like, you're not giving me your full attention. What these guys are saying, and they will confirm it, the guys who have just told me what games they were playing, they will now confirm this in the chat. What they're telling me implicitly and implying and saying to me is, I find you to be a relaxing presence. I like you as a person in some way. I like your digital presence. I like the thing you're participating, the thing you're adding to this experience is good for me. If I didn't find the thing you were adding good for me, I would not have you there. Right? That's what they're saying. Yeah, they're telling me I'm right. So, there you go, ladies. Now, Purgative wants me to segue to dating. Here's the thing. The segue to dating is just like we should tell, like married women should tell single women this, right? Married women should tell single women that, like, the hobby is good. The hobby is not a problem while single. The hobby is not a problem until it gets in the way of your relationship. It's not getting in the way in a relationship if you're just present with him while he's doing it. That's not it getting in the way of your relationship. That is a growth in relationship. All right? Married women should be the segue to dating is that married women need to tell single women this truth, that you being present while he does whatever his hobby is growth in the relationship, not a barrier to the relationship. And if you can't accept that, you are primarily the problem, not him. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. Purgative Way, $5, Australian $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. That's very kind of you. Right? I have a friend who's watching this stream, whom a lot of the time when he watches this stream, his wife is there. That's like he's telling his wife that he likes her a lot when he does that. Right? He's saying, I find this thing interesting. I would like to participate and share it with you. That's a sharing. That's a growth in relationship. Married women need to tell single women that. Now, you can't just walk up to single women at mass, go, watches this stream, wife, that's a Fed. I don't think he's a Fed. I've known him a long time. Yes, you are a big part of my relaxation routine as Bowser hands me my ass in Super Mario Galaxy. My wife also listens in. I was telling her just now what you said. That's hilarious. See? But you can't just walk, like, I'm not saying like married women should just walk up to single women after mass and be like, actually, you need to find a man who participates in who wants you present for his hobby. Like, don't do that, obviously. And I don't need to tell women that. That's the thing you need to tell men. But like that's the dating thing, I think. I think that's the segue to dating. My wife was listening till she went to sleep. Well, there you go. See? I put Mrs. Bowling to sleep. A problem I have had for nearly a decade now is that I put the bowling women is that I bore the bowling women to sleep. Can I call in? Sick actually has already scheduled a call because we have a topic we're going to talk about. So unfortunately, I'm going to go to him, and then we'll maybe come back to Dave. But I did promise him he could call in, so because we actually have a topic we want to talk about. We're going to, so. Okay. You can join Chiswick, and then I'll pull you in, boss. Just be prepared to be sent Instagram stories to look at for the inverse part of that. Okay. Not you, Purgative. Sick. I promised Sick like a week ago he could call in, so I have to give him first dibs. And then we're going to go back to Dave. Yo, can you hear me? Hold on. Let me make sure you're on. Go ahead.
Am I good?
You're good. You are on. They can hear you.
Awesome. Sweet. So I know earlier this week when we were talking in chat, you were talking about me talking specifically about the J.D. Vance visit to Missouri.
Well,
Is there anything else
I
you
wanted
to chat
to
about?
introduce you what you are. So your name's Connor. You're a regular viewer.
Yes. Yes.
You can tell the chat and if you want after this, we'll post it for anybody else. I'll send you the video for whatever you want to use it for. So you can say whatever else you do, whatever else it is you can do.
Yeah, definitely. My name is Connor Martin. I am an alderman here in Troy, Missouri. I was recently elected in this past April municipal elections. I took the office in May, and I've kind of hit the ground running as a young Gen Z right winger. So do with that as you will. But to everyone's dismay, actually, I get along pretty well with the Boomers, and I'm starting to accomplish some great grounds here in Troy for, I don't want to say America first, but the America first type vibes, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, true American patriots, right?
Exactly.
Real American patriots, real American patriot Connor, regular stream viewer, involved in local politics. You went to
Very.
and you went to a JD Vance rally or a JD Vance event recently.
Oh yeah, this past Monday.
So one of the things we're gonna do, I decided, because I am the decider, and I have decided that if anybody ever goes to a big political event in your area or accomplishes something politically in your area, because we're trying to make people get active, right? Well, that's a thing we talk about all the time. What's the line, Connor?
You got to remind me, but
Call your senators.
Local politics is where it counts, but
call your senators, right? We're trying to get people to be active. I always say, call your senators, call your congressmen. I tell them to be active. But if you get active more than that, that's great, right? I'm not going to let you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you come on the stream and talk about. Oh, I talked to this. I talked to an intern in my senator's office. Like, I don't give a shit. Fuck you guys. You should doing that anyway. But if you do something cooler, right? You go participate in an actual event, or you're actually accomplishing things in politics. I want to talk to you guys about that. Talk to you about what you're doing and how that's affecting your life and how you're accomplishing those things. So. Yeah, I want to talk to you about the JD Vance event, talk to you about how it went, what you thought about it.
Definitely.
What it was like there in person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, it was great. You know, the room truly was, I guess, on fire. And if you know anything about Missouri, it's got three Democrat strongholds. One is Columbia, where we have Mizzou, which is our big state university. The other is St. Louis, and the other is Kansas City. But I mean, it was a packed room. We had a few hundred people there, and I mean, everyone was pretty on fire for the former senator from Ohio.
The former senator from Ohio, Vice President JD Vance.
Yes,
that
Vice
is
President JD Vance. That's right.
What he's known best as, former senator from Ohio.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, I guess. So did you go just because you were interested in seeing JD speak, or were you going for like as a participation in your office as alderman?
Yeah. So it was twofold. One, I've never actually seen JD live. I've never actually seen Trump live. So for me, this was an opportunity to go and see him. And then also in my position as alderman, it's great to kind of go around and meet other statewide officials, especially, you know, I won't lie, I'm pretty politically ambitious. So it's great to make contacts across the state where if, you know, 5-10 years down the line, I decide to run for something else, I've got these contacts networked throughout the state.
Yeah.
But for me, seeing JD was probably one of the coolest parts because, like I said, you know, you're used to seeing these massive Trump rallies where they're in these huge basketball stadiums and whatever, where there's thousands of people. But this was, I mean, for a rally, it was a pretty intimate gathering, you know, probably 200 to 300 people. But like I said, the room was filled, and I was probably within 25-30 feet of the vice president. And I mean, it really was just super cool to see someone young that, you know, JD has a lot of these like tongue-in-cheek moments where he placates to the boomers and the older Reagan conservatives, but he also is definitely hinting at like, hey, I'm on your guys' side. And that's good I mean, it's great to see. You know, for so long it's felt like as young conservatives we've just been forgotten. And JD is our voice in the White House right now, and it's pretty refreshing.
Yeah, it's great. So what does an alderman do? What do you do? What's
Yeah.
Let's
so
talk about
so
that.
basically in Missouri we've got I think 4 different classifications of cities. And in class 4, which is my city's classification, the city council is called the Board of Aldermen. So there's 6 of us, and we essentially vote on local infrastructure, local policies, and things like that. Right now we're actually the the big debate that I'm having with some of the other aldermen is setting up a 287G contract with RPD and ICE, and it's been a bit more of a fight than I thought because Troy itself voted for Trump over 70%, but some of the aldermen that are on there, because the Board of Aldermen is a quote-unquote nonpartisan race, so you don't declare your party affiliation. So some of the people on there are more liberal, and getting them to vote the way I'd like to is not always easy. I'm hoping that come next month when we meet to officially vote on the contract, I'm going to be able to fill the room with other folks like myself that'll tell them, hey, this is what the people want. Don't listen to Facebook trolls and retarded communists, basically, when they say stuff like we don't want this.
Nova or AJK is saying that nonpartisan races should be outlawed. I don't know. I would have to think about that more. What as somebody who's serving on a nonpartisan board and struggling with the consequences of nonpartisan races, are there any benefits that make you think that they should be that way, or do you think that nonpartisan races are generally a negative?
I mean, in all honesty, like in my town, we have Democrats that run as Republicans. So no matter what, you're going to have Democrats filling these positions. The party affiliation helps a little bit, but not as much as you'd hope. Because, if someone goes out and is championing for gun control or abortion or whatever, well, there's no way in hell they're going to win a Republican primary. But then when they get on the board or whatever, they toe that line. And for instance, this 287G thing, they used the PR crisis that was pretty and good, and they make it seem like, oh, this is a terrible deal, we're going to have more people dying. And it's just being able to counter them with, I mean, not to sound like Ben Shapiro, but put the facts before the feelings. This last time around, one of my fellow aldermen was saying, well, we're going to have people die like they did up in Minnesota. And I was able to pretty quickly say, listen, the reason they died in Minnesota was because the Minneapolis Police Department was forbidden from assisting ICE, and because of that there was no riot control. They weren't able to keep control of the scene, and that's why Pretty and Good were out there interfering with ICE operations in the first place, and ultimately that's why they died. It's not because ICE just wants to come out there and kill Americans, so trying to get people to see that's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah So okay, that's interesting. What was your impression of JD as an orator? Because I think, I've said this on stream a lot, but I really think that JD as an orator is like I think he's underrated. I think he's incredibly talented. What was your feeling? How did he connect to the room? Did you feel like he was working off the room well, or was he just reading?
Yeah, I mean, he's impressive. I mean, I kind of mentioned it in the chat earlier this week, but there was one point in time, and you can see the back and forth on the video. He said something along the lines of, "What's happened with the left in the United States? What have they become?" And someone in the audience, some random lady goes, "Satan, they've become Satan." And he said, well, I wouldn't say that, but I get where you're getting at. And so he plays off the audience well. It's been kind of impressive, actually, to see since he was nominated by Trump. He has picked up a lot of Trump's tendencies. Trump has always been a master at working off the crowd and working with people. And JD came from kind of, a Harvard Ivy League background where he's a great orator. He can name the policies and all this stuff. But he never really connected with the people as well as Trump did. But he's learned a lot of those skills, and he was impressive. And part of it may be because this was a much smaller and intimate gathering than you would see with those massive, multi-thousand rallies.
Yeah. So I mean, that's good. That's good to know. I think the one of the underlying underappreciated skills in politics is the small crowd connection, because that's really where you're gonna flip a swing voter, right? And it was in an automotive factory, right?
Yeah, something to that effect. From what I understand, this local Kansas City factory, when everything got outsourced to China in the last 20 to 30 years, they stuck around, and that's why they chose this place over everywhere else.
Yeah. So it was in some local factory, but I mean, that's how you flip those guys, right? Those guys who are going to be swing voters, is you are like a real human being in those places, and you're not just reading like a campaign statement. So It's
Yeah,
good to
and
know that.
I will say especially for some of the other viewers, I've been in calls with you guys, and everyone's really young. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll be 26 in July, so I'm really young too. But uh, when you go and you talk to people at the doors or whatever, because that's how I overwhelmingly won my campaign, is I went and I knocked and talked to people. Um, People don't want to talk about politics most of the time. They want to know who you are as a person. So you can tell them, well, these are some of my policy positions. This is what I want to do for the city, X, Y, Z. But at the end of the day, they want to know, hey, what do you think about the Cardinals? What do you think? How are the Blues doing? Or what do you think about the Chiefs going to Kansas? That's a load of BS. Trying to make that personal connection. And again, that's what JD has kind of excelled at, even through the meme culture. I mean, you saw him this past Halloween where he put on the silly wig with
Yeah, he
the
understands
face,
how to use the internet to do that. It's really
Exactly.
impressive. I mean, he also went to Steubenville when he was campaigning, which, I mean, I don't know how often that happens. I like Mike Ruley a lot. He's my congressman, but I've never seen Mike Ruley around, right?
Yeah.
I am going to call his office and tell him he should come down, though. I mean,
yeah.
First Friday of October, he should show up. It would be so sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think, and I'm probably going to, here's a thought. Probably should run this by, I should tell Mark, who runs the First Fridays, to invite both of them to the same one, or invite them to separate ones, and just to put it on the map, put Steubenville on their map as a thing they should think about being in their district. Mostly because Ruley's not. I mean, just to get on Ruley's map, because Ruley's not going to lose, but would be interesting. But JD understands how to do that really well. I mean, the internet with the Halloween thing. He also understands that the Doge thing. He knew the Doge boys, when they got doxxed, were not going to make the normie news, so he knew the only news it was going to make was going to be the political diehards.
Mm-hmm.
And he was smart enough to know that he wasn't going to convince the leftist political diehards, and the only thing that could possibly happen was you could lose right-leaning diehards, and the only reason you lose them is if you don't stand by your guys, and he stood by them.
Yeah, exactly. Talk about the internet culture and the political diehards and stuff like that for a second. Ultimately, you saw earlier this week, and I saw part of the stream for tonight was talking about Thomas Massie. You got to be able to kind of toe that line of, you want to be able to keep your base and let them know, hey, I'm in your corner. But when you go full crazy, like, oh, the internet is my electoral base, like, no, that's not true. And that's something else that JD and Trump have really hit on this term, is they're really connecting with the blue collar and the regular working Americans better than they have in the past. Where Democrats, on the other hand, I think they really do believe that the internet is what their base is. They think that all these people in the comments saying, oh, you're racist, or oh this, or oh that, is who's going to come out to vote. And it's not. It's regular blue collar, elderly Americans who aren't going to be on social media as much as the young folks are. And quite frankly, young folks don't vote like the old people do,
Yeah, no, it's completely true. Yeah, I think the other thing, and I heard somebody say this week, that part of the problem with Massey's oh, the young people are on my side, is young people are on your side because they're disproportionately gung-ho and a little more brash. And I don't mean that as an insult or as a compliment, right? I just mean it as a general political observation.
Yeah.
And that's going to mellow out some as they age, right? And the young people in America right now, young voters tend to be disproportionately single issue voters, right? And disproportionately voters who are motivated by a single issue and are willing to sacrifice other issues. And on the left, that tends to be anti-whiteness, right? On the right, that is either immigration or it's Israel. It just let's just be honest about it. It's one of the two in right-leaning young voters. It's immigration or it's foreign interference, mainly Israel. And I think Massey's miscalculation on oh, young voters people under I want people under 55. It's yeah, you did, but the older the electorate ages into like millennials are, you know, in their 40s now and they're moving rightward as they have to pay taxes and like Gen Z moves rightward towards a more establishment right position with a different spin on it that's mostly anti-immigration because it's defined by Trump. But like the idea that just because like people are young they think this way means it's going to like stay the same. Like I don't think that Massie and a lot of Massie's nasties, which is not an insult because that's literally what he called them. They had shirts. Shocker if you're running in breaking news, Connor. I got breaking news for you.
I'm first to hear it. Love to hear it.
Yeah. If you run in a rural Kentucky district that's primarily evangelical, labeling your supporters nasties is not appealing to a large portion of that electorate.
This is news to me. You know, actually, I was going to make campaign shirts for my next run that said that. I'm glad you're telling me now.
I know, right? I would not have seen that coming. I didn't realize it till after the election results came in that might not work.
Yeah, yeah.
And anyway, I think that the idea that the young electorate will not age into the opinions of the electorate doesn't age with the electorate. I think that's a miscalculation that a lot of people on the right are making when they're talking about like, oh, the young youth is up and coming, right? But we also see the opinions aging in some degree, right? And so while I agree, like I don't want foreign interference in our elections, right? You have to consider that when you get out and you say, I'm going to vote against immigration or I'm going to vote against Trump or I'm not in the Trumpist movement. It's like, well, as they age, they're going to want to win. And if you can't demonstrate that your way wins besides like principles, that's not going to work, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not just that, but if you have 10 single issue, Israel is the main issue voters, but you have 100 people that say, well, immigration is my biggest issue. And you know, say if you have 100% of Gen Z, Israel is my biggest thing, and then 30% of 100 people that are saying Israel is not my biggest thing, immigration is, the math doesn't math. You know, I'm trying to phrase it properly.
Well, okay.
Here, but
did you see
you're
when
essentially
we were
only going to
talking
have
about
40
the
votes
Democrat?
versus?
Did you see when we were reading the Democrat autopsy and talking about their analysis of limiting losses? Did you see that at all? I'll explain it because this will be probably its own clip. But
say, was it earlier in the
yeah,
stream?
it was earlier.
I'm just hearing about it.
So the
I was at a
Democrats
wedding earlier,
in their
so I
autopsy.
probably missed it.
Oh yeah, the Democrats in their autopsy said on the 2024 election, we're talking about one of Kamala's main miscalculations was that she didn't attempt to limit her losses in rural areas where she knew she was going to lose, and this with men and in rural areas. And the North Carolina governor candidate, North Carolina went for Trump, but the Democrat won the governorship. And those two specific demographics made up for it, right? Because he attempted to limit losses in the rural. So he had 9% more rural voters and 11% more male voters.
Yeah.
Now, he performed stronger in urban areas as well. Now, this is largely, you can chalk this up largely to Kamala being a historically terrible candidate. But the thing about this is, and this is literally in there, it's like strong urban turnout plus competitive suburban vote plus competitive suburban totals plus limiting rural losses. Literally that, like they wrote that. And so if we apply that logic of limiting losses, even in places you know you're not going to win, right? It seems that what Massie did is, if we make an ideological map, so to speak, is that Massie was not interested in limiting losses in areas which he knew he was going to lose.
Yeah.
Right? And I think the Massie wing of the right, or the, you know, the what John Doyle and others are now calling the retard right, which is the right wing who seems unconcerned about most issues. Their only issue seems to be opposition to Israel, right? They're not really interested in
solutions.
In solutions, or they're not, you know, if something is America first, but it also happens to benefit Israel, they seem to, maybe they would oppose it in some cases. Or they're not willing to compromise with people who like Israel to get America first victories, which seems to be, I think, probably the biggest difference between the two wings of the what used to be a kind of united, semi-united dissident right movement, is the idea of compromising with those who disagree with you on Israel to achieve more important and immediate domestic wins. And I think if we use the model of limiting losses in rural areas for the Democrats, it seems that parts of the far right are interested in limiting losses, and Massie and the people like him are not interested in limiting losses with those they know they're going to lose anyway. And I just don't see that as a viable strategy for winning elections long term. And I don't see it as I think it's so unviable that I don't think it would win even if their dream came true and the Republicans lost everything. And so they were like suddenly woke up after they lost and got crushed in 2020 on election day in November. If they woke up and were like, oh, we got to be super far right. Like, I don't think that if they took that strategy on, that strategy wins, right? Like, even if they took the strategy that they want them to take, I don't think that strategy wins. And I think that's the main problem here, is that you have to take a strategy that is winning. And I think you have to be willing to limit losses with people you're not going to win the majority of.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they need to come into, like, how do I say this? Common sense that not everybody cares about politics. When I kind of talked about it earlier, but there's a lot of people in the world that are just quote unquote normies. You know, they come out and they vote on election day, and that's about it. But other than that, they're just like, yeah, politics is politics. Life sucks, and my country hates me. And so it's reaching that group of people. No matter what, as long as you're giving the right cues, you're going to have the Israel first or the Israel last crowd in your bank. You don't need to worry about that. You need to worry about reaching these normies that are worried about their next paycheck and how much is going to come out in taxes, how much they're going to pay at the pump, and things like that. When you single-handedly focus, whether it's on Israel or the Lila Rose crowd and the Kristen Hawkins crowd, focusing solely on the pro-life issue, that is losing. You're not going to win. You're going to sacrifice a victory for the sake of principle purity. And what's the point? At the end of the day, the communists still got you lined up on a wall. Good job,
And here's the thing. It's the economy, stupid. Yep, that's where I was about to go.
Yep.
It's the economy, stupid. What is always when voters are asked about what the most important thing is to them in an election year, every single time it is the economy. It's the economy, stupid. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And here's another poll that I found out recently Gallup does, and I love this poll. Now, this is not super useful to you as a local politician, but I love this poll.
I'm ambitious.
I love this
I'd like
poll.
to see it.
Gallup does this poll once a month. They call people and say, what do you think the most important problem facing the country is? And it's pretty much open-ended. It's so open-ended that, there's so many options here, right? So many options for what you can answer. And they have to rank them as economic and non-economic problems. And the economic problems get 32% of the total. And then everything else splits. And it's economic. And then the top of the non-economic problems is the government and poor leadership, and then immigration.
Yeah.
If you are competent, and this is why I know you're at a wedding. We were giving Congressman Tim Burchett his well-deserved flowers earlier, because he does these videos pretty much every day where he's just like, here's what I was doing. It's not sexy. It's not big news. Here's what I was doing. Here's what happened. Here's why I'm mad about it. Here's why I'm happy about it. And all of them, every single video ends with, thank y'all for sending me here.
Yeah.
He's, and the reason I list those specific things is because he says it's poor government / poor leadership. You know what people think when people feel like they've got a good leader? When the leader says, thank you for letting me lead you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? When the leader says, hey, this thing about transportation regulations isn't sexy. Here's how it affects you. Here's what I'm trying to do about it.
Yeah.
Right? That makes people go, oh, that's a good leader. Right? And then it also makes him think he knows what I think. He knows, he feels me, he understands me, which is going to naturally translate to he understands my economic problems.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also he's Republican, so he's clearly on board on the majority opinion on immigration.
Yeah.
And so that's like, I think Tim Burchett is like, this is crazy, but I think he's like the model of like what, like even I think it would be even Democrat voters. I think like the normie Democrat voter wants a representative who appreciates what the opportunity they've been given and tells them that why they're representing them. And like, I really think Tim Burchett is like this, almost like this platonic form of what people want in a congressman. Maybe half the country disagrees with the issues he stands for, but I do think he's the platonic form of the kind of person that they want in a congressman, right?
Yeah, well, he's genuine. Again,
he's genuine and he's Southern.
He
He represents a Southern district, right? The urban voters want somebody who's urbane, but they want somebody who's genuine and urbane. They want one of their people who's genuine, thankful, and a good leader. The Southern voters want somebody who's Southern, genuine, and a good leader. But like genuine and a good leader is like what everyone wants out of their Congress people, what everyone wants out of their senators. And it's why Trump wins, because people who don't like him still at least think he's genuine, right? And this is why people, the Groypers and the parts of the right may not like JD, but this is why people like JD, right? Because everybody who reads Hillbilly Elegy, if you've read Hillbilly Elegy and you didn't think it was genuine, you're not a human being. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I know people who disagree with it, and that's fine, right? I know people who think like, I disagree with parts of this. He seems like he looks down on these people. I don't think so. But if you don't think it's a genuine book written by a genuine man who actually experienced these things, like, you're just not a human being.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really do think part of it is the politicians or the advisors to them don't really understand what the average American is actually going through. Whereas JD, and I'm not sure of Tim Burchett's background, but it really seems like he grew up in that household of, I don't know if I'm like what my next meal is going to look like. I don't know what my next paycheck is going to look like. And that's what the average American feels on a day-to-day basis. They don't care about, and it's sad to say, but they don't care about abortion. It's not their number one issue. And I figured this out back in 2020 because I was talking to a coworker of mine, and they said, yeah, I disagree with Trump on abortion, but at the end of the day, I got to keep more money in my bank. That's what people care about, and we need to just hone in on that.
It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah. And honestly, the Trump campaign has done a phenomenal job. And I got to give props to Eric Schmidt because he is my favorite United States senator. And if anyone hasn't seen the live stream, JD also says that Eric Schmidt is his favorite United States senator. But he has done a great job of tackling the fact that immigration affects the economy. And
dude, that is the other. I was literally about to go there. The way you win on immigration is convince people that immigration affects them economically. Yeah.
Yes.
This is something I wanted to write in my op-ed about Dignidad, but I didn't have the word count and the space to do it without writing a whole nother article. But one of my main problems with Dignidad that I haven't really gotten a chance to expound extensively, but the short version of it basically is like, it's super concerned with like, oh, you came in illegally, so we're not going to reward you, so you have to pay back taxes and a fine. My main problem with that is that the people pushing the bill are like, the Republicans pushing the bill are like, the federal government made a mistake, so we have to make up for it and make these people pay amends. And it's like, they're paying amends to the people you say made the problem. You're literally rewarding the people who caused the problem and saying they get to stay here. So you're like almost doing anti-justice. Like you're harming the people who are actually harmed by this and giving restitution to those who do not deserve it. Like, should there be illegals here? No. Should people who work here have to pay the same taxes everybody pays? Yeah.
Yes.
But
yeah,
that doesn't mean the federal government deserves those taxes, especially if the federal government is the one who caused the problem where they're not paying taxes by refusing to enforce the law. Like,
exactly.
If in that law, dude, if in that law it said, like, all that would need to be added is some type of amendment where it's like all the federal back taxes and the $7 fines get added to like some type of jobs program for natural born citizens. That would fix that problem.
Yeah.
Do you know how much harder it would be to campaign against that? And I still wouldn't support it, but do you know how much harder it would be to make the case against that if it was like, hey, actually, this thing we're doing that's going to be like legal status for illegals is also going to create a $1 trillion pot of like job assistance for natural born citizens. That would be so hard to convince people that it's a bad idea, right? It still would be, but like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's really funny because whenever I brought up the 287G thing at my board of aldermen meeting earlier this week, some folks came up to me and they're like, if you're really worried about the government handouts, like there's other ways for us to get money in our area. And I looked them dead in the face and I said, I don't care if we get money from this program. Honestly, if ICE came to me and said, we won't pay you a lick, but we will allow for you to deport illegals, I would do that, because at the end of the day, illegals are here taking our jobs. They're not paying taxes. They're taking our resources, and they're a primary cause of the housing crisis that so many young Americans are experiencing right now. And the mouth on these boomers just dropped. Like, wow, this me, that they just don't get it. It's not. They don't understand how it affects the economy. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
How do your voters feel about that? I guess. Have you connected with any voters on that issue, or changed the mind of any voters on that issue, or like?
Yeah. So so when I was out knocking doors and stuff, people asked me what I felt about it, and I would tell them. And it's one of those things where when you're running for a local office, no one really asks about that kind of stuff because they're like, oh, well, this doesn't affect us locally. But again, we voted 70-30 for Trump. I'm convinced that if they didn't see the mass deportation signs, then I don't know why they voted for him. And I'm going to make that clear in my next meeting, because the liberals have always had much better success at mobilizing people, and I have a feeling they're going to fill the room with leftists that hate ICE, and I'm going to just make clear that, hey, we voted over 70% for Donald Trump, who championed mass deportations. You cannot tell me that Troy doesn't want this. Just because they're not here tonight doesn't mean that we do not want this. This is good for our community. It's good for the county. And in the long run, it'll benefit especially young people. And we'll just see where it goes.
I cited an Axios poll on that actually in the op-ed I wrote. An Axios poll on 2024 where it showed that even 41% of Democrats at the time wanted mass deportations. I was talking to somebody about that last night, actually, because the New Polity Conference is happening this weekend. So I was talking to somebody last night at the social about it. And I was telling them that one of the things we've learned in content creation, we as like the content creators have learned, that I think people need to learn in politics, is that a lot of times the voters don't know what they want, right? And the voters say they want mass deportations, but as soon as they're forced to look at the process of getting there, they're like, maybe not, right?
Yeah.
But I think what that means is that they want mass deportations. They just don't want to see it. And so if you desensitize them to seeing it, they will appreciate the outcome. And in the long term, they'll be more appreciative. Like, you can't let them listen to them say, because when they say, I don't want this now, what they're not saying is, I no longer want immigration law enforced. What they're saying is, like, I don't like how it looks at this moment, which are two different things that are not the same. So anyway. Yeah, I appreciate it.
And you kind of saw that in the polling and stuff like that after the Pretty Good incident up in Minneapolis, and how that reflected on the masses. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. And again, I would like to reiterate, if Minneapolis Police Department had assisted ICE, those two people would still be alive. If they should have, if ICE was justified in those shootings or not is up for debate. Personally, I think they 100% were, but whatever. But it wouldn't have happened at all if Minneapolis PD had actually helped, but their liberal communist mayor refused to assist, and in the long run cost him 2 of his votes. So
yeah. Well, I appreciate you being active in your local politics. I appreciate you being active in outside of just voting. Remember, chat, just because we don't like democracy doesn't mean we are excused from participating in it. If you want change, you're going to have to participate in it, and voting is the lowest form of participation. I heard Orrin McIntyre this week say that your dog can vote. So, and they do sometimes.
I
But
gotta say, I'm incredibly blessed because in my household, my vote counts as 2. Because my wife comes to me on election day and says, "How are you voting?" and then just fills out her ballot.
yeah, there you
Similarly.
go. You send her with the sample. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. I appreciate you being participating, and I appreciate you watching. So you have a great night.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thanks. Can I give an X plug before I go?
Yeah.
All right. My X is at Connor. That's CONOR. There's only one N. At Connor_Leland on X.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Connor.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Appreciate you. Have a good night. All right, chat. Well, that's great. Participate in politics. You guys all need to do it. Connor's doing it. He's doing a great job, and we love him for it. So, excuse me. Let me pull his X account. Oh, here's another thing that happened this week. I didn't notice this until I got. Let me pull something up. Where is the first of all, here's Connor's X account. Go follow him. Give him a shout. Give him a follow. Give him a retweet. And here's another thing. Mysterion put this together. I should follow this list. This is SNSR peeps. So this is Saturday Night Sandy Revolt peeps. So this is a list that is our regular viewers and members of the Discord. And if you guys want to participate in that, give that a follow. And if you have an X account, I'm not in charge of that at all, so that's a Mysterion question. If you want added to it, you have to ask Mysterion. You have to get his permission, but that's not a me thing. That's a Mysterion thing. So you guys, if you want added to it and you're not on it yet, you need to do that. But so far, it's me, Danny, Barflug Narvin, and Connor. So, and also you should be following our moderator extraordinaire Mysterion. It's Ionic 89. Don't have X at all. Well, that's fine. But if you do have X, follow the list. Follow the list, and I'll post that in the chat as well. So there you go, chat. I hope you guys all follow that. Okie dokie. Let me scrub through this Dave episode.
So,
oh yeah. Oh, okay. So we're gonna go to a different part of this Dave episode now. Okie dokie. But before we do, I'm going to relieve myself. Ooh. relief cam for the stream. You're just asking to watch me piss. Ooh, I have my ramen hat over here. I'm gonna put my ramen hat on. The ramen hat. Oh. How much do you think a P.O. box is? How much is a P.O. box? How much do we think it is? Oof. That's not as much as I thought it was. That's interesting. We'll consider that. Okay. I want to talk about this other clip from Dave from the same episode where he talks about Eternal September. And I really liked this clip. I think this is an interesting thing. And he talks about, I'll just play it and then I'll tell you why I find it so interesting and so relatable.
Eternal September. It's a I know it's a Yarvinism. It's a mole bugism. So soon may I have to go back to my roots. Eternal September is the period, at least in the early 90s and late 80s, when all the university colleges would get their students online and there would be a flood of newbies into the internet space, using it for the first time.
Okay.
The reason why we keep on talking about Eternal September is because academic spaces and spaces that are highly curated to a single interest are high trust areas. And during September, they're overtaken by newbies who just want to use the space to get as much value as possible and then discard it. So you go from, there was some person who made a graph, it didn't fit onto the slide very well, so I skipped it. So a September is a trip from turning something that looks like a monastery into something that looks like Disneyland, into something that looks like Disneyland if everyone stopped cleaning up trash and fixing the rides, aka a dump. That is what Eternal September means.
Okay. I'd never heard this Yarvinism before, but I like it a lot. So what Dave is talking about is that there's this when the school year starts, the students, I think he goes on,
and the only way you can defeat it,
he goes on later in this clip to talk about how it's not a Yarvinism, I don't think. I've heard it outside of him. Maybe he invented it though. I think you underestimate how long Yarvin has been around. What you have is like all these new students come in. All they want to do is use the library to they want to get as much use as they can out of the library. And the library that used to be a space that was like highly curated and high trust and like a good space that was like had a people there. Like all of a sudden there's a bunch of new people there who just want to use it to get all the value they can out of it, and then they want to discard it, right? That's what Dave said. And Eternal September is this idea that because the internet and the right-wing spaces that we operate in are constantly attracting new people from different wings of the right to our space, that it's hard to operate in a high-trust way because there's these people who come in and they want to get all the new stuff. Now, that's not bad. You should want to get the new stuff. You should want to get up to speed. Kind of the reason I thought about this and the reason this the reason this struck me and the reason I wanted to specifically bring this up is because I kind of see what I do as offering a safe place for young Catholics who are getting into, like, starting to understand politics in a new way, to have their September. Right, so that's what it meant. And then Yarvin is talking about, right, yes, you're right, Mysterion. Yarvin is saying eternal September, everyone forgets the norms, and it's important to understand it as in right-wing politics, because it's hard to have an academic right wing with norms and rules and self-policing when there's constantly new people. And I kind of see what I'm doing here, or what I'm hoping to do here long term, is I'm kind of hoping to allow you guys to have your September, because I'm not smart enough and I'm not educated enough and I'm not highly trained enough to be like Dave or Yarvin or Oren or even, the Prudentialist, right? Like, those guys are well beyond where I'm ever going to get. But what I want to do is offer a place where you can learn the rules, the norms, the ways we think, the ways that we ought to behave as dissident right, as right-wingers in this new right space. Especially want to offer you a way that I think you ought to behave and interact with these peoples as Catholics. Because I think that a lot of these people happen to be Protestant or some vague form of deist or theist. And I want to offer you a way you can engage with them without endangering yourself, and while getting the most out of them without tearing down the rest of the right. And I have put my time in to learn the guardrails. I feel confident in saying that for the most part, I know where the guardrails are, and I know what the norms are, and I know what the rules are. And I'm also very comfortable with the chaos, because I've put my time in the chaos. And I want to offer you guys a place where it's okay to be a little chaotic, but it's a little less chaotic than if there was no rules, right? We have our chaos, we have our fun, but I'm also trying to get you guys to think a little bit differently, to learn the norms, to learn the rules, to learn the general principles that we like to talk about. And I do this all without having to just like lay out, here's the rule 1, here's rule 2. And the way I like to do this is by teaching you guys things. By talking about why I think about things, by talking about parts of my mental model. So, there you go. Well, politics can be a very chaotic space without rules, but the right wing itself, like the contained space, needs to have rules. Without rules and rules and norms with how we interact with each other. Otherwise, we don't have a movement. The right is civilizationally oriented. Temporary chaos must be ordered to long-term success. So true. Now, speaking of not having a movement, I want to talk about whether or not there is a Republican Party. I heard something this week.
Theory or what?
I heard. How do you explain the ingestion of the manosphere? I don't know. I'm sorry. Is there a Republican Party? So we're going to start this interview. This is an interview from Lomez and Rufo with Curtis Yarvin. And this interview, I loved this interview. This interview was great. But there's a moment here I really, really want to talk about.
Et cetera, et cetera.
They're not. It's not a matter of education. These people know exactly what they're doing.
These people, he's referring to congressmen and senators. So Rufo is arguing that they don't know what they're doing and they need to be educated. And Yarvin is saying they do know what they're doing and they don't care.
They don't. I've talked to so many
No.
congressmen. I have done congressional breakfast, and you go in, you talk to them about critical race theory or whatever it is,
Rufo's saying critical race theory. I know that feels a little outdated for 2026, but that's Rufo's like big claim to fame was him uncovering and debunking a lot of the critical race theory in education. So there you go.
They have no idea.
I know, but if they
idea.
wanted to have an idea, they would. And the thing is, there is no Republican Party. Like the thing to understand here, like you're much more in the trenches. You're much more, in there. Like there is no Republican Party. There is a bunch of people who basically grift off of the, loathing by ordinary Americans of their vast parasitic government. But these people do not.
There is no Republican Party. There's a bunch of people who grift off of the loathing of normal Americans of their vast parasitic government. Holy shit. Mind blown. That is crazy. That's so good. That's phenomenal. That is amazing.
Want power. They do not think in terms of power. They are not a power-seeking organization. There is.
So, what does it mean to be a political party? You want power, you're power-seeking, and you are organizing for it. And Yarvin's argument is that they don't want power. They're not a power-seeking organization, that all they're desiring to do is grift off of the American people who hate their government.
No Republican Party. All of these people are out for themselves. And this is why, for example, McConnell denies Trump recess appointments. It is why,
So Mitch McConnell is not denying Trump recess appointments. John Thune is, but McConnell has in the past denied Trump recess appointments. Yes. Right? And this is probably Yarvin's best argument for this, is that, like, they know they're denying Trump recess appointments. Like, somebody... Like, John Thune knows he's doing it. Senate leadership knows he's doing it, right? Like, individual senators might not know about, like, the things that they're not doing in relation to, like, niche issues on critical race theory, like Rufo says. But on the large, broad stroke scale, they do know what they're doing. It strains credulity to say that John Thune thinks it's good for America. Or it strains credulity, rather, to say that John Thune doesn't know that he's denying Trump recess appointments, and that the denial of the recess appointments is an abdication of power, is a willing giving up of power for the Republican Party. Who are these guys? This is an episode of the Rufo and Lomez podcast, who are it's a podcast on Blaze. Chris Rufo has done a lot of great investigative journalism, but generally his principles and his understanding of power politics is lacking. Lomez runs Passage Press. If you've never heard of Passage Press, I would recommend checking them out. Passage Press has some great books that I really would recommend you guys reading. And then Curtis Yarvin, of course, this is the guy we read when we read the Five Republics essay. Or the Iron Polygon essay. That's Blaze. I remember that to be cringe. Blaze is very based. Blaze is more based than you realize, I would bet. I mean, Oren's on Blaze, John Doyle's on Blaze, Yarvin's on Blaze. Well, or not Yarvin, but Lomez is on Blaze. And they have Yarvin on, so that's something.
These are individual actors. They don't owe Trump anything. Yes, he can basically mess with them in a lot of ways. That means they need to pay him a little bit more lip service. But, whenever you're thinking in terms of power, the question to ask is, could I 10x this? And if I could 10x this, could I 110x this? And if I am not doing that, then why? And like fundamentally, the incentives for this is why you'll notice that basically why are these southern governments, even with the right to fully gerrymander their
South
states,
Carolina, for
leaving
example.
Democratic seats.
Yeah.
Why does McConnell doesn't even want to be majority leader?
Mhm.
That would give him much more. That would give him much more responsibility. What he wants is basically then he could actually be held accountable for things. He'd much rather be in the minority.
So if you could have more power and you're choosing not to take it, especially when the result of not taking power in an electoral two-party system, it's a zero-sum game, is your enemy who wants to kill you having power, you better have a damn good reason why you don't want it. Right? You better have a damn good reason why you don't want power. Now, Thune doesn't want to be majority leader because he can't be held accountable, right? Thune is doing everything possible to be held accountable for the failures of the Republican Party, even though 90% of them are on his shoulders, right? You can blame Mike Johnson in the House all you want, but the House is getting all kinds of bills to the Senate that the Senate is just not doing anything with anything. Let me show you one. All right? Let me show you an example of this, okay? Let me show you an example of this. This will shock you. This will probably blow your socks off. Blow your socks off, dude. This will blow your socks off. Let me sign in here. I have this link saved somewhere. $875. Okay. HR 875. All right. So this is a bill makes driving while intoxicated or impaired a ground for 1, barring non-U.S. national alien under federal law from admission to the United States, or 2, deporting the individual. One instance of this, okay? A single instance of this. All right? Makes it, you can't, that's all the bill does, right? It's really relatively short for, like, this is the whole bill. That's the whole thing. To amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted or who have committed an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired are inadmissible and deportable. Be it enacted that the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States in Congress assembled, the act may be cited as Jeremy and Angel C.A. and Sergeant Brandon Mendoza protect our communities from DUI as an act of 2025. Section 2, inadmissibility and deportability related to driving while intoxicated or impaired. Inadmissibility, Section 212A2 of the Immigration and Nationalities Act, 8 U.S. Code 1182A2 is amended by adding at the end the following. Driving while intoxicated or impaired, any alien who has been convicted of, who admits having committed or admits committing acts which constitute the essential elements of offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired, as those terms are defined under the law of the jurisdiction where the conviction, offense, or acts constituting the essential elements of the offense occurred, including an offense for driving while under the influence or impaired of alcohol or drugs, without regard to whether the conviction or offense is classified as a misdemeanor or a felony under federal, state, tribal, or local law, is inadmissible. Lion Baller, hello. Thank you so much for being here. Deportability, Section 237A2 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S. Code 1227A2 is amended by adding the end to the following. G, while driving intoxicated or impaired, any alien, this is the whole bill. Any alien who's been convicted of an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired, as those terms are defined under the law of the jurisdiction. Conviction for driving while under the influence, impaired to alcohol or drugs, without regard to whether conviction is classified as felony, misdemeanor, state, tribal, or local law, is deportable. Passed the House of Representatives June 26, 2025. All right, that's almost a year ago. Tracker. Introduced, passed the House. Has not passed the Senate. Let's look at all actions. Received in the Senate and read twice, referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. The Judiciary has held 0 hearings on this bill since then. The Judiciary Committee has had this bill for nearly a year and has done nothing with it. All it does is say, if you have a DUI, you have to go back to your country, or if you have a DUI, you cannot come to our country. That's it. There's nothing else in it. There's no fluff. There's nothing. There's no like additions. There's no, this is a DUI bill and then it sneaks in wall funding. There is literally nothing in this bill except if you have a DUI, you are either deported or you can't come in the first place. The Senate has literally not even held a committee hearing on this. These are not people who want to govern. The idea that these would be people who want to govern is ridiculous. Who is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, you may ask? I will tell you. It is one Jim Jordan. No, that's the House Committee. Sorry. It is one Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley is sitting on this bill. Why is Chuck Grassley sitting on this bill? You don't like the Republican, let's have a committee hearing. Let's get it out of committee. Let's get it on the floor, right? And let's make the Democrats use the silent filibuster to block this law. Seriously. Make the Democrats say they want DUIs in this country, DUI drivers in this country. How do you think that's going to play in the midterms? You don't think that's going to affect some people? Like roll call number 183, nays 160. There were 160 Democrats that voted against this bill. You don't want to make the Democrats vote nay on this. And you're going to tell me that the Republican Party wants power? The Republican Party doesn't want to make you could literally, I'm not exaggerating. This is not an exaggeration. John Thune and Chuck Grassley could make every Democrat in the Senate say, I'm okay with illegals with DUIs staying in the country. Give me a good reason why not. I'm okay with nay. Dude, yes. I mean the slogans write themselves. Dude, forget about all the spending and the organization of Senate campaigns and Senate funds and campaign money you have to do, John Thune. Just do this. Do this. Do this and then do one national spin for one national commercial where you go, every single Democrat senator voted against this. I'm sorry, but Rufo is wrong. They're not this stupid. If they are this stupid, they're so dumb that they deserve to lose anyway. Like they need to be removed in primaries. I'm not saying like lose to the Democrats. I'm saying removed in primaries. Like none of these people know, like, oh yeah, you know what they're doing. Yes, they do. Chuck Grassley is so dumb. He can't figure out that it's probably politically beneficial to force the Democrats to vote no on this. Dude, okay, oh my gosh. Okay. You force the Democrats to vote no, you go, damn, we lost. Oh no. And then Thanksgiving Day, you buy an ad buy on the NFL games that says, hey, because you know what team plays I'm so smart. I'm so much smarter than the Republicans. It's pissing me off. I'm literally freeballing this right now off the top of my head, okay? The Detroit Lions play every year on Thanksgiving Day. The Detroit Michigan Lions, as in Michigan, a critical swing state, which you could probably win. You play an ad every quarter that says, hey, Elisa Slotkin voted against this. I don't know if she's up for election or not. I just don't know she's in Michigan. But you get the point, right? Like okay, let's look at this. Senate elections 2026. Yeah, there's a Michigan seat up. There's a Michigan seat up that's rated as a toss-up. Okay, there's a Michigan seat rated as a toss-up. November 1st, the Falcons from Georgia have a game that you could play this. You could play this ad on. I mean, forget worrying about the Democrat Senate. Like, why would they not do this for these Democrats, for the Democrat congressmen? Question, you are a wonk. Why don't you have a wonk job? Because I don't have a degree. That's the answer. I don't have a degree. Nobody would ever even look at my resume because my resume contains video editing. To get a wonk job, like, it would require, like, somebody like a congressman watching this stream a bunch and going, I'm going to give that guy a job. That's the answer. Also, I would probably have to live in Washington, D.C., and I'd rather kill myself. There's nobody in Ohio or Indiana looking. I'm not leaving Steubenville. So, if somebody wanted me to be like do strategy for them and remotely work from my house in Steubenville, Ohio, like what about a state politician? If I could do it remotely from my house in Steubenville, Ohio, but I'm not going to leave Steubenville. I don't know. Plus also I'm my policy wonk chops are useful to the degree that they allow me to do editorializing, and I get to do that now. So you're going to have to give me a lot of money, you know? Like you're going to give me like right now I get to editorialize, work in politics, work in political editorializing and commentary, and I get to work for the College of St. Joseph the Worker and enjoy that and work for like my friends and with my friends and with the people I love. Like, that's worth a lot more money than me than people realize. Like the two jobs I have right now and my life the way it is right now is worth like so much in like it just frankly insane amount of money. The radio show is not hosted by a Catholic, but he is a good guy. He's a good man. He's a good Christian. He knows who I am. He knows what I am, and he respects me, and I respect him. And he has done a lot of good for me in my career, and so I will be fiercely loyal to him. And Jacob and Mom has done the same, so I will be fiercely loyal to him. And you would have to pay me enough money to make me want to leave, and then I would have to get permission from them. Plus, I like my life, dude. I don't think people realize how much I like my life. People make jokes online about how like weird and autistic Thursday is, right? How weird and autistic Josiah is, but I'm never gonna leave Steubenville, or like, dude, good luck getting Josiah to leave Steubenville, or like, he's kind of a wacky guy, but everybody likes it. Like, I don't think people realize how much I'm like so wacky that like the like. Have you seen the drawing of the keyboard? I saw you drew on a picture of the keyboard. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Would you would you go up that think tank ladder? If I didn't have to leave Steubenville, I really don't think people here realize how much I love Steubenville. I am like, I leave Steubenville for like I go with my friends to like a place that's like an hour away or like 30 minutes away, and I'm like physically uncomfortable because I'm not in Steubenville. Like I am not like spiritually or mentally at peace anywhere else. I feel so safe and so happy and so content here that being outside it at all in any circumstance, and there's no exception, makes me like physically uncomfortable. You leave Steubenville to go to the airport and to go to Pittsburgh at the airport, you freak out? Unironically, yes. No, seriously. Safe, bang, bang. Yeah, I don't care. Here's the thing, the safe, like, that's like a, I don't fear death because I'm here, right? Like, I don't fear death because I live in Steubenville, and if I die, I know it means I died in the place I was supposed to be. Yeah, like I that's my unironic feeling about Steubenville is if I die, I died in the place I was supposed to be. And I'm perfectly content with that. Like, that would be an answered prayer to St. Joseph for a happy death. Is there a hobby horse that needs a PR team? There's some random in my area who's trying to get a bike lane in one segment of the road and created a whole pack just to move towards it. I mean, maybe. If Strong Towns wanted me to be, if like the local Strong Towns guy wanted me to be their PR team, I might do it, but I don't know if they need it. So this is why you hate Franny kids, because they crap on Steubenville. Unironically, yeah. Like this is why I don't like the Frannies who like never leave the like, and then when they come down, they just crap on it. It's like you guys don't get it. Yeah. Dude, I woke up this morning. I rode my bike to a conference on Catholic political theory where two of the speakers were personal friends of mine, and the guys doing the conference organization were personal friends of mine. I smoked a cigarette with one of the speakers before he went in and gave his talk and had a fun chat with him. Just like not even about the conference stuff, just having a fun chat like friends do. I sat there. I prepped the stream while I listened to him in the back of the conference. I got up. I walked to confession. I knew everybody in the confession line. I walked back to the conference. I said bye to everybody. I got on my bike. I rode home. That is priceless. I live like the life I live, I do not deserve. It's the biggest blessing I've been given in my like tell me about Strong Towns. All the videos they have seem liberal coded. I haven't looked into it a lot. I just have some friends who are in the local chapter of it. Couldn't tell you. Sorry. That's priceless, dude. Like, I was walking around downtown. I went to the local grocery store owned by one of my friends, a local grocery store owned by a friend of mine who all the employees are friends of mine, to get my lunch. I was walking around. I was talking to people in line. They asked me how I was doing. I told them I got to write my first op-ed this week. Like 3 people in line overheard it and were like, "Just you got to write an op-ed? You're writing op-ed? That's so great. I'm so happy for you." Like, what? You are not going to offer me, like, if God made it really, and I had a spiritual like certainty that I was supposed to be here, and every day I'm sure I was right about that. I would have to have another instance, another moment of like complete spiritual certainty, on par with what brought me to Steubenville. Hold on, I'll get the op-ed for you. To get me to leave Steubenville. Like I had a moment of actual absolute spiritual certainty, and now like the idea that I would ever turn my back on that is like certifiable to me. Stream settings. There you go. It's in the description. If you refresh, it'll be there. So yeah, I'm just never leaving. That's why I don't have a wonk job. Anyway. So we reached the end of our stream, or with about 30 minutes left. So we will do our weekly gambling. Do some gambling. Nightly gambling. Is the full stream going to be up on YouTube? Yeah, if it's not, I turned DVR off, but if it's not, I will put it up on YouTube tomorrow. All right. Let's go with over under 3,000 points here. We'll set this for 1 minute. We'll set this for 1 minute, and I will count down, and then I will wait 2 seconds for the stream delay on Kick for you guys. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, it's up. You're welcome, Happy. It is up. We've got 500 on the over, 200 on the under, 300 on the under, 500 on the over still. Right now we're paying... Oh, now we've got 700 on the under. 700 on the under, 500 on the over. $500 versus 700. 800. 500 versus 800. 510 versus 800. And closed at 510 versus 800. Okay, not looking at chat. Here we go. Chronophoto. All right. Here we go. All right. I think we're looking at we're looking at post 2000 for sure because of this car. This is a crazy scene, and I feel like I should know exactly what this is, and I don't, but I've just never seen this photograph before, so. This car looks very 2010s. This looks like the 2012 Fiesta or Focus, one of the two. So I think I'm going to go 2015. Yeah, we got 20. All right. We're starting good. Okay, this is interesting. This is tank treads. Looks like maybe an oil pump. $40607. Now this is tough because this could be Great Depression or it could be 1910s, right? This is the classic 1930s or 1910s where it could be either one, but I'm feeling 30s just because it feels a little sharper than the film would have been able to capture in the 10s. It also doesn't really have a super shallow depth of field, and the 10s would have been using a much larger film format, which would have resulted in a lot shallower depth of field. We would have started to see some blurring somewhere between these two guys. And the glass, the lens it was shot on is pretty sharp. So I'm feeling 30, so I'm going to go 35 here, but I could be wrong. But just some of the things about the grain structure, the depth of field, and the sharpness of the lens used feels 30s. All right, 1917, I was off. Well, this is Nam. So that's going to be late 60s, so we're just going to go with 68 here. We'll probably bump this to 69. It's a great photograph. Pretty good. Okay, this is an interesting shot. This is colorized. This is a colorized photograph, so it's obviously in black and white, then colorized later. And because it's blacks, this really could be sharecropping, or it could be the 1910s, right? But this is... I mean, this feels later, right? Some of these ads feel later. The font just doesn't feel... The font just doesn't feel like... This feels 50s. I'm going to go 55 here. This really is a black box, no pun intended. 44. All right, well, I was right that it was a later photo than it appeared to be at first. So that's something. All right, now this is East Asia, and East Asia is really hard because you can't really judge it based on the technology. A lot of times it's going to be a little newer than the technology suggests because it takes some time to get over there. Damn. I think maybe 80s. Feels 80s. Maybe late 70s. Wow, I was way off. That sucks. What did I score? 2484. Underpays. All right, there you go. Underpays out on that one. Sorry, guys. Sorry, believers. I don't think believing you has ever paid off. False. It has once. It has paid off once. Last week. Yeah, it paid off once last week. You know what that means, chat. The next thing we gamble on. Oh, Levi cameo. Okay. Hold on. I hope you're happy. You woke him up.
What the dog doing?
But there he is. He was asleep, but you woke. I had to wake him. I had to turn the light on, and it woke him up. He followed me in here, so now I have to give him pets. Hey, pet. Alright. Let's see if I beat Ante 8 tonight. We'll give this one 5 minutes like we normally do. The 5-minute prediction going. We'll play it with Spectral. Oh no. Okay. I got a drink, huh? No. I don't like that. It's like wintergreen rubbing alcohol when you shoot it. Holy crap. Straight gin. All right. Let's see if I beat anti-8 tonight. Okay, we'll take a Joker pack here. Splash. I guess we'll take Splash. Probably sell it though. Come on, diamonds. There it is. If one sees you in public, would you be fine if one came and said hello? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, of course that's fine. It's creepier if you don't. We're gonna take this. We want this long term. We're gonna sell this. Play a full house because we've got it. This is not a good run. Somebody can bet one channel point against the 14 that's on right now on no and make some money there. It's just there to be made. The money is there to be made. Just showed up. What game is this? Balatro. It's a poker roguelike that I just lost. Well. Paying out the nose. Go again. There you go. We'll go again. One more time. Go again. One more time. Again. Again. I'm gonna take chips. I want them chips, dude. We'll play the full house because we have it. Buffoon pack. Buffoon pack. I'll be in Steubenville in the next couple weeks. Oh, that's fun. What are you coming for? Bum 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 ba da ba da da. Visiting St. Joseph's. Oh, okay, cool. That'll work for them. Oh, do I want that now? It's on 4 of a kind. That's kind of a bad draw. I don't want any of that. That's all not good. It's all very good, but it's all too expensive for me right now, this stage of the game. It's all expensive, dude. Okay. Dude, come on. There it is. There it is. Alright, I need chips again, but that was the right thing to do. Selling the chips was right, even though I do need chips now. It does mean selling the chips. No one wants any risky points. Well, I feel like I got this run. I think I might have this one. I'm feeling good about this run. I think I got this one in the bag, to be honest. I think I'm doing good right here. I think we're vibing. I think we're vibing. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of think I'm vibing. This run, I feel good about this run. I've got some good stuff. We're kind of moving. We're gonna take the Emperor. Ooh, Magician's fun. All right. Okay, Magician feels good. Magician does feel really good. I think I'm good with Magician here. Yeah. I really like that. I like that a lot. We'll go here. Yeah. Uh-huh. Very good. I do love that. Alright, we do need some bit more stuff. We need some more stuff. We take this. Oh, death is good. Death is really good. Death is great. We'll open this. Not take any of that because it's all garbage. And we'll go to the next one. I could use some sun. I could use sun. I could use sun. I could use death. I could use deja vu. Shad would be good. Photograph would be good. Bloodstone would be good. We've got a lot of stuff that helps us now. Chief among them would be drawing the hearts, though. There it is. This hand brought to you by Carrollton Oil Company. What? I'm liking hearts. I'm feeling good about hearts here. We're going to open a buffoon. Oh, Dusk is big. I like Dusk. Dusk is good here. Raised Fist is good here. Let's get some Jupiter. Give me Jupiter. That's what we want. We want Jupiter to level up our flushes. And we'll go next here. All right, so we'll discard here. So Dusk re-triggers every card on the last hand. So what we want to do here is get 5 hearts like this. Yes. And then we want to play. And then we want to play again. And then we want to play one more time. And then we want to play this hand so that the lowest play card is a 10. And we should get these re-triggers. We should be okay here. So now we've got a lot of room in our score. Alright, we need a Spectral. Spectral's great. Now, if we could get Deja Vu... Okay, Ecto would be good, but not at this stage in the game. Cryptid is tempting, but there's nothing good here to Cryptid, so I do think this is a skip, unfortunately. Alright, if we get a Sun, Death, Hermit would be good. Hanged Man, Sun. Okay, we're gonna... Unfortunately, as much as I would like to hang, we are gonna have to take the Sun so we can get some more hearts since we're playing hearts. We don't have enough hearts right now, so we're gonna play the hearts. We do need Crystal Ball here, even though it does take us below our interest cap. We'll take Crystal Ball. We do need it long term. Let's discard. 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 Alright, so we're just going to have to play here. That's okay, because we needed to burn hands anyway. Alright, there's our 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we play these. We play these 3. And then we're going to go 3, 4, 5. I can only play high card. I have made a grave error and I have thrown the game. I didn't pay attention to the boss blind and I might have lost. Yeah. I lost the game because I didn't pay attention. That was a winnable game and I didn't pay attention to what was going on. So, that one's on me. Stop believing in me. Nobody should ever believe in me. No one should ever believe in me. It's never the correct call. Anyway, we got like 2 minutes left, so or like 1 minute and 20 seconds left. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. So chat, I hope everyone has had a good night tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for chilling with us. Mysterion is, of course, attempting to beat Gambonanza right now. Mysterion, besides the Besides the intro run, have you had any success? Several. I have yet to get to like level 4. Difficulty 4, not level 4? Dude, I would... You unlock a new one each win. I can't beat the first one. Sorry. So, I'm just not good at the game. Right now, I only have 4 slots in my hold. Currently clipping the interview from earlier. Should have it up by tomorrow afternoon or Monday morning. I can just send you the file, but you can clip it if you want. It's up to you. Anyway, that's a stream, boys. That's 8 hours. The dog wants to go outside. I'm very tired, and I would like to go to bed and get some sleep before Mass in the morning. So, hey, say your prayers, boys. Go to church tomorrow. Let's read a Bible verse, huh? Oh, better yet. Well, not better. Let's read a Bible verse, and then we'll do something else. Let's read a Bible verse, huh? Oh, here's a good one. Ecclesiasticus 17. Man too God created out of the earth, fashioning him after his own likeness, and gave him to earth to be his burying place for all the divine power that clothed him. Man too should have his allotted toll of years, his season of maturity, and should have power over all else on the earth. No living thing, beast or bird, that should not live in awe of him and be subject to his rule. To him and to that partner of his, God created like himself and out of himself. God gave will and speech and sight and hearing, gave them a heart to reason with, and filled them with the power of discernment. There you go. That's a good one. And real quick, I'll read you guys this, huh? Something from this, huh? Oh, here we go. We were talking about Robert Hugh Benson earlier. I cannot soar and sing my Lord and love. No eagle's wing have I, no power to rise and greet my King above. No heart to fly. Creative Lord incarnate, let me lean my heavy self on thee, nor let my utter weakness come between thy strength and me. I cannot trace thy providence and place, nor dimly comprehend what in thyself thou art, and what in man is at what, and what at what the end. Here in this wilderness I cannot find the path the wise men trod. Grant me rest on thee, incarnate mind and word of God. I cannot love, my heart is turned within and locked within. Ah me, how shivering in self-love I sit, for sin has lost the key. A sacred heart of Jesus, flame divine, ardent with great desire, my hope is set upon love of thine, deep well of fire. I cannot live alone another hour. Jesu, be thou my life. I have not power to strive, be thy my power in every strife. I can do nothing, hope nor love nor fear, but only fail and fall. Be thou my soul and self, O Jesus dear, my God and all. There you go, chat. You guys have